Good news and bad news. Let's start with the good. We'll feed you the dessert before we give you the vegetables. A prankster whose content revolves around terrorizing and harassing strangers in public is facing jail time in France. The bad news. It's only 6 months. His name is Elon Magnaron, or online known as Amine Mojito, or Amin Mojito, I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce it. But his pranks were some of the classics that I'm sure we all grew up with and still giggle at, like we're getting tickled in our tummy. Like going to random strangers in public and jabbing them with an empty syringe and then running away, leaving them with the trauma that they may have just now been injected with either a drug or some kind of disease. Get pranked, nerd, right?
Mais nous avait menti. Hein. Ouais. Oh, ça va pas?
This is his peanut butter and jelly prank right here, the feel-good one. He's done this a lot from what I can tell. I've seen tons of clips and videos of him just going up to people with that syringe and just, giving them the old stab on the street there, leaving them to just panic, wondering if their life is now just drastically changed from some fucking unhinged lunatic now. Now, from what I can tell, the syringe is capped. So he's not actually, penetrating the skin or anything with it. But the victims don't know that. All they feel is that hit against their skin, and then this guy with a syringe. Obviously, you are now going to start worrying in a big way.
Mais, depuis mois d'octobre, un chien vert. Casse-toi.
Ah! What are you doing?
What the fuck? What the fuck? Who the fuck are you?
Apparently these videos had caused a huge stir in the country, and the Paris criminal court handed him a 12-month prison sentence with 6 to be served behind bars in the slammer, and the remainder suspended over charges linked to harassment, threats, and prior offenses. Yeah, so I don't think 6 months is nearly long enough for something like this. This is unbelievably degenerate. This is just downright evil. Imagine, you're just hanging out in public, sitting on a bench, maybe on a phone call, waiting for the bus, whatever, and then some fucking douchebag here, who himself has been injected with cringe clearly, comes up and hits you with a syringe, leaving you to wonder, what was that even about? And then, let's say he does try and clarify, it's just a prank, it's just a prank. Well, how do you trust that? How do you know it's just a prank? You have no way of fucking knowing if he is now just lying, and he really did just inject you with something, a drug, a disease, whatever. That's extremely scary. If that shit happened to me, I would be living at a doctor's office for a year. I'd be like a lab rat being tested every single day just to try and ensure for my own mental well-being that I didn't just get injected with the fucking T-virus or something from this guy. And I just don't think the courts went hard enough on him. They argued that his actions amounted to harassment, even describing him as a public menace. He also apparently already had a history of legal trouble, including prior accusations of assault and harassment. No! I'll eat my left shoe. I can't believe it. I haven't been this surprised since I learned Batman was Bruce Wayne. You're telling me the guy who thinks it's okay to walk around and stab people with a syringe on the street is someone who also has already had run-ins with previous accusations of assault and harassment? That doesn't make any sense. This guy, the prankster, the jokester, the turbo prank guy? No, that can't be. But at the end of the day, maybe this is all just a big misunderstanding, because according to him, the videos were just meant to entertain and make people laugh, which is so clear because everyone was having a big hoot and a holler after thinking they just got stabbed with a syringe in public. Everyone was giggling. He admitted in court, though, that he now regrets the content and underestimated the fear it caused. Victims testified to feeling genuine panic at the thought of being attacked with a needle, especially in an era where health concerns remain high. At the bar, he acknowledged that he himself would have feared if someone approached him with a syringe. I also find the audience for this kind of content, the fucking goobers who laugh at it, encourage it, and just find entertainment in it, are almost as pathetic as the pranksters themselves. Like, I truly think this kind of content could be like a clinical diagnostic tool for mental disorders, because if you like this kind of shit, there's something wrong with your brain. Like, you are actually just a full-blown fucking loser. Legal experts say the ruling highlights growing concerns over the limits of online prank culture and the responsibilities influencers must bear when creating viral content. Mojido's case has reignited debate in France about where free expression ends and public safety begins. How is there even a debate there? How, in any way, shape, or form, does this fall under free expression? He is going around harassing and assaulting people, making them believe that they have just been injected by a mysterious substance in a syringe from some fucking weirdo. In what way is that free expression? Are you allowed to just go up to someone in France and just punch them in the face? Or what about just some fucking whack job on the subway jerking off and, like, ejaculating onto a stranger? Is that free expression too? Like, this isn't a free expression argument. Even though he didn't actually have the syringe filled with a disease or a drug or anything and wasn't, like, actually penetrating the skin or anything, it doesn't matter. The threat of it was still there, and he still did enact it on strangers. So, what if it was a gun? What if he had a gun, was pointing it in people's faces, saying, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you? It's just a prank, it's just a prank. Is that free expression as well? I just don't know how this can even be, like, an argument that's being had in France. Maybe it's just a prank, bro, is like an actual really sound strategy, which apparently employs free expression into it in some way. If you just say it's just a prank, bro, you get off very light with anything, maybe, which is crazy to me. Like I said, I don't think 6 months is nearly enough for this. And from what I was reading, apparently there's even been, like, scares in France at, like, festivals where people were, like, worried or had expressed run-ins where someone was, like, injecting people, like, with needles, apparently with, like, drugs or something. I don't know if that was ever confirmed or not, but, like, that fear is already there. So this kind of prank preys on that, making it even worse. So it's just so fucking degenerate. I'm glad he's at least going to jail for a little bit, but it's not enough to teach him a lesson or anything like that. Like, I'm pretty confident when he gets out, he's gonna go right back to this shit. He's hopping right back on the saddle. This isn't even like a deterrent to other pranksters or anything, because 6 months isn't like a long period of time there. They might deem all the internet attention worth it, because they'll get out and still have that audience that they built up from this trash. So again, while I am happy he is getting some time in the slammer, because even that seems pretty rare, even for the most diabolical of pranks, I just think it needs to be taken more seriously in order to prevent more of this kind of behavior in the future. So anyway, that's really about it. Just more dog shit prankster activity out there. So yeah, I saw a pretty remarkable meltdown today. A gentle sir was let go from his job at the UPS store, and he didn't take it on the chin like a champ. He self-destructed like a Voltorb here. Now, I understand getting fired is brutal, emotions are high, but for the life of me, I can't understand why they would let someone like this go in the first place.
Getting fired from the UPS store by this cuck loser, fucking coward, cuck loser, won't even fire me at the beginning of my shift, waits till the end of my shift. Here he is.
He literally just hit a textbook soy jack. This guy is the epitome of soy jacking. He goes through every single possible soy jack in the span of 51 seconds. It's unbelievable. It's beyond impressive, actually. And the way that he brings, like, the camera close to his face reminds me of The Dark Knight with the Joker. And the way he keeps calling this guy a cuck coward loser is a beautiful piece of pathetic artistry. He's speaking like it's League of Legends and he's whining about his top lane feeding. Now, I have no doubt that in the moment this probably felt very cathartic for him, just having this full-blown, expulsion of the demons inside. He's really upset and he's just letting it all hang loose. He's going hog wild with everything, and I bet it felt like a great relief. But man, you shouldn't have filmed this. You absolutely should not have been the one behind the camera publishing this, because it gets really bad.
Darren, the cuck fucking loser from 1892, who's a fucking loser, who doesn't know shit about running a business.
The way he introduces Darren here is some Full House shit. Darren comes in, I was half expecting like a clap track to come in there, because he takes off his glasses like he's posing for the camera. He's smoldering right now. Darren, I don't know how he was able to keep a straight face without just laughing, because this shit is unbelievable. So he calls him, the cuck coward loser from 1892. I guess he's insulting him because he's old, which is interesting because I feel like the guy filming is actually older than Darren. The guy filming looks like an anorexic Karl Marx. I just can't imagine he's much younger than Darren here, and yet he's really going in on the, him being ancient thing. I feel like he was just really upset, fuming, the steam out of the ears. He's actually foaming at the mouth. He is rabid. It just seems as though his brain was scrambling in this frenzy to try and cobble together any insult it could muster, even if it didn't make sense. Here's Darren, Dickie Darren, aka Cuck McShartpants, from 1892, back before aviation, the Wright brothers, more like the wrong brothers, because, brother, you're wrong for firing me, Darren, cuck loser.
And he's gonna let an alcoholic fat fuck named Joe fire somebody with 10 years of experience because he complained that Joe won't train my fucking coworkers, and Joe puts nigger on the fucking radio, and Joe drinks next door and won't tell shit to my coworkers.
That was the most unexpected hard R I'd seen in quite some time. The Game of Thrones Season 8 writers couldn't have subverted expectations that effectively. Obviously, I had to censor it to the best of my ability, but wow. So we've gone from Darren now he's brought up this new character in the lore named Joe, who he is clearly not the biggest fan of, saying that he's fat and didn't train his coworkers, so he complained about that, which has led to him getting fired. That's his game theory on all of it. That's his hypothesis. I don't understand at all where the hard R even comes from or what he's referring to here. He's saying Joe puts hard R on the radio? Like, what the fuck does that even mean? It's fucking craziness here. He is so angry. Like, he is angrier than Broly at Kakarot, like, before he becomes the legendary Super Saiyan.
Because he's a cuck fucking loser coward, just like Darren, the cuck fucking loser coward. Coward loser fucking cunt.
That ending is absolute cinema. The way he goes from like this heightened emotional state to the point he's about to pass out. He actually, I'm not kidding, has foam around his mouth. He is spitting so much. And then he goes from that to like this like almost post-nut clarity moment. Like he starts to simmer down. He takes a deep breath. And then he walks away calmly. And he just leaves and then turns the camera off. And then he posted it online. I can't believe he posted this shit online. If any future employers see this, it's going to be pretty rough for him, I would imagine. Because you just had a very public freak out, as well as just dropping the hard R in the middle of it. And the thing is, like, these videos pop up occasionally where someone gets fired and they, have this very cathartic blow up about it and, like, confronting their boss about it before they leave. And in a lot of cases, you're on that person's side because getting fired sucks. And a lot of times it is unjust. And maybe in this case, maybe there wasn't a good reason for him to be fired. I don't really know. And he starts by saying that he waited till the end of the day to fire him, which I'm a little split on because on one hand, you at least get another full day's pay, but on the other hand, you just wasted a fucking full day. But regardless, it was very easy to get people on his side here for this, yelling at the boss about this. And again, maybe there wasn't a good reason for him to be fired, but this confirmed that they made the right call firing him if he is just like this ball of rage ready to bust. I had to talk about this. It was quite the meltdown. And the soy jacking, wow, beautiful. That's about it. See ya. Yesterday I learned about a wild Italian heist attempt where a group of armed men, armed to the gills, mind you, one guy had a bomb suit. He looked like the Juggernaut out of Modern Warfare 2. Were able to stop an armored vehicle carrying a bunch of money, and chaos erupted. There was a firefight. Miraculously, nobody was hurt in it somehow. But I can tell you, their plan went tits up real quick after they blew up the truck. It's something you have to see to believe. Now, right before I was talking about this Italian heist, learning about it, I was learning about how a dinosaur convention called DinoCon had recently just banned a ton of people that were named in the Epstein files from attending. So you're going to see a pretty interesting headline even before the Italian heist here. I'll go ahead and show you some clips of that after the heist, because that too is also fascinating. But I think the heist is probably what you're going to be most impressed by. You see the heist in Italy today in traffic with fake police cars? GTA shit. Fake police cars. Oh, I didn't see this. Armed robbery in Italy attempted to pull off insane daytime heist on an armored vehicle on the middle of in the middle of a highway. Oh my god! Yeah, I don't think I can pull this up on stream. I don't know if anyone got hurt in this, but they just blew up the fucking car. What did they do? Fucking slap C4 on it? What was that? That also didn't even really look like an armored truck. Looked like just a normal van. 8 gunmen were posing as police with flashing lights. They blocked the road by setting vehicles on fire. They then used explosives to breach the van and exchanged fire with Italian police. Somehow the craziest part is that no one was injured and 2 of the bad guys got arrested on the spot. Okay, then I guess I can pull it up if no one was injured. Look at this shit. It actually does look straight out of a movie.
Stanno rubando il furgone, guarda. Guarda, 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 guarda. Guarda. Hanno rubato il furgone. Guarda. Guarda.
God damn.
Santo. Hanno fatto scoppiare in diretta. Guardali, 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 guardali. Guardali, guardali.
Using a soccer mom's minivan to transport the money, I see. That's what I said. That does not really even look like an armored truck. It actually just, it looks like a normal delivery truck. Are they sure they got the right van? They ended up just stealing my shoes. That's it, just a bunch of Skechers in there. So reading about this, they weren't even like a super coordinated trained team that did this. It was just some guys. Just actually some guys. Did they get anything out of this? Well, despite blowing up the vehicle, they were unable to access the cash according to multiple reports. That's when the firefight erupted with patrol officers. No way. Italian media reported that other drivers caught up in the ambush were also robbed as the gang made their escape. What? So they blew up this fucking truck, got nothing, and then on their way out, they just started robbing other people that just were unlucky to be in the area? They escaped by stealing cars from passing motorists to break through police roadblocks. So they escaped with no cash, and a couple of them stole vehicles, 2 of them were arrested, 2 more are at large. What a crazy plan. The guy who blew up the truck had a full-on bomb suit he stole from the police bomb unit. That's why he survived the explosion. What do you mean that's why he survived the explosion? What did he do? Just fucking have a stick of dynamite in his hand and just let it blow up on the truck with him standing there? I made the assumption that they, set some kind of explosive and walked away. Why would he just carry the explosive with the bomb suit on? What a fucking maniac. Gave him plus 100 defense. I mean, it worked. It's just... Wait, now I'm so, watching this initially, I made the assumption that this had to be, a highly coordinated plan or something. Because, just look at this.
Guarda, 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 guarda.
But now, after you told me that, I can actually see the guy running behind the van as it's blowing up. Did they not tell him they already set the explosives? Dedicated tank. Yeah, I guess, man. No one screamed danger close. Just bad comms, I guess. Yeah, L comms. They didn't get the money because of protective foam mechanism foiled by foam. Oh yeah, I read that. The reason they couldn't access the money was apparently some foam system they had in the vehicle. Which, I mean, turns out foam's very effective. How much was in the truck? According to the first article I read, a lot. They didn't specify how much, but it made a explicit mention that it is a lot that these trucks carry. Which surprises me, because that does not seem to be a overly fortified truck. But it shows what I know, because this soccer mom van was able to thwart not only an explosion, but everything else that followed, so... I still can't get over this. Now that I know that this guy stole a bomb suit only to run into the bomb for fun is crazy to me.
Guarda! Hanno rubato...
He has to be deaf, right? Now, I don't know a whole lot about bomb suits, but he's gotta be deaf. They had to blow his goddamn eardrums out, right? Wile E. Coyote-ass Strat. Yeah, I have no idea what his thought process was there. Why steal the suit if you're not gonna use it? That's a good point. That's a good point. They went through the effort of stealing the bomb suit, god damn it, they're going to get some usage out of it. Put it through its paces. Dinosaur Convention bans all paleontologists named in Epstein files out of safety of our attendees. Wait, what? We find it deplorable that some established paleontological organizations are not taking firm action, DinoCon's statement reads. What? Oh my god, don't you fucking dare. One of these dog shit journalist sites that force you to pay just to read the rest of the article, you make me sick. DinoCon, a UK-based paleontology convention, issued a statement regarding the scientists, authors, and researchers named in the Epstein files, noting those associated with the late sex offender were officially banned from the annual event. How many paleontologists were named in the Epstein files? I must have missed that. While the convention statement did not name the individuals, the Monday announcement made it clear DinoCon would not tolerate their presence at the July event. We at DinoCon take the safety of our attendees, speakers, and staff very seriously. As a result of the release of half the Epstein files, it has come to light that a select number of scientists, authors, and researchers relevant to the field of paleontology allegedly engaged in correspondence with members of the Epstein organization after the convictions of Jeffrey Epstein. We want to state that all respective individuals are banned from our events. I mean, that's it. Hey, that's good. I'm happy to hear that. Had no idea there was paleontologists named in the Epstein files. Additionally, we find it deplorable that some established paleontological organizations are not taking firm action to protect their members in light of these allegations. As such, executive committee members from organizations that are not issuing public bans to these individuals are also banned from our events. We do not tolerate those who allow this behavior to go unchallenged within our community. Wow. Actually doing more than like half of everything else out there. You have to remember that Stephen Hawking was a regular. Epstein saw himself as an intellectual trying to unite the smartest people in the world. That's a really good point. I guess maybe I just don't know a ton of paleontologists. So it was not easy to recognize them. But that is a good point, yeah. I just looked it up. Apparently one of the biggest names is Jack Horner, a famous paleontologist who even worked on Jurassic Park. So it would seem. Scientist Jack Horner linked to Jeffrey Epstein in newly released DOJ files. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. Great news. Krampus came early and he slit the throat of Ronald McDonald, took control of the company, and farted out a wonderful AI advertisement that everyone's making fun of. And while the ad itself is terrible, the response from the people behind it is the most pathetic shit you could imagine. I'm not surprised McDonald's would go the route of like Coca-Cola AI ads trying to force that up everyone's asses. But what I am surprised at is that the people that actually generated it are like genuinely trying to present themselves as if they did something impressive, like this was backbreaking labor. It is a comical response. But anyway, let me show you the AI ad.
It's the most terrible time of the year. All the shops turn to mayhem, even Santa knows space, and the tree redecorated your place. It's the most terrible time of the year.
Sorry for the greasy old man jump scare here, but I've just got to interrupt briefly for my own little halftime show because I find it to just be beautiful how delusional the hacks are behind this AI that they actually convinced themselves that a good marketing push for McDonald's would be basically getting pugilistic with Christmas itself, shitting on one of the most beloved holidays in the Western world, calling it the most terrible time of the year. That is a galaxy brain scheme right there that only the most poisoned of AI meat gobblers could cook up. Like, actually some shit the Grinch would maybe pull, but even then it'd be somewhat charming. This is just foul. The most terrible time of the year, and showcasing why Christmas sucks using an AI advertisement to promote McDonald's. It doesn't really get worse than that as far as combinations go. That's like combining Coke, Mentos, and my fucking raw bussy.
The roast turned to charcoal, and the cookies burned too. Friggin' chaos, it feels like a zoo. It's the most terrible time of the year. So you flee from the madness, the lights, and the cheer, and hide out in McDonald's till January's here.
Oh, McDonald's can save us from Christmas? Well, I'm out the door right now. I want to make sure I avoid Christmas and family and all of the holly jolly spirit. It can save me from the madness. What a great idea. Incredible marketing campaign. If you hate Christmas, McDonald's is the place for you. Now, like I said, the ad is bad. It looks like shit. It is very clearly just AI slop. No one's gonna watch this and get any warm, fuzzy feelings inside their soul or anything. It is just very cheap trash. But don't tell that to the agency behind it, because they are defending this garbage tooth and nail. Before diving into the spaghetti and meatballs of the full statement, let me give you a sneak peek here, the appetizer from marketing manager Karen, who stated that the goal was simply to show that December is a busy month for everyone. Not to diss the biggest holiday for much of the Western world, we want to give people something to look forward to each day, not only the traditional peak dates, and this campaign brings that idea to life in a new way. Karen, do you have eyes? Did you watch that by chance? I feel like what she may have been given is a ChatGPT prompt of what was initially pitched as their marketing campaign, but the video they got does not reflect that idea at all. It is blatantly calling it the most terrible time of the year, showing that it fucking sucks, and that the only escape is by going to McDonald's to hide out there until it all passes like a storm. Like some shit out of the mist, really. So I don't know what crack pipe she's boofing here to be saying that the campaign is about giving people something to look forward to each day. What it's actually presenting is an escape route from the season. Go to McDonald's if you need to get away from the hustle and bustle of Christmas, the most terrible time of the year. Like, I don't know what she's yapping about. I think it's pretty clear showcasing all of the worst parts of the holiday season without ever really giving you anything about, like, but it's all worth it because family matters, you know, fucking Fast and Furious style. Instead it says, it's not worth it, you need to escape to McDonald's ASAP. It's like fucking Cloverfield or something. You gotta get away from the monster, go to McDonald's, we'll save you. It's a pretty bold marketing move. Now, obviously, I don't give that much of a fuck. I'm not on the board of directors here at McDonald's. I'm not a shareholder, and I'm not offended by it or anything. But I do think it's weird. Like, if this was my company, right? Like, if this, let's say for Cheeky Soap, I reached out to a marketing agency to make me an advertisement to play during the Super Bowl to promote Cheeky Soap. And what they give me back is something that associates my brand with, like, hating Christmas or something. I'm raising an eyebrow. Like, let's say I get an ad back and it's like, if you hate Christmas and you love to beat animals and beat the shit out of orphans, then make sure you shower with Cheeky Soap before getting your hands dirty. I'm pumping the brakes. I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on a second here, sports fans. Maybe let's not associate my brand with that kind of, like, super negative shit. How about the other thing? Like, you love Christmas, you love puppies and helping orphans, then you shower with Cheeky Soap. Why not that? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just weird that the whole ad is about, like, Christmas is so terrible, you gotta escape it by going to McDonald's. It's fucking stupid. And of course, it's all an AI slop ad in the first place, so it's even worse. But the whole thing is just fucking baffling to me is all. But anyway, the main thing I wanted to throw tomatoes at is this statement here. For 7 weeks, we hardly slept, with up to 10 of our in-house AI and post specialists at the gardening club working in lockstep with the directors. If that isn't the biggest load of dirty barnacles I have ever read, you're telling me you had 10 people, your in-house AI and post specialists, by the way, yeah, fucking specialists, prompt engineers, top-tier sentence writers, working on this for 7 weeks hardly sleeping? Yeah, I'm fucking sure, buddy, and I'm 7 feet tall. That is so fucking stupid. What a bold-faced lie. And if that is the truth, if you actually had to have 10 lobotomites here working on this, writing sentences into the AI to produce this, then you guys are fucking idiots. Actual morons. You could put a paintbrush in an elephant's trunk and just set a keyboard in front of it where it's pecking at the letters and it would type out enough sentences to have the AI spit out basically the same fucking ad, I'm sure, over time. And it probably wouldn't take it 7 weeks to do so either. What directors do you have? Some dude that's just sitting there fucking zooted out of his mind saying, yeah, it's good, write that sentence. It's so dumb. It's such a lie. But maybe they did actually have a lot of staff and they hosed McDonald's for a huge paycheck here for this, pretending to do 7 weeks worth of work. That I could absolutely see where they're just taking a ton of money from them, pretending to do like a lot of work, even though anybody knows that this is not a lot of work. It's AI generating a fucking 45-second commercial. You can do that in literal seconds. Every shot traveled through a rigorously engineered tool chain, real Google Earth plates, advanced style transfer, pixel level photo repair, custom LoRaS, control nets, bespoke comfy UI graphs, and thousands upon thousands of tightly steered iterations. Bullshit! Baloney! This is a ChatGPT generated response here where you ask it to just make up a bunch of hocus pocus jargon here in an effort to confuse people into thinking that you actually did any real work at all. You didn't. Liar, liar, pants on fire. You just typed a few sentences in over the course of maybe an afternoon. Then came compositing, lighting balance, physics corrections, physics corrections? My left shoe you did. Anyone who watched the ad can point out tons of fucking problems with that statement, like this guy who falls on the ice and his whole body folds in on itself like origami. Physics corrections, what a joke. And final finishing in flame. We generated what felt like dailies, thousands of takes, then shaped them in the edit just as we would on any high craft production. This wasn't an AI trick, it was a film. And here's the thing I wish more people understood. Magic isn't the technology. The magic is the team behind it. People who pushed, questioned, experimented, swore at broken models, solved impossible problems, and refused to stop until every frame felt cinematic. I don't see this spot as a novelty or a cute seasonal experiment. To me, it's evidence of something much bigger, that when craft and technology meet with intention, they can create work that feels genuinely cinematic. So no, AI didn't make this film. We did. Oh, chills. Literal chills. Wow. What a statement. That's powerful. Man, I take back everything I said. After reading what went into this, the Herculean effort it must have taken for them to produce such a high-quality cinematic AI McDonald's advertisement about Christmas blowing ass. I just can't believe that I would belittle them for this. I feel like such a fool now. Oh my god. And the physics corrections that they must have went through. That poor guy must have been really scrapping in the lab to make it look as good as it did. Fuck. Inspirational. That's the word that's popping into my head now. Now that my eyes have been opened, enlightened, into all of the work from such a talented team that went into this at Sweet Shop HQ, the masterminds responsible for this masterpiece that will no doubt stand the test of time as one of the marketing greats. Now that I see it, I can't unsee it. I know that what they've done here, fucking trash. And that the entire team behind it at Sweet Shop here must be the most insufferable losers on the planet. Holy Toledo. What a statement, Sweet Shop. Really incredible stuff. You did a great one generating this response. I'll tell you that much. The AI cooked for you there. Wow. Anyway, this shit sucks. That's really about it. See ya. This is now the 4th video I've made on this topic. I follow Trump Mobile like a dog chasing the mailman. I just get excited and can't wait to get my T1 mobile device. I put 100 clams on it, and for some reason, gee willikers, it's just still not here. It was supposed to come out in August of 2025, and I've just been trying to find out what's going on. Why don't I have it yet? And I feel like I pay more attention to Trump Mobile than Trump himself. He probably forgot that this fucking company even exists at this point. It's just been radio silence and crickets for the longest time. And I do keep ringing up support just to see if there's any updates or anything there. And I did do that again this morning. I'll show you that phone call in just a moment. It was a very interesting one. Put a big smile on my face. But before doing that, I want to give you like the foundation for everything that's been going on recently with it. And just to bring you up to speed on the lore, if you missed the previous episodes of Dragon Ball Z, in January I called and they told me that it's any day now. In March I called and they assured me that they're shipping at the end of the month. At the beginning of April I called and they assured me they're shipping at the end of this month, actually. And I was going to wait to call them again in May, but I saw some news developing about the Trump phone, and it got me a little concerned. I had heard some whispers that they may have like quietly canned the project, which I just didn't believe, because if they are taking $100 deposits, even still to this day, and then just decide not to do it, that would be a huge issue, and I don't think that's going to happen. I'm just surprised it's taking them this long. I assumed that they'd just be drop shipping some Alibaba garbage, but they haven't even done that much. But there has been some fresh little nuggets that have been dropped that they've changed the look of the Trump phone, even the cost, and of course it isn't made in America. That was one of their biggest claims they were touting in the beginning when they were selling this to the country, that it's a made-in-America smartphone at a $500 price point, which is literally more impossible than the fucking unicorn and Loch Ness Monster. So that was never going to happen, but a lot of people put money down because of that promise. They did, a few months later, change it to being a proudly American design when it became painfully clear that it would be impossible to domestically manufacture this kind of phone. And since then, there's been no updates until this week, where the website did get spruced up a bit, and The Verge actually did get to see a product that might be the Trump phone that they start sending out to people that have put money down. Now, the report comes from The Verge, but I can't actually read it on their site because it is paywalled, and I outright refuse to pay to read articles from these fucking sites that already ham-fist thousands of auto-playing ads out the wazoo, as well as banner ads everywhere to the point where you can't even read the fucking article anymore. I will never fork over a single doubloon for access to those kind of websites, so I can't read it directly from The Verge, so instead I'm going to be going through CNET's reporting on this Trump phone and what The Verge learned. So it starts by just giving you a timeline how in February, the Trump Mobile executives actually showed off a handset that they said was near production version of T1. They showed that to The Verge. There were some changes to its appearance, and it was a completely different camera. Basically, the phone was not the same thing that they said it was on their website, and were still actively advertising it as on their website. What they showed was apparently completely different in a lot of ways. They spoke via video call with executives at Trump Mobile who held up the phone. I imagine that went a lot like Lion King, where they hold out Simba over the valley. This will be your domain, T1. Everything the light touches, you will have service. They then make a mention about the FCC documentation that they uncovered authorizing what appeared to be the T1 device. It comes from Smart Gadgets Global, whose CEO is Eric Thomas, a Trump Mobile executive, and it was FCC certified in January, which means that back in August of 2025, they had no FCC certification or anything for this, it appears, which means they were actually selling fucking nothing. They were selling the concept of an idea of a golden phone made in America, none of which actually existed, and couldn't exist, by the way, because you can't domestically make the phone that they were talking about. Genuinely impossible at that price point. Smart Gadget's global website is apparently mostly empty, apart from some stock images of tech, and the AI chatbot could not provide any info on the T1 phone, and they submitted a question to a human via the chatbot, but we're waiting to hear back as of the writing of that article. Now, on the site, there's less information there than there is on fucking DB Cooper's true identity. Like, it is always insisted that the T1 device is coming later this year, but it's been like that for 8 months. It missed the deadline in 2025, but it's still got plenty of time in 2026, I suppose. It launched in June of 2025 with their monthly mobile plan, and they sell refurbished Apple and Samsung phones ranging from $369 to $629. It was initially announced that the Trump phone was going to be made in the US, supposed to launch in August of 2025, but it did become obvious that domestic large-scale smartphone manufacturing would not be possible, so they dropped that claim and just call it proudly American without specifying what that even fucking means. That's actual just gobbledygook. It is manufactured overseas. They are trying their best to bury that, but it is just manufactured outside of the US, but they're still trying their best to put on this facade that it's proudly American. And apparently, according to Verge, they were actually eyeing a March release window. So when customer support told me last month that it was coming at the end of that month, maybe they were genuinely told that information and thought that's what was going to happen. But per usual, they were unable to deliver. It then goes into detail about the website's claims for the T1 device versus what they actually saw on video. According to The Verge, it wasn't what was being advertised on the website. Now, that has changed since the website overhaul. They did fix that up. I say overhaul, but it's not like they did a whole lot to improve the Trump mobile site at all. It reminds me of that meme of the guy who takes a picture of himself and then takes another picture of himself turned the other way, but a toothpick in, and it's about how that toothpick one is like a huge improvement. That's basically what they did to the Trump mobile website. So yes, they did try and change it to make it more accurately reflect the T1 device that The Verge saw, from my understanding. But for 8 months, they were advertising something totally different, and the cost of the Trump phone, the T1, is now completely different. It is more expensive. And also, it made me giggle that according to the report, the T1 logo will disappear before launch, but it'll keep the American flag. I don't know why that had to happen. They had to banish the T1 logo to the shadow realm, but yeah, I guess that's going to be going. But they are still accepting the $100 deposits on the phone, which continues to be advertised as being $500, which is still what it is on the website as of April 29th, as of me making this video. But this phone will reportedly cost more. If you've already put down the $100 deposit, they lock you in at $500, but I guess everyone else who, you know, doesn't get in on the FOMO right away will then have to be paying more. It's unspecified how much more, but they're saying that it will be under $1,000, just more than the $500 initial. According to Trump Mobile executives speaking to The Verge, the phone has been delayed because the company decided to take its time and skip the first initial entry-level phone that they were going to kind of introduce and be quick to the market. And they told The Verge it's being made in a favored nation with final assembly in Florida. It's unclear what qualifies another nation as favored to handle most of the assembly of the T1 phone. Now, there are pictures of it that exist, and they're not like Sasquatch photos. They're not blurry. They do actually have pictures of this puppy here. But I gotta tell you, I'm equally as confused, scratching my head, wondering what it means favored nation will be doing the heavy lifting on the phone here. What the fuck is a favored nation in this case? Do they have the fucking Atlanteans working on it or something? We partnered with Atlanteans using their advanced tech from under the sea. So they're going to be doing a lot of the construction there. But don't worry, final assembly's in Florida, so it's proudly American. It's very silly. It's not made in America. It is made overseas and then I guess is put together in its last step in Florida. I don't know about you, sports fans, but that doesn't sound proudly American to me. To have the phone that you advertised as being made in America be made overseas, giving the business, not domestically, overseas, and then just having it come over here for like the last touch-ups in Florida. Doesn't really scream proudly American to me, but you know, what do I know? I also love their excuse for why it is so incredibly late. Oh, we actually just wanted to deliver a much higher quality product. Initially, we were looking to just kind of pump and dump some poop out there with this entry-level phone and get our feet wet in there, dip our balls in the hot wax. But we decided, you know what? You deserve better, so we're gonna do better. I don't think that's the case at all, because Many of you might recall, the first time I called them in January, I was told that the reason for the delay was because of the government shutdown. You know, the government shutdown from a little ways back, which wouldn't have had any effect on the T1 phone. Again, it's not even made in America. But they had actually used that excuse for quite a while, that the reason the phone's delayed is because the government shut down, that pesky shutdown, put the brakes on the glorious T1 device. Like, they've had a bunch of different excuses, and now they're saying that the reason why it's taken so long is because they wanted to do even better. They didn't want just an entry-level phone. I don't know. Sounds a little fishy to me. But anyway, I didn't lose hope on my Trump phone. I did genuinely put money down on it to receive it, so I want to make sure I didn't just fucking have that vaporize into the ether here over nothing. So I did give them another call today to see where's my Trump phone. It's the end of April. I should be getting it pretty soon, or at least getting an email, right? Ooh, got me hitting the hot dog. I'm excited. It's the end of April, and you know what that means. That's right. It's Christmas. Because my T1 mobile device, my Trump phone, should be on its way to me right now, and I can't wait to sink my teeth into it. Earlier this month, I called support, and they told me that I should be in the second wave of phones, which is coming at the end of April. That's what I was told. So I haven't received any emails letting me know about the shipping being in transit or anything, so I'm just going to call to confirm that that's accurate. Though in March, I was also told the same thing, that my T1 mobile device would be hitting my hands at the end of March, but something must have went cattywampus over there. Who's really to say? All I know is I can't wait, and I just want to double check, get them on the horn, and make sure everything's all looking good over there for my Trump phone to come. I also saw that they updated the website for the first time in a long time. The Trump phone was supposed to come out in August of 2025, by the way. Just barely missed that one. We're a little tardy to the party here, but that's okay. Let's see what's going on.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. For English, press 1. Para español, oprima el número 2. Press 1 to open a new Trump Mobile account. Otherwise, press 2 for support with an existing Trump Mobile account.
That's me.
Thank you for calling
an existing
Trump Mobile.
account.
Your call is very important to us. To ensure the highest level of customer care, this call may be recorded for quality control and training purposes. Please hold, and our next available representative will be with you shortly. You can also visit our website at www.trumpmobile.com to apply for a new account or access your personal account portal.
I feel like
Good morning. Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. My name is April. How can I help you today?
Hey, April. I just wanted to check on the status of my order for the T1 device.
The information that we have is that they're going to start shipping at the end of the month. So either today or tomorrow, they should start going out. Now, you'll get an email once yours is ready to be delivered, and it'll give you a heads up that, hey, it'll show up in the next day or so. And now they are sending them out in the order that the orders were placed. So, but they're supposed to be going out any day now.
Okay, well, that's awesome. I called a little bit earlier in March about it, and they said it'd be at the end of March. Did something happen then, and has it been rectified now?
The information that we were given was that in March, there was an issue with some FCC licensing, and that's been resolved.
Okay, that's awesome. Have you received one? Has anyone started getting them yet?
We have, yeah. We have one here in the call center that we've been able to take a look at, and it's very sleek, very nice looking, and takes great pictures, great video, and the sound quality is really good. So I think you'll be pleased.
Oh, that's excellent. I can't wait. So it should be in the next day or two?
Well, they're going to be shipping them out. They're telling us, and this is as of our conference call with them last week, they're going to be shipping out by the end of this month, so that'll be today and tomorrow. That's what they're telling us. and you'll get an email in advance letting you know when yours is on the way. Now, when they ship them out, as I mentioned before, they're going to be shipping them out in the order that the orders were received. So if your order was placed last year, then yours will be in the first batch to go out.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, then I should be getting it pretty soon. I was getting a little worried, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. Well, oh no. And you know, we've all kind of been concerned about the delays, but what we were told is that back in March they were getting FCC approval for some technical thing, and that's been resolved, so they're going to be going out soon.
Awesome. Are they going to make an announcement about it, like, publicly? Because I've seen a lot of people saying that it's been, like, canceled or something like that since no one's got it.
No, our understanding is that there will be notification. There's going to be some news coverage on Fox News. That's the one. So, but we're waiting to get confirmation of that. Of course, I'm sure it'll be all over social media.
Awesome. Well, I can't wait. Thank you so much. That's great news.
You are very welcome. Well, thank you very much for being a Trump customer, and I do hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
You as well, April. Take it easy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You too. Bye now.
See? What was I worried about? I knew it was any day now. It was any day back in January, now it's any day here in April. So I should be getting it here within, well, at least an email within the next 24 to 48 hours, I believe. So I can't wait to sink my teeth into it. I bet you all feel real silly for ever doubting that this was coming, because now we have proof that it is, because they said so. I'm going to be hoisting this like a prized fish pretty soon, and you're gonna be jealous of all this awesome phone action I'm gonna be getting in on with the T1. I also have to make sure to tune into the Fox News broadcast when they start talking about the T1 and sucking the cock. That's gonna be really cathartic. I can't wait for that either. So yeah, now we have confirmation that the T1 phone is gonna be here any day now, which is reassuring to hear for the fucking 30th time. Anyway, just wanted to give you the update on the Trump phone. That's really about it. See ya. Well, the time is finally upon us. A moment in cinema history more important than Team Edward versus Team Jacob. Will Charles be reintegrated into the Hunger Games franchise? The man who was once the face of the Hunger Games. Without me, it'd be buried in the dirt many years ago, many moons in the past. But with District 8 Hospital Helper's performance carrying the weight of the world on its shoulders, the Hunger Games was able to flourish, and I was excommunicated from the franchise. But with Sunrise on the Reaping, they're doing the open casting call. I recently made a video announcing my return and my attempt to get in there, and I'm happy to report I finished my audition. Unfortunately, I was unable to get Neil Blomkamp to write me a script, nor was I able to get the best soundstage Tampa had to offer, so instead, we settled for a decent one. A good soundstage, but not the cream of the crop. Which is fine, because it's not about the technology. There's no such thing as a bad actor, only bad... nope, there's no such thing as a bad location, only bad actors. And I am not a bad actor. In fact, I'd say I'm the best. And this will be a showcase of that. So I've posted the full audition on Instagram as per the parameters of the competition. So I followed all of the rules. Hopefully I'll be chosen for whatever role they deem worthy of my talent, which should be nothing shy of a leading role. And we'll see how she goes. I'll play that for you here, but I'd like to also play you the extended director's cut for some takes we didn't use. What we ended up doing was we kind of just winged it. Like, we had a general premise for what we wanted to do. It was kind of just going to be like this wide array of different scenes as opposed to marrying ourselves to one narrative. Instead, we told every story ever made in a bunch of different backgrounds. And, well, I think it came out alright. It's like the world's worst fucking Old Spice commercial, but that's okay. It's been over a decade since my debut in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. This is a showcase of my range to prove why I should be reintegrated into the franchise. Enjoy. Well, Mr. Phillips, the biopsy did come back. Unfortunately, it was positive for fart cancer, but don't worry. Oh, whoa, man.
Ain't seen you around here before.
Ma'am, you need to push! Push, ma'am! God, umbilical cord's around its little neck.
No, please don't! No, I'm only 12! No! This is supposed to be a fun retreat! No! Get away!
Congratulations, Mom. No! My God, this baby, it looks just like me. Wow. I know it's my own performance, but inspiration is inspiration, you know what I mean? In 1 minute, I was able to make you feel things and connect to these characters we created. And really, at the end of the day, it's kind of the most important part of acting. Just tickling the soul a little bit, you know what I mean? So that's the actual edited down audition to fit within the minute-long scope of things. But I wanted to show you a few takes we didn't really use because I think they're just as good, if not even better, in some cases. This is a showcase of my range as well as me doing a stunt choreographed performance from High Wires. If you're watching this, then I'm already dead. Yeah, I practiced my Bushido.
Uh-oh, Raggy! A baby's gotta do what a baby's gotta do. Tommy Pickles. Hey, Scram! Get out of here! I'm coming and hell's coming with me. Just fucking tell him I'm coming. In general.
Coming for you.
Oh, you're not getting away.
Deep breaths. In and out. It's crowning. Big push. Come here. Are we staring down the pipe of the end times? Are we about to experience an apocalyptic flood a mere 3 or so weeks away, as prophesized by a guy on TikTok? A chosen one, whom the Lord apparently dropped this patch note to with a little sneak peek, giving him a warning, and then also issuing him the noble task of building arcs to save as many as possible? On the surface, it might sound silly that a lot of people are genuinely questioning if this prophecy is going to come true, much like the last Doomsday TikTok prediction. But when you really dive into the meat and potatoes of it and get into the weeds, it's even sillier that anyone, even a single person, would for some reason believe this. It is always just a source, trust me bro type moment. A guy on TikTok claims he received a vision from God, and he draws a big distinction that this is not a prophecy per se, just a vision of the end. That on December 25th, the world would, start flooding, wiping us all out, and that he is now, going the route of Noah, needing to build arcs to save people. And that's exactly what he's been doing. His math, I think, is a little off when it comes to his estimations on how many people they can hold. I've seen a bunch of big numbers tossed around, and based on the video footage he's provided of the boats he's building, I don't think the numbers he's proposing would ever work unless everyone gets hit by a fucking shrink ray or something. Like, it'd be real tough to start making those numbers work that he's tossing around all loosey-goosey. But as for if the world's going to be flooding in 3 weeks, I'm not exactly sold on that. I live my life by a simple rule. There are two kinds of men on this planet. Men that have tried to suck their own dicks, and liars. I don't exactly know where this guy fits into that yet. I guess we're gonna have to wait and see on December 25th if the world starts flooding. And if it does, Jiminy Christmas, I'm gonna feel like a real fool for not believing him and booking a ticket for one of the arcs. I just learned about this on stream a little bit ago, but then dove in and did my own homework on it, perusing TikTok, the experts. And there are quite a few videos with millions of views talking about this and showing like some level of genuine concern. Some of them are just trolling, but there are people that actually think this one's got some real oomph to it because he did build some boats. He did build some arcs. Gotta tell you, sports fans, even if the world doesn't flood in 3 or so weeks, this guy is still he's gonna be set like a sailor here with all these boats he's got at his disposal now. Man, fucking, maybe it wasn't the Lord who gave him that task. Maybe Davy Jones came to him in a dream to build some boats, and Dag nabbit, it did work. He's got quite an impressive collection of boats now that he is building. Did he talk about the guy who's creating the Noah's Ark and said December 24th the world is going to be flooded? Another doomsday prophecy? No, what's his name? I'll check it out. Yeah, he said the events of the Bible would reenact themselves on the 25th of December onward. Who? You keep saying he. Who is it, Noah? Did he himself come back? He respawned? Like, who is it? Ken Ham. Are you sure it's Ken Ham? Because this is old. This is a guy who built the Ark Encounter, where he made like a tourable Noah's Ark. There's no... People keep reciting the goddamn prophecy without saying who prophesized it. What good is that? Who is it that built the Ark and is saying the world is flooding in 3 weeks? I want to look it up. I gotta get prepared if he's right. The guy's name is literally Noah. I'm just gonna try and type like a fucking caveman here. Well, that didn't work. Oh, wait. Is this it? Ebo Noah? Oh my god, wait, that my search actually did work. I typed that in like an actual Neanderthal. I typed in, he said world flood December 24th built Ark. And it worked. Is this it? Ebo Noah sends warning to people ahead of the December 25th flood that he said God revealed to him on flooding the earth and to make an arch to accommodate every living creature on earth in pairs just like Noah did in the Bible. It looks pretty cool. Is that big enough for every living creature on earth in pairs? Like that? I don't know, it seems like maybe 2 stories high. You need, like, the Pym particles to shrink them in order to make that work. Can I see a video of it? Oh, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow us introduce the man, the myth, and the carpenter of the century, Ebo Noah, just Ghana's very own Noah II. According to him, a massive flood is coming on the 25th of December, and he's not just talking, the man has already constructed 8 arks.
He made 8? Wait, that's very impressive. Holy. I'm not exactly sold on the prophecy here. I don't know if he's necessarily Baba Vanga level, but his carpentry, it's pretty impressive.
250,000 pounds in wood alone. Each ark can take 5,000 people, he said.
5,000 people where?
And carry 600 million people. I have questions for Ebo Noah. How and where is he getting the money to buy the wood for the arks? And then why is he wasting a lot of money knowing perfectly that this isn't true? Well, let's wait for 25th and see what happens.
Man, this guy's got like a whole shipyard here. It's like when Luffy and the gang go to Water 7. Like, holy shit. He actually did build a lot of these bitches, huh? Very cool looking. I can tell you one thing, 5,000 people and every living creature on Earth in pairs ain't fitting on those.
It's for only those who have a covenant with God.
Oh, sword clashing sound effect there.
Okay, I will never insult you. The number is 054155.
Whoa, okay, wait a minute. Man's dropping his cell phone number there for a second. I just want to know about the prediction, brother. I'm not here to start no shit. I just want to know where the prediction's coming from is all. I'm gonna tell you, that's a lot of wood. I'm gonna tell you, probably not gonna get a whole lot of use out of the arcs. Is this the blueprint? Because it is not that big, I'll tell you that. God literally said he'd never flood the earth again, it's why he made the rainbow. Someone that actually read the Bible. You're right. But he also said no one would ever know when he was going to do it. No man would ever see it coming. I am curious if, like, this happens all the time now with, like, doomsday prophecies, and people do believe it. But I wonder in this case how many people actually think the world is flooding in 3 weeks. And if there's a lot of people right now booking flights to Ghana to get on his arcs. I'd be very interested to know. I can't imagine it's like a ton of people. But even just a handful would be fascinating. Maybe you're just trying to start a boat business and this is the hook. What a banger marketing scheme that would be. I had this dream about the world flooding, so I built these boats. Didn't flood. But now I'm selling these boats. You too can own your own ark. Why not just get some of the boats that already exist? No, what? Boats that already exist, those aren't arcs, brother. What are you talking about? No. Seems like it's becoming even more common now for easy TikTok views to just start making doomsday predictions now because people will actually believe it for some reason. But I will say, those boats look pretty cool. Like, they seem like high-quality vessels. Don't know if they're going to get much of a workout when it comes to, like, a global flood or anything, but I bet they'd be a lot of fun to take out for a spin regardless. Anyway, though, that's really about it. Yep. I love the HOA. Is a sentence you'll rarely ever hear a real human being say. If you ever hear someone utter something very positive about homeowners associations, that's how you know, that's your red flag to alert you to the fact that you're most likely talking to an alien, a demon, or a terrorist. Now, I know not all HOAs are evil, diabolical monsters, but you do hear some real bad stuff. And actually, my house is in an HOA community, and I remember a long time ago, I had actually received a complaint from the HOA, one that needed action on my part, or I would be, like, fined or something like that, because I had a basketball hoop in my driveway. So I had to take the basketball hoop down because they didn't like it. I didn't know I couldn't put a basketball hoop in my own driveway. It was a Christmas gift, so that felt real good to have to take that puppy down. Is it the biggest deal in the world? No. But it is annoying. Like, the HOA's been neutral here for the most part, but that's not how it is everywhere. You hear all the time about nightmare scenarios with HOAs, and a lot of the time, it seems like the people that are elected onto the HOA's boards are power-tripping Reddit moderators that just let this shit poison their brain. And today, I saw a very good example of this for an outrageous situation, and actually, the night before I saw this, which would be last night, if you're doing the math. I don't know why I said it that way, like it was a fucking riddle. Last night, we were even yapping about HOAs, because there are some crazy scenarios that arise from this that are just inexplicable. I don't know why HOA members love to rule it with an iron fist and think that there's some kind of, like, tyrant or something for it, and then they just, like, terrorize people in neighborhoods for no reason.
President of the HOA.
Okay.
Then you're not supposed to be running a business out of your house.
This is my house. I don't live here.
This is my house.
I'm a detailer. I pulled up.
I'm just letting you know, you're not supposed to be running a business out of your house. You're not supposed to have vehicles parked on the grass.
He's detailing my car.
I can just take this down if you want.
You got a sign right
He
here.
put the sign up. I didn't put the sign up. He's advertising.
I can take it down if it's that big of a deal.
Okay, he'll take the sign down.
Everybody stand back. The HOA president has just arrived at the scene. Please get on your hands and knees and start groveling at his feet and worshiping him. This is the HOA president. I don't know if you could feel his spiritual pressure when he arrived. So right now he's causing a big hubbub here because, well, a couple of things. There is a vehicle parked on the grass, which I guess is a big no-no there. And also the detailer has a sign up advertising his business, which I guess, again, forbidden under the HOA bylaws or whatever. Which is an interesting one because there is a vehicle that drives behind this man that is advertising another business because their fucking truck is wrapped in it. Is he then going to chase that truck down like a fucking dog chasing the mailman in order to give him a piece of his mind? Like, hey, you can't be advertising a business here. Like, what does he do that when, fucking Frontier or Spectrum comes out for the internet? Oh my god, you've got your vehicle wrapped in a business. Scram, get out of here. It makes no sense. I don't know why he wouldn't be able to put a sign out when all of the other businesses that go through the neighborhood, like the one that drives right behind him, are also advertising their business just on a wrap as opposed to a normal sign. It's pretty fucking silly.
Bro, he's detailing my car. So what's the problem now?
You had a sign up.
Okay, the sign's
You're
gone.
advertising.
What's off? What's
You're
the problem?
You're still going to get a letter.
What's the problem? He's detailing my car. What's the problem? He's detailing my car.
That's not your car. That's your.
That is my friend's car. Yeah, that is my car. Yeah.
I'm not going to argue with you.
So what's the problem?
I'm not going to argue
so
with you.
So I have somebody come in and watch my car? You haven't told me anything.
You are not supposed to be running a business.
No one is running. I'm not running a business. I'm getting a service done. I paid him to come
But that's
here.
not your car. That's your car.
So
I'm not going to argue with you, but I am going to argue with you. And then he gives like the worst possible fucking arguments imaginable. How is he running a business out of his house when he is getting a service done? Exactly as he is stating. Like, that is checkmate. There is no business being run out of his house. There's a service being conducted. By this ridiculous logic, Mr. Big Shot, Big Meat HOA president is also running a business out of his house anytime someone comes out to fucking fix the plumbing or do his roof or something. Like, it makes no sense. When there is a service being done at this guy's house, how in any way, shape, or form is that this guy now running a business out of his fucking house? This is absolute lunacy. This guy is off of his gourd. I don't know what he's even trying to, like, argue here, because it is nonsensical. If he has a problem with the sign, okay, the sign got taken down. Fucking take a hike. Get out of here. Issue solved. Why is he still going to get a letter?
Frank came here. I'm getting my car washed, so listen to me, right? You told me something, right? I'm here. I live here, correct? Because you know that.
I know that.
Right? I live here. He came, I called him to come get a detail. My friend comes, and all of a sudden my friend wants to get a detail. So that's a problem on me now?
Yeah, because you're advertising.
Get out of here, man.
You're not supposed to have a vehicle parked on the ground.
I'm not allowed to wash my car on my property. I'm not allowed to have my car washed on my property.
You're not supposed to advertise it.
Okay, so he took the advertisement away. What is the problem now?
No worries, brother.
Thank you. I want to get a picture of your tags.
HOA hotshot just blue screened in the brain there when he asked what the problem is now since the sign's down. He just keeps harping on that. You're running a business out of here. Your friend's getting a detailing too in your driveway and there's a sign up here. Okay, the sign's gone. What's the problem? He's not running a business out here. His friend just happened to be there and also want to get detail done. That should be no problem. It's his own driveway. It's not encroaching on anyone else's property or anything like that. It is all above board. It seems like it's all perfectly complying with the HOA rules here. The only other thing he makes us think about is the truck on the grass, which they also moved then too, and still he has an issue. It's just crazy because, like, HOA zombies like this guy, they literally exist for this kind of power. Their purpose is to exert what they believe to be power on others, to try and make people feel like they're beneath them and that they're, you know, a godsend because they're on the HOA board or something. Like the way he flexes that, like he's some kind of secret agent. I'm HOA president as he flips down the FBI badge or something. It's so cringe, man. Just get a fucking life.
Oh no, I follow the rules. I follow the rules very well.
Well, that's a first for my business.
The car is off the desk. Get out of here. Get out. You're still going to get out. And it's going to the law. Get. This is a harassment case. Thank you very much. Put your badge number.
The what's your badge number line from his friend actually got a big time giggle out of me there. This guy just won't leave. Like he just keeps saying, you're getting a letter. You're getting a strongly worded letter. It's going to be a stern one. I hope you're ready. I'm HOA president, damn it. Who do you think you are? I am. Like, all the issues have been solved, which were barely issues in the first place. I don't know why he has to be so combative and aggressive about it, confronting him on his property about, like, the HOA laws that he's violated because he's accusing him of running a business out of his house, which is the stupidest fucking thing ever. And even when this phony baloney problem is solved, he still just keeps making a big stink about it. He continues to argue. Like, the video goes on for like another 20 or 30 seconds, and it spans what I imagine to be multiple minutes because it starts cutting around because they keep arguing. The guy just won't fucking leave. It's clear all he wanted to do was come over and cause a ruckus. He just wants to cause problems. He is the HOA president, and he thinks he has, you know, the fucking license to kill or something. He can do whatever he wants. So he's confronting him on his own property about nothing. A made-up scenario in his head about how they're running a business out of his house. It's so unbelievable, man. And there's plenty of videos of, like, HOA Karens and meltdowns and shit like that. I'm sure you've seen plenty. But it is just unbelievably annoying. And this one really grinded my gears, especially after just talking and yapping about HOAs for a while on stream last night. It was... this HOA president, I think, is the epitome of what an HOA board member looks like for the most part. Like, he's a caricature of that. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. See ya. When I was younger, I was really into magic tricks. I bought a bunch of DVDs. I was really digging my teeth in performing magic for friends and family. And by that I mean mainly just family, and like I did a couple tricks at school once or twice, no one was impressed and I felt really bad about myself. But I used to love magic a lot. I even made a video like 6 years ago about a magic trick I invented to get a girl's number, because it'd be a part of the trick. Banger trick, by the way, absolutely worthless for anything romantic, because even though maybe she likes the trick, every time I ever did it, which I think it was only, I think only once, I had no good follow-up to it, so it kind of just fizzled and died anyway. But I invented a magic trick with a goal in mind, and you could say it accomplished that goal to a certain extent. Point is, I used to love magic. I haven't done it in over a decade, but we brought out a very talented magician named Jeff Black to teach me some tricks to get me prepped for some street magic, which is something I always wanted to do but was way too shy when I was younger. So Jeff Black came down and he brought Ben and Simon Black, and we had a whole crew of magicians teaching us magic for a crazy day around Tampa, blowing people's minds. I was going to get in there and fucking mind freak them until their brains leaked out their ears. Hey, so I'm back in the magic mood. So I brought out a real magician to reawaken my Sharingan. We got Jeff Black here.
Well, we're going to start off super fun and easy. Go ahead and pull out any card you like. Let's take a look at this one.
Here, Matt is my assistant here.
Yeah, show it to the camera, show it to Matt.
Mm-hmm.
And once you got that, go ahead and lift off about half the deck. Put it on the table. Put your card on top. Liz it in there. And then we'll say the magic words. Moist friendship.
Oh, that's adorable.
Yeah, it makes it so that one card invisibly comes out, turns over, and goes back in. And that should be your 5 of diamonds.
Nope.
No.
He's washed.
Okay, well, that is actually an indicator card that indicates this is going super bad. But it also means that, you know, I guess a magician normally would get the card there. But we're not going to just do magic. So I'll tell you what, we'll use the indicator card to count 1, 2, 3, 4 cards. And what was the card you picked?
It was the Queen of Hearts.
Okay, so a cheater might be able to get the Queen of Hearts right there, 5 cards away, but a magician would actually find the aces at the same time.
Okay. That'll work.
So,
wow.
That, you know, it has a lot of moments, great impact, and it's quite a great trick to begin with. So
and just to be clear, this one you're okay with the audience learning too?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, this is one of the first tricks I really got into, and happy to share it.
Being learned around the world.
Yeah. So you can get your cards out, and we'll grab the aces and the 5, or any 5 you want.
We'll do the 5 of spades here.
Fantastic. We'll grab the other aces. Where's the ace of hearts? Oh, thank you, sir. Good
That's
eye.
what I'm here for.
Yeah. Eagle eye Matt. Okay, we're gonna do a face-up 5 and the 4 aces, and those go on the bottom of the deck. All right, there's our setup.
Mm-hmm.
And now you just need to not show the 5 when you spread the cards to let them choose any card they want. So you just spread like the top view, right? They can pick out any card. Doesn't particularly matter. I like to let them cut because it just feels more fair, but you can have them put it back however you like. But now we're gonna put their card on top of our setup.
The key cards.
The key cards,
yes,
precisely. Yeah. 100% uses that key card technique. You know, the 5, you're gonna get that wrong. It's all presentation, of course. And then you just count the 4. Those are the aces, and that will always be their card. Oh, their card. So, I mean, I'm sure you got it already. You want to give it a shot?
Yeah, I think I got that.
Awesome.
So it's already set up?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, Matt, choose a card. Fucking big oaf. This is how
He does not treat his assistant well.
This is how I'll treat all the people during street magic.
You got that?
Yeah.
All
right.
Take half the deck now, you filthy animal.
I take half the deck?
Yeah.
I'll take half the deck.
All right, slap that shit on. No. Matt, you cut a deck. Mm-hmm.
First time cutting.
So now that card invisibly comes over here, turns itself over, and there's your 5 of spades.
You fucking idiot.
What are you trying to say? Is that not your 5 of spades?
Not mine.
Oh, well, that's because real magic. counts 5 times. I forgot the
script. Oh yeah, we'll work on the
Holy
script.
shit, that's my card.
Yeah, and you know what else? I also got all the aces. Woo, bastard.
Incredible. I
First
think
try.
you could go far in this.
So I just...
You would be really upset about getting that wrong.
I would be very mad.
Like,
just like
beside
fucking
yourself.
freaking out. Like, what the fuck?
Not again!
Shit! Stupid!
Joss was gonna kick me out.
Yeah, I could go ballistic.
People know about the Magic Castle, right? It's not a secret.
It's world famous, yeah.
Okay, cool. Just making sure.
And this trick is called Fantastic Five.
All right. Beautiful, busty assistant
Oh,
has
hello.
brought you someone.
Please.
Well then.
Step in.
I don't have any sexy attire, but I can do it.
No, that's not. I'm the sexy assistant. You're just someone from the street.
Yeah.
What brings you out here?
The street.
All right, we'll pick a card.
I like to look at it.
Yes.
Ah, yes. A card.
Are you happy with that card?
I am. I'm very happy.
I noticed I don't get to see it.
Yeah, here.
Okay, cool.
Half the deck. Okay. Boom.
Now you can put it there. So that way
Okay,
everything's fair.
boom. There we go.
You remember your card?
I do.
What if I told you I went in here and I flipped your card like a pancake inside the deck?
I just saw you put it down, so that would be pretty incredible.
Would it be?
It would.
Well, then have your mind blown. Your 5 of spades.
That's not my card.
That's not your card, you say?
It's not.
Jeff's a fraud, then. I don't know what to tell you.
No shame.
Well, what if I told you that's actually the indicator card, and that means your card is actually 5 cards away. 1, 2, 3, 4. I just counted 5.
Yes. That's the 5th card.
That's your card.
That is my card.
Whoa. Yeah, but it's not real magic unless you also bring out the baddest bitches in the deck.
Oh, very cool. Very cool.
My best student.
That's pretty good.
You really sold it nice.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
I counted wrong initially, but we got there in the end.
Yeah. I didn't see any fancy handiwork, so that was pretty excellent.
Thank you. I'm glad you think so. You want to see
Yeah.
something kind of slick.
Oh, yeah. That was pretty good.
Show him something slick.
Yeah.
Just like I taught you.
I'm ready.
Come on, boss.
Oh. Yep. It's okay. I'm just here for the street. I don't have anywhere to be.
I'm just going to set it up normally.
Whoa!
Don't patronize him.
Yeah, that was okay. That was shit. Fucking practice.
Yeah, I need to get better at flipping it over.
So for this one, this is one of my all-time favorites. I still use it, and I learned it like early on. But I think you're gonna like go and pull any card you like. Show it to the camera. Show it to Matt. Once everyone's got it, do me a huge favor. Put that card face down in a face-up deck somewhere in the center. And then it's obvious at this point where the card is, but I'll tell you what, we're gonna do something crazy. I'm gonna turn a bunch of cards face up and face down randomly here, and that way I won't even know whether your card's face up or face down or where it is, unless, well, I mean, obviously you can see the deck's face to face, back to back, but if we use magic, we can get it. What was your magic word?
Hoopla.
Hoopla. That makes it so that all the cards fix themselves, except for one. What was that card you had again?
That was the Queen of Spades.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I like that.
So this is a classic trick called Triumph. What's great about this is in the hands, and it's great for beginners and very strong still. So the way it works, you're going to pull out a card, of course.
Okay.
And you put it back face down. Okay, so this is where the deception really comes in. We're going to spread over. You might want to try this just to start getting some practice with it.
Okay, I'll just...
It's very deceptive, yeah.
So I'll just turn over a
Perfect.
random card?
Yes. And you're going to spread over like a chunk. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. And you can flip them all face down. And then, now here's the tricky part. It's not that bad, but it's tricky because you're going to spread like... You don't want to get too close to the selected card or that's going to mess you up. I'll show you what happens if you do that. So maybe do like around like halfway to that card and flip over that whole packet. Yes, just like that. Perfect. And then you're going to spread past their card. You're going to spread a little further every time. And then once you get a little good distance past their cards, grab another chunk like that, like the whole thing. Yeah, flip it all over. We're just going to repeat that maybe 1 or 2 more times. Go a little bit further again. And then when you're on your last time, leave it a little bit like messy like this. They can see face up and face down in the same picture.
Mm-hmm.
But, and then you can slowly square up and they can get that picture. And once they got that, you don't want to spread too clearly because this is the real condition of the deck. They think it's all different packets, face up and face down, but really it's half face up, half face down. All right, so now you see this natural break, as we call it. We're going to want to cut there to fix it momentarily, but first we're going to show them how messed up it is. So yeah, just like that, back to back. You can cut somewhere random, show them face to back. Perfect. And then finally, that natural break, there's a couple ways you can get to it. If you can just easily cut to it, that's great. And if not, you can actually just kind of relax and it'll naturally drop. Like that. Yeah.
Oh, I see it right there. That natural break in there?
That could be it. Yeah, that's probably it.
Okay.
Nice. Okay, great. So if you're at that natural break, now we're gonna actually just like put them together like that and fix it face up. But I like to create a little misdirection in that moment.
Okay.
So I ask them, what magic word can we use? And they say hula, hoobla. And while they, that fraction of a second where they're thinking about the magic word, you just put the other half on top. Just really casual.
Okay.
And they say hoobla, right? Yeah, you spread and now it should work.
Let's see. Did I cut to the right spot?
I think you did.
I don't think there it is.
Yep.
And that's the one.
That's the one. First try. Nailed it. And if you want to make it even a little bit easier, before the trick, you can start by kind of giving it a good...
cheating it a little bit.
Yeah, that'll make it really have a really clear natural break once you get to the...
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Here you go, Matt.
All right, Matt. Test run.
Pick one of these cards, you filthy animal.
Let me see.
Great choice, Matt.
Thank you.
I can't do it.
That was a good choice.
Woo! All right, put it back in there, face down, if you'd please.
Face down.
You tavern winch. All right.
You can see he's practicing like he's in a game.
So then, it's very easy to see what card that is. So let's make it a little more interesting, right? So let's start turning everything. Oh, I did that poorly, but let's start turning everything all face down. Get it all cattywampus. So that way we know for sure. This card's gonna get real lost in the sauce in here.
Mm-hmm.
So now you can see everything's all mixed and matched.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, it's all kinds of fucked up. Now, what's your favorite word? Like, what word do you think holds true arcane energy?
Bazinga.
Bazinga. So we say bazinga. We hit it with a little bit of the secret sauce. And what do you know? Do you remember your card?
Yep.
That's
it. That's the one.
Oh my god.
That was fantastic, man. First try.
That was really good.
Now,
that was really good.
I like making him say bazinga.
The one touch, which is nice about this trick when the card's face down, I like to have them name the card. You say, I'm already committed, right? What was your card? And they say King of Clubs, and then you flip it over and it's the King of Clubs. It just feels more satisfying, and if anyone forgot the card,
perfect.
Now they're caught up. Yeah.
I like that. It's nice.
If you bend your thumb a little bit and get it like on that corner, like, yeah, you're gonna give yourself more room, and then cock the deck all the way back to the crotch of your thumb, and then yeah, that boom, look at that. And then if you get your thumb tip like even more tippy, you'll create more room. It'll like clear the meat of your base of your thumb, and you'll be able to
that one just fell.
Meat of your thumb crotch.
Wait, there's a word, but the flesh, but it'll let you clear this corner past your thumb.
Yeah, I just got to work on that a little bit.
It's looking good though. It's
feeling better already.
Yeah.
Hey, sir.
Hello.
Ryan.
Set it down and come over here.
How are you?
I'm doing well.
Welcome.
Hello.
So you like magic?
I love magic. I don't know if you know, I'm like the magic guy.
No, I don't. I don't know you. We're on the street.
Oh, that's true. I see.
Fucking rapscallion here. Why don't you pick a card? Actually, here, you know what? Do you do face down or face up? No, I don't remember.
Oh, we do face down to start.
Okay.
Either way, it's fine though.
Hey,
Sorry, you said what?
Pick one of those cards.
This one looks like a good card.
Yeah, I hope it is.
That is a badass card.
Well, don't forget it now.
Whew. How could I?
That's the one you picked?
Yeah, put it face down somewhere in a face up deck.
How about there?
Well, it's very easy to see what card you picked now. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
So let's make it a little interesting. Let's start mixing and matching.
Like a shuffle, if you will.
Razzle and dazzle, all kinds of wacky little cards up and down, all around. Would you agree everything's kind of mixed up here?
Yeah, I think razzled and dazzled.
See? Back to front, front to back, ass to mouth, all that.
Yeah.
Now, what kind of words do you like to, believe have power in this day and age?
Charlie.
Charlie. Well, we'll say the magic word Charlie. And what do you know? The deck seems to have fixed itself.
Wait a minute.
Except for one curious...
Wait a minute. No way.
Do you remember what your card was?
I do remember what my card was.
What was it?
It was a King of Spades. Oh, you did it!
That's not real. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Did you teach him this?
No, he taught me that one actually.
That's the Charles special. I actually made you say the word Charlie, by the way.
I don't know what's happening.
Back to when you were 11.
He was there!
And I want to show you, just so you know, what can go wrong with this trick and why we want to spread past that card in the center, which you have no problems with, but just so you know what it looks like, right? So if I get really close to the card, basically it'll create two natural breaks, and one of them is, well, let's go to the wrong one on purpose. So if I accidentally cut to, is this right? Oh, right here. Okay, if I cut to their card and then fix it, you're going to end up with a packet face down. And yeah, so you don't want to do that, but you've never been perfect. You're probably not going to have that, but just I want you to know that can happen.
Okay.
This is like when a golf caddy says, just don't worry about the right water on the right.
So what do you, Charlie, when you, let's say we're out on the street, you turn the deck over, you slide it out, it is fucked up. What are you, like, what's next? Like, what are you going to do next?
You look at whoever you're tricking and go, you did it wrong.
You've got some fucking nerve stepping up here and ruining my show. I'm out here filming Freaky Mind and you're over here ruining my shtick.
Is that the name of your show, Freaky Mind?
Freaky Mind, I guess.
Tell you what, we get Matt to have a duplicate deck, right? Just the same, and then he sees what card they pick. He gets that card out and just gets it ready. If it's wrong, you just switch out the deck real fast. Yeah, your true deck.
The deck over Charlie's head, he probably wouldn't even.
That's a fun trick. I like that.
It's just the Deadpool deck instead of the Hello Kitty deck.
That's the one. Butterfly.
Stir fry. Thank you.
Oh, that would have been cool.
Whoa! Now this next trick is a bit of a secret formula here, like the Krabby Patty recipe. So I can't show you how this one is done. This is going to be a undisclosed method, but it is very versatile, and I think we used it beautifully. Jeff Black had amazing ideas. He was an incredible teacher. So I'll show you when I did learn it and start to really get the hang of it, and then in the next video you will see me use these tricks on people in Tampa, and then some. It's more than just what you're going to see in this video. It actually went crazy. We spent the whole day doing street magic in Tampa. Really appreciate Jeff Black, Simon Black, and Ben coming down. It was an incredible time, and this is just the first of, I think, 4 videos we did, all very different kinds of videos, all revolving around magic. It was fucking amazing.
I don't know if you've ever seen the David Blaine specials. Have you ever seen where they make the card go through the window?
Oh yeah,
I was just talking about
that's
that.
an old school one. I remember that there was an Illusionist DVD on that one.
Yeah. Well, with this technique, and if we're on the street, if we have a window, you know, between us and the team, we can definitely set up the card wall. They're picking the card.
That'd be great.
Yeah,
I'd
you
love
can basically
to do that
have
one.
somebody pick a card, and then it can go anywhere, or anything can happen. It can end up in your shoe. It could be behind glass.
Wait,
it
yeah,
could
we
be
should
like
definitely
it could
do
be
it.
anywhere. So
Yeah.
if
just
you
bring
already
out the
have the
window.
technique you need to do fucking miracles,
You
like
can make me throw it up.
Okay.
We can do one, we'll brew
Okay.
one, and then we'll try the other
That's
one.
so good. I love that.
We're gonna do some crazy
Have
shit.
you checked between your cock and your balls?
I don't know. You're probably editing this. I was going to give you a transition, but you don't need one. I was going to just stare into the camera and say, you can't watch this. And then say, okay, you can watch it.
Oh my god, what an incredible costume.
Now look what you made me do, Drew.
Yeah, that was my magic.
What are you doing? You back again? What are you doing out here shopping for so long, huh?
Oh man, just this road's great.
All right, you want to see another trick then?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Dirty bastard, of course you do.
Yep.
How about this? You tell me when to stop.
You stop.
All right. Remember that card?
Yep, I got it.
All right. Just hold that deck. I don't
Yeah,
want to
sure, I'll hold it.
And I want you to think about that card real hard.
I'll think about it.
Now you know I haven't done anything to that deck. You're holding it. It's in your hands.
Mm-hmm.
You know what that card is? I can
Yeah.
hear your thoughts. What are you thinking right now? What are you thinking? You're thinking 8? You thinking 8?
I am.
You're thinking 8, aren't you? 8 of clubs?
Yeah.
All right, let's get a little weird, a little wacky.
Oh Jesus, that was weird.
Yeah, it hurt, right?
Yeah, I mean,
it's painful.
Yeah.
Why don't you go ahead and fan those cards out? You might notice a little something weird about what I got in your head and did tonight.
Oh no. Oh, it's in the middle.
Well, yeah, it's not just that. I did use fire after all.
Whoa! What the fuck? Oh my goodness, yeah, ouch. Ouchies. What the fuck? That was crazy. Wait. What the fuck? I thought you were gonna pull the hat off and be like, haha, but no, it was just in there.
No, you did the magic.
Wow.
I just read your mind.
How to do this one.
Welcome, sir. Well, pick a card. You pick a card, have your mind blown. Welcome to Freaky Mind. Put that puppy back in there.
Face down?
Face down in the face up deck. It's a little easy for me to see it right now, but what if I fucked it all up? Make it all real fucky and shit like that.
Oh, wow.
I probably won't use those those words when I get there, but you can see everything's all mixed up, right? It's all weird and wacky.
That is really weird and wacky.
Give me your favorite magic word.
Hoopla.
Hoopla! What the hell is that?
Holy shit.
We'll pick it up. Is that your card?
That is my card.
Yeah!
You need a catchphrase when you nail your trick.
I'll say, your mind got freaky.
You should be like, are you feeling moist? Not bad.
Are you wet right now?
Can I do it for you too?
Yep.
Please, any card you like. Do me a favor, put that card face down in a face-up deck. Obviously I know where it is, that makes it super easy, but hey, it's my first trick in the morning. I'll tell you what, we'll make it a little bit harder by spreading a bunch of cards face up, face down, and now I don't even know whether your card's facing this way or this way. I don't know whether, it's gonna be face to face or back to back or face to face. Anyway, what's your magic word if you had one?
It's gotta be freaky.
Freaky. Boom. And just like that, every single card in the deck fixes itself except for one. And what was your card?
The 10 of hearts.
That is correct.
Nice.
You're a little guilty about the flip over part.
Oh, wait, I think we have our
I break
first,
it up into multiple steps rather than just trying to be like, what's the magic word and like doing it.
Yeah.
I say, all right, we got face to face. Oh, what's the magic word? I gesture with one of the packets. What's the magic word? And they say spaghetti. And then I just bring them back and coalesce them.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah.
All right.
First one, you ready?
How's it going?
Hi, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. I'm new to this whole magic world, but I'm
Okay.
doing my best. So
Okay.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
feel free
yeah.
to take a seat.
All right,
there.
cool.
all right. So we'll see if I can get it. Just pick any card.
Okay.
That was free choice. Look at the card, memorize the card.
Can you show me the card as well so I can see what it is? All right, perfect, thank you.
Okay.
All right. I just put it face down in the face up deck.
Okay.
Now it'd be pretty easy to guess which one's your card here.
Yep.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna fuck it all up here. We're gonna
Okay.
get some cards going all every which way. So now we can agree that everything's a little wacky, a little weird. You got face up cards, face down cards, and all kinds of weird positions.
Okay.
Do you have like a favorite word? Anything that like stands out to you? Think holds power, arcane energy.
Any word?
Any word.
A noun.
Yeah. Noun is the word?
Oh no. Okay, I have the word. I have the word.
All right, just say the word.
Cat.
Bop! So now the deck fixes itself, except for one little mysterious face down card. Go ahead and pick that up. Is that your card?
Yeah.
Freaky mind.
Weird.
All right.
Go work.
Well, that's the only one I've got right.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Cool. That was weird.
I can't believe you walked by and said, I love magic.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
You said I love magic? I was like, she's got to be planted. Have a good day.
That was a good first run.
Yeah, that felt good. That felt
How
good.
nervous were you, 1 to 10?
Like I was like a strong 8.
I could tell when you said that's the only trick I got.
I was gonna go right into like one of my old tricks. I was like, I don't know my old tricks.
But you got the other one.
Well, yeah, but I have to set up the other one a little more.
Oh, shit. You need a second deck of cards.
The second deck. It's about to be freaky. The freaker of mine. Oh, they just watched me do that. That's the worst.
This is Charlie. He's our new magician.
Hi,
Charlie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hopefully I don't fuck it up. So I'm gonna do something very simple. You're gonna tell me when to stop.
Stop.
Right here. You happy? All right. Lock that card in.
Okay.
Show me. Thank you.
Okay.
Show me. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just gonna put it back. You can even hold the deck. Know that there's nothing weird going on. Do something a little crazy here. See if I can make some true occult energy channel. See if I can make some true occult energy channel. There happens to be a one little card up there. Do you remember what your card was? Go ahead and try and grab that card for me.
What's on the inside?
Well, now how did that happen? Go ahead and take a peek on the inside and tell me if that was your card.
Shut up. Is it? What the fuck? What? Yeah, that's the card.
What a trick.
You just got freaked off. Danny made me say it.
That's his catchphrase.
We gotta work on the catchphrase a little bit, I think. But yeah.
Hey, that's so cool. That was actually like really good.
Thank you.
I need to know how you did it.
Well, a good magician never
I was thinking you were going to say that. My little sister says that. She told
You would say you actually were impressed.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
We did.
Should they not be?
I mean, that's fair.
That was like really good, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you for participating.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Do you feel cool?
That was so good.
You missed a little bit. That's all right.
They kind of shot off to the side with the breeze.
I love the phrase you got freaked. What is it? What did you say?
You got freaked off.
You got freaked off.
That was so good, Charles.
Yeah.
That went well. Great reaction. Hell yeah.
How did
that feel? Hell yeah.
I felt good.
Good.
I wish I didn't hit him with the catchphrase at the end, but the rest was awesome.
That was the best part.
You know, you got freaked off.
Oh my God.
It wasn't on camera, but we know the trick. It's crazy how oblivious the subject is.
Oh yeah.
In that situation.
When the specimen, we like to call them. It's a little more clinical that way.
Yeah, the lab rat. When you guys were...
This is a big one.
Yeah, it's about to get freaky. From reader to freaker.
There we go.
Come take a seat. Take a seat.
Alright.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. You guys from the area?
No.
We used to live here, but we don't anymore.
Oh, nice. Yeah, we're just walking around doing some little magic shows. I'm pretty new to it, but it's fun walking around here. And this is a cool little booth here. I saw a bunch of like children's books, so it reminded me of my past. And it's, I don't know, it's cool. And this is a trick I made when I was a kid. So if you want, just tell me when to stop. If you want, just tell me when to stop.
One of us? Or...
Yeah, either one of you guys. Tell me when to stop.
Stop.
So just lock that card in. Lock that card in. I'm not doing anything funky with it. You can hold it. You can do whatever you want with it. I'm not going to touch it. Nothing.
Okay.
Okay. You still remember what your card is?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you know it.
I know.
You know it? All right. So I'm just going to leave it right there. And I mentioned the children's books before. Growing up, do you recognize any of these books from your childhood? Maybe.
You have Goodnight Moon.
Goodnight Moon.
Curious George, I recognize.
Well, why don't you grab the Curious George book then?
All right.
And then let's see if I can't make your card jump into the Curious George book. Hold it out for me.
Like this?
Just like that. Oh yeah, I think I saw it jump in there. Why don't you go ahead and give it a flip and see if your card's in there somehow.
Hey!
Wow.
That's really impressive.
And you could have chose any book at all. And you chose
Wow.
Curious George. I had no way of knowing you'd be a Curious George.
That's impressive.
Very impressive.
Thank
Did
you
you
so
see
much.
it jump in there? I
No.
did. Well done.
Thank you,
Still
guys.
impressed.
so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you participating.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Fun card game. It's kind of a reaction time thing. Can you hold out your hands? And then, you know what, we'll just do this a little bit higher. Yeah. And then I'm gonna drop cards into your hands. You just say stop wherever you like.
Stop.
Okay, can you see that card?
Yep.
Okay. So think of your card, keep your hands together because I'm gonna start dealing cards in your hand. But first, just think of your card. Okay. I think I'm close. I'm not sure which one it is, but I think one of these top cards is your card. So for example, this is how the game works. We'll just pretend this is your card. I don't think this is your card, is it?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so if it was, I would be dealing them in your hand, and if that's your card, you would just close your hand super. Actually, you would close your hand, yeah, super fast, and then I would try to grab it if I see you doing that. So whoever gets the card first would win.
Gotcha.
Okay, so we'll just do the next one. I don't think that was it, obviously, but the next one, maybe it's the 8. I think it's one of these. Okay, it wasn't that one. Cool, cool, cool. You remember it, right? Okay.
Yep.
Maybe the ace? Really? Not? Okay.
Oh, okay. It was that one?
That was the card.
Oh, fuck. Well, that was close. I almost didn't get it. But managed to get in there at the last second and pull it out.
Oh,
if you look, you'll see it's not in there.
I hate it.
In fact, I had so much time, Matt, that I actually folded it up and put it underneath your watch.
That's great.
Actual fucking shit.
I hate the past 3 days. That's crazy.
And then if you flip to page 4 of Curious George.
It's my watch.
Freak Zone. You're familiar with the deck of cards, right?
Yep.
You know all the cards in the deck?
Yep.
Okay. Well, we're gonna do a little something wacky here, maybe something you haven't seen. Why
Okay.
don't you tell me when to stop?
Stop.
Right here?
Yeah.
Lock it in. You got it?
Okay, yeah.
All right. Now you can hold the deck. I'm not doing anything weird, right? You got the deck. Now, check this out. With a magic motion, one card turns face up.
Oh!
Go ahead and pick that bad boy up. It's also the only card with a red back in the deck.
I had no idea.
Well, it also just happens to be the only card that exists in the deck in the first place.
Oh, now I'm confused. Can I touch it?
Touch it. I mean, there's just no real cards.
All right.
Thanks for coming.
Thank
Get in
you.
here. You just got freaked off.
Hi, I'm Jeff. Nice to meet you.
Shane. Nice to
Pleasure,
meet
Shane.
you.
So, how do you know everybody here?
I work with them, basically. Yeah.
Great. How's that?
It's good. It's great. Yeah.
It went from good to great real fast.
Yeah. Yeah. It did, yeah.
Sugar packet here.
Okay.
And
So
then,
sugar.
yeah, can you open that up for me?
Just rip it?
Yeah, if you want.
In a certain way, or?
However you want, yeah.
Okay.
That's perfect. And then I'll take that.
Okay.
All right, if you don't mind.
You're making a little bit of a mess there.
I'll get that back to you. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I am making a mess here, right?
Can now.
Yeah.
All right. Whoa!
Check that out. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hey,
Isn't that cool?
Is this edible, or is this tainted?
It's 10 milligrams, yeah.
Oh.
Takes about an hour to kick in.
Okay.
Can you actually
Perfect. They've call in a minute. It's great.
Yeah, yeah. If you could do me a favor, could you actually open that up for me, though?
Oh, okay.
And hand that to me? I could use one. I don't know if you could tell. Oh, okay. Watch carefully.
Okay.
This is how a magician eats a mint. Hi there. Oh my gosh. All right, Shane, get out of the shot, dude. Hi, everyone. I'm Jeff. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Here, please come a little closer. Get in the shot. Okay, great. I'm going to show you how a magician eats a mint.
Okay.
All right.
Whoa.
Oh.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Great question. I know what some of you might be thinking, that this is extremely impressive, but for my non-believers...
Just a little weird, that's what I was thinking.
A little bit, yeah.
What?
For my non-believers.
What's happening?
Here's the best part, though.
Not bad, actually. Oh. Are we joking right now? We're kidding. It's like a magnet.
Magnet. You want one?
Can I do that?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, actually?
How's your tolerance? Oh, you want the sugar packet or the...
The one of these. Yeah. These are the 10 milligram ones. Right?
Yeah.
Nice.
For the big boys.
Yeah.
Yeah, think happy thoughts, my friend.
Awesome. Oh, but this one isn't gonna float, right?
Oh, if you think sad thoughts, it won't.
Oh, that's real. That's real.
Yeah.
Nothing fake about that.
Yeah,
incredible.
good trick.
How does he do it? Oh, thank you. Well, we got such a nice group here. They only got to see one, maybe one more, but it'll be kind of downhill. You saw the best one to start.
Okay.
So I brought a deck of cards here. They happen to be all blank. They have backs, just not the faces. And I want someone to think of any cards.
Okay.
You do? Okay, what's your name?
Maya.
Maya.
It's her birthday today.
Happy birthday, Maya. Thanks for spending it with us. Oh my gosh. I'm going to reach into Maya's mind. I'm going to try to pull out the card she's thinking of. Now, most people go for Ace of Spades or Queen of Hearts. But Maya is a little different from the average person. So I'm going to make a prediction. I'm going to put that right here. It could be wrong. It could be right. But for the first time, would you say it out loud for everyone?
Right now, just say it.
Yeah, I'm committed.
Oh. Queen
of Hearts. I know. Yeah, they always go for the Queen of Hearts. Do you want to change your mind? By the way, I'm already committed. You don't. It's up to you.
Should I change my mind?
I called it out
Yeah,
right before you. I could be a mile away. You know.
I'll change it.
Okay. What would you like to do instead? Six,
of
seven?
diamonds. Six of diamonds.
The 6 of diamonds. Are you the final answer? Okay, all right. That's literally the exact card I just put in my pocket. Do you have any idea? No, you don't think so? It really is the blank 6 of diamonds. And if they were printed, that would have been it. I'm just working with what I have, of course. But if we say the magic word or magic phrase, everyone could say the magic phrase. It'll be happy birthday, Maya, right?
Yeah.
Right? On the count of 3, yeah. 1, 2. Can everyone see the cards here?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do this with one hand. And 3. Happy birthday, Maya. And that transforms into the wrong card. But that was only one hand in Maya, right?
Okay, yeah.
Imagine what we could do with 2 hands. So we'll try that. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, Maya. And that prints, yes, the 5. And not just that one, it actually prints every single card in the deck.
I thought we wanted to...
Oh yeah, and not just the cards in my hands. We actually print a card I wasn't even touching, Maya.
What?
The one you just thought of. The 6 of hearts, right?
6 of hearts? Yeah. 6 of no.
Days of the diamonds.
Oh, diamonds. Good. Maya, everybody, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're fantastic.
What's the channel called?
Yeah, what is the channel called?
Are you gonna, what's your channel?
Oh, all right. Follow me at Jeff Black Magic. Yeah.
W Jeff Black Magic.
And yeah, don't tell the cops, but enjoy. Yeah. Cheers.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
Absolutely. We got the smartest human being in America here. We've got Natalie. She works with us at Cheeky. She's our chemist. She's awesome. And now we've got the best card magic man the world's ever seen.
And yeah, I appreciate you, man.
That's Simon Black.
What's up, guys?
Baby.
Simon Black here.
Hi,
Natalie,
it's nice to meet
How you
you.
doing? Natalie, do you know all the different playing cards in the deck of cards?
I would like to think so.
Okay. Do you have a favorite one, like one that you really like more than the others? Or is there just a random one that pops in your head?
Ace of Spades,
Ace of
because I've seen it in movies a lot.
That's fair. Can you name me a number between 1 and 10? It's up to you.
3.
3? Do you want to change or do you like 3?
I like 3.
Okay, I'll do my best. This might not work, but I'll try. Okay. Look, all
That's
I
his
do,
catchphrase.
Look, all I do, I just cut the card. Well, maybe if I cut, then you think I'm doing something right. Can you cut the cards?
Sure, that just means do this, right?
Yeah, beautiful.
Okay.
So, and you can see these are just bicycle cards. I didn't make you cut there, right? I also didn't make you say what card? Ace of
Spades.
Okay. From exactly where you cut, can you count 3 cards for me? Look, 1. You can turn them over.
Oh, 1,
1,
2,
2, and exactly 3 cards down. The ace of. Turn it over.
Turn it over.
Yeah,
Oh, fancy!
Look, all of these cards really are different. You could have said any one. Right?
Really?
Yeah.
Cool.
Really, they are actually. Like, every single one. Isn't that kind of crazy?
Wow.
Natalie, here I'll try this for you. Okay. I didn't like I said that was a free choice, right? I will find your card. I was showing this earlier. I just remembered it. I'll try this. Can you I'll drop the cards like this. You just put the ace of spades in wherever you want. Right. Beautiful. I didn't make you put it there either, right? That's your choice.
No,
And
of
we've
my
never
own
met.
free will, and I've never met you 5 seconds ago.
Natalie, you can see there's no like cards sticking out or anything. They're
Yeah.
really just a square deck of cards, more or less, right?
Yeah.
Natalie, I will not find your card with sleight of hand. I will find it with sleight of finger.
Okay, cool.
Touch my finger like this, like ET phone home.
Yeah.
Watch.
Oh, that's so cool! Wow. Fancy.
That's weird, right?
Yeah.
There's not like there's not like strings or whatever holding the cards together. You can see. It's kind of crazy, no?
Yeah.
I'll try this, Natalie. Because you were so cool, I won't just find, because you said you like the ace of spades. I won't just find the ace of spades. I'll find the ace of clubs, hearts, and diamonds. All of the aces.
Okay.
And I'll do it with one hand. Look,
Okay.
that's 1, that's 2, that's 3. That's actually all 4 aces, but with this hand. So look.
Wow!
All of the aces.
Oh my gosh, it's so cool!
Thank you. You told me she was going to be a skeptic, guys. This is easy. This is
We
easy.
just said she's smarter than all of us.
Allegedly.
My bad.
Allegedly.
Here, I'll mix these up a little bit, and then Natalie, can you take 2 fingers and put like this, and make like a little guy right there? Yeah, and walk along the cards. You're doing awesome. And at some point you could stop. You could even go back if you want. It's up to you. Which one is it? This one?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Maybe if you go 1 or 2 more, you get like an ace. Maybe if you go a couple back, you get like a 4. But you're happy with this one?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay. Natalie, this trick is interesting because
Oh, no.
it's unfinished. It has a
Okay.
beginning and a middle, but it has no end.
Okay.
Because the end is the beginning.
Ooh,
But we'll get to that later.
A
okay?
philosopher.
Yeah. It uses a couple cards that I don't keep in the deck for obvious reasons. They're not real cards. Like you can check these out.
they're
It's just like
blank.
a piece of paper. It doesn't like change when you rub on it or anything like that, right? It's just it's not like heat sensitive or anything. No. And you guys can see on the camera, these are just like pieces of paper, right? And your card, for example, we don't even, the Nine of Diamonds, any of these cards was possible, you picked whatever you wanted, but any of these cards could have become the Nine of Diamonds if they were given the chance to be printed. But they were just never given that chance, right?
I know, how
Any of
sad.
the, like this could, this could have been an ace, a queen, or even a 9 of hearts, who knows? But because you chose the 9 of diamonds, I'll try to do exactly that. Can you put your finger out, Natalie? And just put on top of the 9, and don't lift up. You're gonna want to, but try not to.
Okay, I'm gonna try not to.
I will try to give these that ending that you chose. Like if I just kind of twist this card, it'll look like a 9 of diamonds. You could have chosen any one, but I'll do this again. These guys are freaking out over there too. I'll do this one, watch. I just kind of sandwich it in the middle. And if I do this right, I just twist, and it'll also look like a 9.
Wow, fancy.
Thank you. Like I'll do these at the same time. I could just paint it on.
Ooh, ooh.
But also this one. Again, you could have picked any one.
Can I lift my finger?
In a sec.
Okay.
Look, because Natalie, this trick has a beginning and a middle, but it has no end. Because Natalie, the end is the beginning.
Wow.
These are blanks.
Wow.
Even the one under your hand, it's your time.
Oh my gosh.
It's
Wow,
blank.
I want to clap.
Thank you. But Natalie, the crazy part is that this trick has no end.
Are they all blank
I never
now?
figured out how to end. If that's what you want, your wish is my command.
Wow.
Every single card. Every single card. There are no cards in this deck.
That's
None
so
of them
sick.
even.
Wow. Wow.
Thank you, Natalie.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for having me.
so cool.
The ball.
Oh my god.
So cool.
Hey, so we came out here, we did some big freaking, and it's a big thanks to Ben, Jeff, Simon for coming out, teaching us some tricks. It was a lot of fucking fun. So thank you guys.
This was the best.
This was incredible.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, this was brother.
Honestly, very cool experience.
Should we all hug now? Should we kiss? What do we do
It's
now?
a group hug in the shower tonight.
And break.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
All right, you might catch me blushing a little bit, getting a bit red in the cheeks and squirming in my chair, because I'm a little embarrassed. I got to do something I've wanted to do for a while, and I got to do it with something that I really, really like. But I kind of blew it. Yep, didn't do the best job there. I got the privilege of doing a voice acting cameo in Baki, which is an anime I've talked about a lot over the years. I think it is just beautiful fucking insanity. And I got to be like a little side character in there. But my shit was poop. I did not do a very good job, I don't think, at least. I'll show you a brief clip from when my character gets introduced in the season. I don't think I can show you much footage of it because obviously it's a big anime. But it's a character that fans have been really excited for a long time, salivating, waiting to see them finally make an appearance in the anime, and, well, their prayers have been answered. That's right, I play generic police officer.
Yes, sir. Even from behind, I could tell you were happy. I mean, I can hardly believe it. Musashi Miyamoto's alive. And he's agreed to fight me as a condition to get released. Do you really believe it? That it's him?
In total, I have like 20 lines there as that police officer. A police officer who no doubt will make a return in Avengers Doomsday, I imagine. And I'm very excited to see the community power scaling unnamed police officer number fucking 4 here or whatever. Because I think, personally, he's probably pickle level, but we'll see what the experts have to say. And speaking of experts, let me drop you a little sage wisdom here, a little expert advice. Check out the Starforge Spring Sale we have going on right now. Huge savings on PCs and keyboards. Click the link in the description below. When I got approached with the opportunity, in my head I was like, oh, fuck yeah, I know exactly how I'm going to do this. I'm going to ham it up and go for like a classic, over-the-top, Baki-style performance. Like, fucking channel my inner Jim Ross like it's the WWE. Get him with that, "Bah God!" But what I didn't realize, because I haven't done much voice acting in general, and not at all really with anime dubs outside of like 2 lines and like a really old one, is that you have to match the lip sync of the characters that are already established, and you have to match the tone of the voice actor that you are dubbing for. So, with those instructions in mind, it became a little bit more difficult for me because that's not something I've done before, and I don't think I really did a great job nailing it. I think I was too focused on making sure that the words fit the lips and that the tone was similar to what was established in the original dub. And it led to this sounding like robotic. It almost sounds like I'm talking at you through like a fucking walkie-talkie, giving you quest directions or something in an old PlayStation 2 game. Whereas with Dispatch, where I play Sonar, it was a very different process because I actually auditioned for that role. When I read for Dispatch, it wasn't for Sonar, it was for Golem. And then they offhanded mentioned if I'd want to try to see what Sonar sounded like, and I ended up getting that part instead. And Sonar as a character was one that hadn't already been like dubbed by someone else and was a character that was still being developed and fleshed out. So it was me setting the tone for the character with the dialogue and the performance and all of that, as opposed to trying to match an already established one. So doing that for the dub, like, it was very unusual for me, and I think I floundered the opportunity. Like, I'm still very grateful they had me on board. I think it's still super fun, and I love the show, so it's hyped to be a part of it in even this small way. But man, I just wish I had done a better job. Like, I really went in there thinking about to go ballistic in the booth, about to burn that bitch down. Barbecue chicken alert. Like, I was like, oh yeah, I've got this. I know Baki. I know Ball. I thought I'd be over there giving you like a huge explanation and lore drop around like a character using their finger as a scalpel to remove their own gallbladder in the middle of a fight because it got damaged. And then I'd recount the history of who invented that maneuver. The fucking London commoner named Geronimo Edwards who discovered it while on the road selling swill or something. I really thought I was about to dial in and nail it, and I unfortunately did not. I just couldn't fucking get in the flow state that I really needed to channel. For me personally, I found it significantly more difficult to try and match an already established performance, like to try and emulate that in English, than just performing something yourself as a character. So my appreciation for English dub voice actors, it shot up quite a bit, because that shit was pretty tough, actually. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about it a little bit. I really love Baki, so it was cool to have the opportunity. I just wish I had done a better job is all. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. I imagine most of you are familiar with the classic fairy tale of the princess kissing a frog and it turning into a charming prince. But based on the video I made earlier today, it seems most of you are unfamiliar with the true story of the out-of-touch Hollywood director that kissed a beautiful video game franchise and turned it into a piece of poop movie that's now playing in theaters called Return to Silent Hill. I made a review on it earlier today, and I feel like I should apologize for even making anyone aware of it. Seems most people were happier in the blissful ignorance, unaware that a new Silent Hill movie was even coming out and that it's bad. But I thought, instead of just focusing on, something negative, a bad movie that I wouldn't recommend to anyone, why not balance out the videos today here with the opposite of something that I have been recommending to literally everybody for like the last week. It's called Orb on the Movements of the Earth. It's a Netflix anime, which I know immediately just had a ton of people roll their eyes and just like really tempted to just stop the video now and leave. But just hear me out for a moment. Orb, I think, is an extraordinary anime that is unlike most shows I think you've probably watched. I'm making a bold assumption here, but I'm pretty confident in that assessment. And I know I did reference Orb in a video not too long ago when I was talking briefly about 100 Meters, which is another anime movie that came out to a lot of glaze, a lot of people gushing grannies over it, which I also thought it was great, and made a mention that it's from the same creator as Orb. And at the time, I hadn't finished this show yet. I only just finished it like a week ago. And since then, I've been real Orb-brained. This shit has been in my noodle for a while, and it sent me down a rabbit hole of research on my own. It's a show that I really think most people would appreciate. Now, it's really hard to talk about this show without getting into spoilers, and I think it's very important to not be spoiled on anything going into this. So I'm going to do my best here to give you the elevator pitch and hopefully put a boner in those shorts here over Orb. So the show is set in a time where there is an accepted view of our life on this planet as well as our place in the cosmos. Geocentrism, where it is believed that Earth is the center of the universe and all of the cosmic bodies overhead, the heavenly bodies, revolve around us, Earth. And in this time period, faith is, of course, of paramount importance. So to be conducting research that goes against accepted doctrine from the church in regards to geocentrism is viewed as blasphemous and will have you labeled a heretic. Heretic. It made it sound like it was some kind of like Warhammer technology or something. Labeled as a heretic, which is a huge crime punishable by death. But in the quest for the truth, to understand more about astronomy, people keep doing more research and start arriving at different conclusions that go against what's been accepted as the truth with geocentrism, which arrives at the notion that perhaps Earth isn't the center of the universe, maybe it's the sun. Heliocentrism. And this show explores how they arrive at this conclusion, the research that goes into it, as well as constantly being at odds with the church, which is life or death. And I know maybe hearing this concept, you get the impression that this is like religion bad type thing. It's not. This is a very complex show that dives into really deep and intricate themes that I think is just a thrilling journey. It's not like an action shonen where you're getting like crazy fights in every episode. There is action. There are like some sword fights that happen, but that is not the bulk of the content. The bulk of it is a philosophical exploration of research, the joy of learning things and knowledge, and the pursuit of finding like your truth or questioning things, and the importance of being able to think. It goes into so many different directions, and I think it does it beautifully. I want to talk more like deeply on it, but I don't want to spoil a single thing about this because I think it would be doing it a disservice. This show went in so many directions I could have never expected. It does not pull punches. I think it carries huge emotional weight, and I think it is just an overall very thought-provoking experience. This is actually like a top 20 anime of all time for me now. I really, really enjoyed it. At first, I imagine most people will watch it and think that it'll be pretty simple. We follow a kid named Rafal who has a chance encounter with a heretic who has just been released by the church. They gave him like a second chance, basically abandon his blasphemous research, and he gets to live. He cannot do that because this is something I think is very well conveyed in the show. When you have an idea, when you start to question things, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. It becomes something that you must pursue. It's part of human nature to like want to find these answers that now start plaguing your mind. So even though he is being tortured, and even though he knows by continuing this research it will lead to him being killed, burned at the stake, he can't help it. And our main character, Rafal, happens to cross his path and unwillingly at first ends up going on a journey with him where a simple idea gets presented. The Earth is what's moving. Geocentrism is wrong. And at first he dismisses this as just fucking lunacy. This is ridiculous. But the idea gets planted. And once that simple idea makes it into his brain, he then starts to question things. And once he starts questioning things, he starts really diving into this research, which now puts his life on the line as well. And it's the first domino that begins to fall across this, like, I think it was 25 episodes, this 25 episode journey that I think is just beautiful. Absolutely stunning. I also think this show has an incredible main villain, which is Novak, who is, I think, such a good fucking villain throughout this entire show. Super, super good. And there's so many twists and turns throughout this that I would love to talk more on, but I don't want to spoil anything. I really do hope that you'll at least give Orb a chance, because I think this is a show that a lot of people probably wouldn't even look twice at. When it came out, it flew under the radar, apparently. I thought the show was very popular because my friends like Dankin and Scoots were constantly preaching the gospel of how great Orb is, so I was hearing about it a lot, and I assumed a lot of other people were watching it, but based on what I've seen, this is not a very popular anime for some reason, and I really think that's a shame because this is a very unique one. I haven't seen a show quite like Orb before. The closest thing I can compare it to is like Vinland Saga, maybe. That would be something that I would consider kind of closely related to it in regards to like character exploration and like complex emotions being explored. Now, one thing I do know will be the case, maybe some people out there try and give Orb a shot, but they end up dropping it because they just find it to be boring. I think that's very possible. I think a lot of people might view this as a snooze fest, especially in like the realm of mainstream anime. This is very, very, very different. It is a slow burn. Kind of. I don't really consider it a slow burn because the show itself is constantly high stakes, high intensity, like always on edge. The characters you follow, at any moment, the church could, the inquisitors like Novak, could find out about their research and torture and kill them. And that there's a lot of torture and killing throughout the show. So, like, I wouldn't say it's necessarily a slow burn, but it's not an action-heavy show. I also imagine some people who start the show might have an issue where every character that gets interacted with is like a very deep-thinking philosopher. There is no character in this show that's a fucking idiot. There's no character that is stupid. Every character, when they are talked to, if they have a single second of screen time, they will give you a philosophical speech. And I think some people might find that to be a bit overbearing, because I'm not exaggerating. There's no dumb characters here. Anytime a character has something to say, they have a lot to say, and it's always like pretty deeply philosophical. I actually really liked that. I was very intrigued to hear each character's unique perspectives on things. I liked that, but I think some people might find it to be, like, too much. Which, I guess I could understand. But for my taste, I actually really appreciated that. Also, I've got to mention how good the opening is to the show. It's a very creative opening, by the way. I haven't seen an anime opening do what this show does. I don't want to get into spoilers, but I will tell you, the opening goes through its own kind of evolution as well throughout the 25 episodes, which I thought was very cool. I thought that was a really unique idea that they explored. I'm sure there's other shows that have done it, but none of them come to mind, or maybe I haven't seen them. So when Orb was doing it, I thought it was great. I could go on and on glazing Orb on the movements of the earth, but I think you get the point. I think this is a very special show. I don't think there's a whole lot of anime out there quite like this. And I really think this show will constantly surprise you. It will go places you don't expect. And I honestly think that it may even inspire some to a certain degree. Like I said, after watching Orb, I myself started doing like research because I found it so fascinating. The ancient astronomers, like what they were doing in their day and age to start reaching these kind of ideas, and how they would set out using their tools of the era that they were in to try and prove these very complicated, complex ideas, like geocentrism potentially being an inaccurate model. It was so interesting. Like, it is a show that I think can even plant ideas of its own in the viewers. And ideas are a very powerful thing. I don't know. I really, really liked Orb a lot, and I think a lot of people would. Maybe they just haven't heard about it, so this is me just letting you know Orb on the movements of the earth fucking slaps. That's really about it. See ya. I just saw a very wild clip. Politicians are no strangers to weird takes, but what Ted Cruz just said is so shocking. I actually can't believe this is real. I double-checked if this was like AI or like a bad lip-reading video or something dubbed over. It's not. He said it with his whole chest.
Senator Booker also said we should have bipartisan agreement. I think that's a great idea. We should have bipartisan agreement. How about we all come together and say, let's stop murders? How about we all come together and say, let's stop rape? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? I want you to look at what happened when the National Guard went to D.C.
What in tarnation? Pardon me? Can we roll that back, put it on the Jumbotron, please? There's no way he just said that out loud, right? What a crazy Freudian slip. Or maybe not even a Freudian slip. It looks like he is reading off a piece of paper for his monologue here. He might have wrote that down as like a really strong stamp that he needs to get across here about people need to come together to stop attacking pedophiles. What? Teddy, sweaty and ready out here trying to defend pedophiles or some shit? Man, those Epstein files are never coming out, huh? Heavens to Betsy. Now, you have to imagine that's not what he meant to say, so you would think that he'd pretty quickly scramble to set the record straight so there's no confusion on where he stands. I don't think he wants to be known as Ted Stop Attacking Pedophiles Cruz. But he never goes back to, like, explain what he tried to express. Also, nobody in the room challenges him on it, like, hey, Ted, quick question before moving on. Did you mean what you said at the end there? Like you said, stop murder? Okay, good, yeah, all right. And then stop rape. All right, good, yeah, no, rape's bad. Let's stop that. And then you said stop attacking pedophiles, and I couldn't help but be confused because, well, attacking pedophiles is good. Like, that needs to happen more often. In fact, I'd argue we don't attack pedophiles enough. So what did you mean there at the end, Ted? But there is not a soul in this building that says anything about it. Not even a peep. So they just move on.
Robbery fell by 57%. Homicide fell by 58%. Sex abuse fell by 40%. Those are real results. And Detective Pemberton?
Goober just carries on business as usual, as if nothing is abnormal about what he's just stated. No one in the room says anything about it, not even a whisper. That's crazy to me. Now, I attempted to do the impossible of putting together the jigsaw puzzle that is Ted Cruz's enigmatic mind, but that's like dividing by zero. I can't quite figure it out. I tried to understand like what he wanted to say but fumbled based on the slide that he pulls up, which is stats. Robbery, homicide, sex abuse. Homicide ties into the first thing he said about stopping murder, but then the second thing he says about stopping rape, well, that ties into sex abuse. The third thing, robbery, is not anything he ever said about stopping. So where the fuck does the word pedophile even come from, and how does the word attacking pedophiles even squeak out from between his foul butt cheeks? I've seen, like, long versions of this, not the whole thing. Maybe at some point it comes up as like previously on Dragon Ball Z I said this, but meant that. Maybe, but I haven't seen that. I checked both of his Twitter accounts, because apparently he's got two, and he posts, like, 8 times a day, and he hasn't uttered a peep about him saying to stop attacking pedophiles, that we should come together to stop attacking pedophiles. So maybe there's a chance that's what he actually believes. It's not that far-fetched. Just look at how the current administration handles everything in regards to Epstein, jumping around from lie to lie to lie about, oh, the Epstein files, they aren't real. The Epstein files, no, they were on my desk, but they're also not real. Also, there's no the new thing, there's no credible information that Epstein trafficked minors to others. There were no clients, there's no list. Also, Maxwell gets moved from a prison to a fucking summer camp, basically. So maybe Ted Cruz is just going full mask off, saying, like, alright, enough is enough. Can we stop attacking pedophiles? The Epstein files are never coming out. Like, maybe that's what was on his mind. All in all, it's a pretty interesting strategy here from old Ted Cruz. The think about the pedophiles approach. Why won't anyone think of the pedophiles' feelings? No one's considering that. Stop being mean to pedophiles. Can we all come together and agree on that? Holy shit. It's unbelievable, man. Anyway, I just had to show you this. That's really about it. See ya. About 5 months ago, I made a video covering the tragic story of a streamer named Raphael Gravin, known online as Jean Parmenov. He was a streamer who was, for a long period of time, physically and verbally abused by people he considered to be his closest friends for their kick content. And they were in the middle of a kick marathon where Jean was once again the punching bag and the spittoon for them to basically torture throughout the entire thing. And after enduring so much exploitation and abuse, he eventually passed away on stream during this marathon. It is a disturbing, horrible thing to watch, and it is an extremely sad story. Obviously, people were very upset, rightfully outraged about the whole thing, so there were calls for action to try and get some justice here, get these kick streamers held accountable for their potential role in his passing. And I wanted to give you a little update because it's been a while. This had been a lengthy investigation that is still ongoing, but 2 streamers here involved in this have been taken into custody. Owen Sinanzin. Oh, I sound like a fucking idiot. Wow, I can't read that last name at all. I sound like I'm malfunctioning, like someone's got me on the DJ's turntable and he keeps remixing it. Owen and Safine Hamadi. They were taken into custody yesterday as part of a months-long probe into an on-camera death broadcast via the Kick platform. Now, many of you might remember the initial response from those involved in this marathon of abuse was to basically deny all responsibility, saying things like, his health was just bad, he liked to smoke and stuff, really bad stuff. Sucks to see him gone. He was like my best bud, my best pal. I love that guy, man. I'm real torn up over it. I can't believe it. But I had nothing to do with it. You guys are fucking stupid for thinking I had something to do with it. In fact, you're the monster for even thinking that me on camera beating him and, strangling him and all this had anything to do with his passing or anything at all. Ridiculous. That's been their whole strategy, is to just deny it and pretend like they're best friends and they're still so torn up that he's gone. Can't believe that this happened. It boiled down to them just playing a sad song on the world's smallest violin about how everyone's being so mean to them without stopping to consider their feelings about their friend dying during the stream of them abusing him for many days. And then, at one point, if I remember correctly, they even threatened legal action for people saying some defamatory things or whatever. It was a fucking mess. It was embarrassing and cruel. But it looks like French authorities are not buying the crocodile tears here from those kick streamers. They're being held on charges including assault, incitement to hatred, abuse of a vulnerable person, and recording and broadcasting violent images, according to the chief prosecutor. Now, you'll also notice in the paragraph above that an autopsy revealed that the death was not caused by intervention by a third party. This means that Raphael Gravin did not pass away due to physical trauma or any injuries that he suffered at the hands of the streamers or anything like that. It was due to other medical conditions. So you'll notice that they're not pursuing charges of homicide. They're not trying to get these big slam dunk charges of these streamers killed this man on stream. Instead, they're going for what is clearly evident in all of the footage of their streams together. Physical abuse, assault, stuff like that. Which I think is pretty obvious. You can watch them do that. That is the bulk of their content. They were abusing this man. They were exploiting this man. And they were recording all of it for their content, and they were making money off it. It was their careers built off the back of their abuse of this man. It is fucking sickening stuff. So even though he may not have passed away as a result of all of the abuse he suffered from them, it certainly didn't help his underlying medical conditions in any way, shape, or form. We also have that text message that Raphael Gravin sent to his mother, talking about how awful it is, the abuse that he suffered, that kind of thing. So they certainly weren't exactly angels here, and they didn't do anything to help him in any way. Even if they weren't directly responsible for his death, I definitely think it didn't help things at the very least. And these charges, I think, are probably pretty strong. I would imagine they stick because you can watch all of them yourself. It's all just right there at your fingertips. It would be shocking if they don't end up behind bars. If this doesn't lead to them going to the slammer, I really would be stunned. This had been many months investigating. There is hours and hours and hours worth of content showcasing their abuse of this individual. I feel like it's an extremely strong case, but we'll see how it all shakes out. If you remember, they were actually taken in by authorities a while back, but they were released. This, I do think, is different, especially after months of investigating, so I'm pretty confident that there will be at least some level of justice here for everything they did. What that looks like with time in jail, I don't know. I guess we'll see, but this should be a very severe punishment. What they did to that guy is beyond fucked up, and his passing is extremely sad. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of give you an update here to the story, and really, that's about it. So yeah. I'm going to try and use my power of incorrect predictions for good instead of evil. I will boldly, proudly, with my whole chest state that Bloodborne 2 will not be revealed at the Game Awards. A statement I didn't even think needed to be uttered, but the hopium, it's overflowing right now. The cup runneth over here for people to see Bloodborne 2 at the Game Awards next week, because Jeff Keighley posted a wacky statue, which does look very cool. It's a very aesthetically pleasing little doodad there, a little doohickey. And then there was a reply to it with a bunch of like redacted information, like it was fucking Epstein files there at the Game Awards. And this sent people into a frenzy trying to find ways to brute force Bloodborne into it to make it seem like this is confirmation it'll be Bloodborne 2. I don't buy into it at all. Would love to be wrong, though I'm gonna tell you, I'm batting with a tremendous record right now when it comes to my predictions on Bloodborne 2 not being real and probably never being real, at least not for many more moons to come. But anyway, let me show you the statue, let me show you the Game Awards riddle around it so you can start forming your own thoughts on what it could be. And then I want to tell you a little new piece of information that dropped this morning, a little tidbit that I think would be so fucking embarrassing if this actually is the reveal. But you know what would be even more embarrassing? If people found out you didn't shower using Cheeky soap. It's the best soap in the universe. What are you waiting for? And right now is the perfect time around the holiday season because Queso and I just got our collab soap out. We got the Naughty and Nice. So go to usecheeky.com right now and really upgrade your hygiene game. Yes, I want to talk about the Jeff Keighley cryptic tweet that a lot of people are speculating could be a reference to Half-Life 3, to Bloodborne 2, and all that. So it's this right here. I already talked about it when it got posted. It's that right there, but the Game Awards replied with this. The blank are silent, blank bleeds, new blank stir. And that right there has been a bomb in the Bloodborne Hopium community. It's a very cool statue, by the way. Very cool. They do this every year. Not really to this degree. There's never been a year where I thought, maybe it could be Bloodborne until now. And even then, I still don't really think that. I just think if someone's going to go this hard for, like, teasing an announcement, it's either gotta be something people have been begging for a long time, or a delusional company that's about to just beclown themselves in front of the entire Game Awards and God. Like, imagine this is all just an announcement for some, like, fucking shovelware gotcha game or something. It's definitely not going to be Elder Scrolls. If you want to know what I think it is, and I don't think anyone's going to be, like, necessarily pleased, I think it's Saros. So, if you look at Saros, and this is a game that's got, like, a lot of meat behind it, and it looks like a cool game. I think it's this. They've already teased this game before. The style of that statue is kind of similar. I think it's probably going to be Saros. And I also don't know how this would have, like, applied to Bloodborne other than the reach of, like, New Blood Stir something, Moon Bleeds or whatever. I just do not think it's Bloodborne 2. But do you really think they would do all this marketing for a game that's already announced? Seems like a waste. Brother, it's the video game industry. Of course they would. They do all kinds of nonsensical shit. The hunters are silent. It could be. I'm kidding, it won't be. I'm still very confident this is not Bloodborne. I don't even think the style really looks all that Bloodborne-esque. This would be a crazy departure from the aesthetic of Bloodborne. It literally has to be Duskbloods. See, Duskbloods I could definitely see. Since we don't know a ton about it, it is FromSoft, so they'd probably go hog wild for it. I could definitely see it being Duskbloods. Diablo 4, maybe. That would be the most deflating shit. That'd be worse than a gacha game announcement. If they're just announcing a new patch. All we know for sure is that it's not God of War, Elder Scrolls 6, or Diablo. All those have been debunked. Unless it's a red herring, Just like when they said they weren't going to show us a Silent Hill trailer at the PlayStation Now like 6 months ago, and then they did at the end as a bait and switch. Diablo 4 Season 11 goes live on December 11th, 8:30 PST, right after the Game Awards. Take that as you will. God, that is going to be the most foolish fucking thing if this actually is Diablo 4. So now, what if I told you that there is quite a bit of meat behind the theory that this statue is related to the Lords of the Fallen? For those that don't remember, Lords of the Fallen, well, the original Lords of the Fallen was one of the worst Souls-like games for its time. That shit blew major ass. I even replayed that a few years back when I was going through like my Souls marathon, and I just couldn't finish it. It was too goddamn awful. They reignited that franchise 2 years ago with The Lords of the Fallen, and when this puppy released, let me tell you, it came to an overwhelming cacophony of meh. The reception was that the game was okay, it was mid. I played it on release, and it was clunky with a lot of problems, but it had some interesting ideas. Over the course of the last couple of years, they've released like 70 or something updates to it to try and put lipstick on that pig, and as I understand it, it is much better now than it was when it came out. So hats off to them for putting in the effort to make it better. I haven't gone through and tested it myself, but I'll trust people's words that it is in a much better state now than it was when it released. But even still, I don't know how strong the Lords of the Fallen community is to be salivating to such a degree that they would commit to this, like, big marketing push, this, like, cryptic thing, all to reveal more Lords of the Fallen content on its way. I feel like if that is the case, and I'll show you the evidence here, the audience will be silent. Like, even fans of Lords of the Fallen are saying, like, this would be pretty underwhelming if it's you guys doing this. Because, like, again, even though the game's in a better state now, it's not exactly something that people have been dreaming about, fucking soiling their britches hoping for, and getting, like, this really big, like, mystery ahead of the Game Awards where some big things do get revealed. It would feel very, like, if it is Lords of the Fallen 2. Anyway, though, they posted this tweet, "Something stirs within, ready to rupture," and people were quick to notice that something stirs within so soon after the Game Awards thing. Well, that's a little odd considering stirs is there as well. And the aesthetic of the statue does match the aesthetic in Lords of the Fallen. Also, the way Jeff Keighley initially tweeted, "Regal inspiring thickness," is very similar to how Lords of the Fallen tweeted, "Executions, tentacles, rotting corpses," all things also present on that statue. There is also mention on their Twitter of blood and bleeding. They like to use the word bleed a lot. So there are some things that seem to suggest this could be Lords of the Fallen related. But nothing concrete, nothing confirmed, but that right now seems to be the leading theory. And if that is the case, wow, what a letdown that will be. Like, I hope Lords of the Fallen 2 will be great and a huge improvement on the first one. But man, to get like everyone's hopes up that this could be something that we've been waiting for a long time, only to have it be Lords of the Fallen 2, would be such a shame. I feel like there'd be very few people that would find that satisfying if that's the reveal. I don't think there's gonna be fucking people pumping their fist, "Oh yeah!" or anything like that. But we'll see. Again, it's not confirmed to be Lords of the Fallen 2. This could still very well be something else, something big. But I don't think it's going to be any of, like, the crazy pie-in-the-sky ones. I don't think it's going to be Bloodborne 2. I think there's a fucking 0% chance of that. I think I'll probably hit a growth spurt before that game ever comes out. I don't think this is Half-Life 3 related at all. And I don't think this is Elder Scrolls related either. So, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a bit. That's it. So, yeah. I had a bit of a superpower for a while, but I feel like the compound V that I was born with has finally started to peter out. I had a complete immunity to jump scares in horror games and horror movies by extension. It was something I was quite proud of, but it seems like in my old age now, it's running out of gas. About a week and a half ago, I played a game called Who's at the Door, and I got startled by something in there. And it shocked me to my core. Not the actual jump scare, but the ability for it to penetrate me and get my defenses down, where I actually did one of these at a jump scare, like I sat on a fucking whoopee cushion. And you could write that first one off as a fluke, perhaps. I mean, that game was a banger. Maybe it was just a really well done, well executed jump scare, but I'm ashamed to report it's happened again. For my gaming channel, I just played another horror game called Dreadflats. This game's got a lot of hype, a lot of glaze. It was a good game, and it has now joined the extremely small list of games that has successfully jump scared me. I just wanted to show you some highlights from it. Also, go check out my gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming Official. I'm playing every game ever made, basically. It's been so much fun. 10,000 USD to spend 3 nights in a haunted building. Would you dare? Yeah. I 100% would do that. That's very easy, actually. In fact, I've done it like 5 times. Not even for money, for free. For the love of discovery of science, to try and prove the paranormal is real despite me not believing in it even slightly. I'm the host of a paranormal channel. I've stayed and filmed in countless haunted places. Ghost stories, urban legends, just tales to scare the weak-minded. Sounds like I'm playing as myself. This time a fan paid me to film at an apartment building, place where people vanished without a trace. Let me see. The fan's key is for room 204. Go there first. It'll be my base for the next few days. Sounds good. Room 204. Luggage deployed. The fan said he was too young when he moved to remember much about it, only that many people vanished here. This torn newspaper clipping is the only clue online. Fangpu Daily, June 20th, 2001. Male resident of Fangjiang Apartments went missing around midnight of June 15th. According to family members and neighbors, the man had complained of tapping sounds like marbles bouncing above the ceiling in the days leading up to his disappearance, escalating sharply that night. Police confirmed no signs of break-in or struggle. His room was locked from the inside. The case remains unsolved until today. I'm gonna solve it. He fell into the back rooms. Case closed. As is known to happen. Even though I don't believe in the paranormal and shit, staying in a place like this for a couple nights would actually be miserable. I'd be so worried about all the germs and, like, mold. You know, like the real shit. Oh my god, it's Bigger Boot! No! Who is she? That is a good question. Who is that peculiar older woman? Hang on to your fucking blankies and get ready to tinkle in your britches. Everything's locked. Oh. Hello? Taking a peek in the glory hole. There's a key on the table. But how to enter here? Maybe like Rainbow Six Siege and we sledgehammer through. Whoa! Did something just touch me? I don't think so. More so is covering the hole. But it's very polite. It let us in. There she is off to the side. YouTube red circle. Yeah, YouTube thumbnail red circle is what I meant to say. I think we're good. Enough footage for now. Time to return. Whoa! That one startled me. That was loud. Hello. Turn that shit off. That's my least favorite program. Good evening. I gotta tell you, I think that old lady finally went back to the retirement home. This place is clean. I feel like I got smaller. Did I get shorter? Wait, she actually did hit me with a shrink ray. Send me back to Wumbo. No! What are you doing here? Sorry, got something on my lips. What was that? Not a what, a who. And why is she here? Playing a horror game with the lights on. It's Weenie Hut Jr. shit. Hold on. You know what else I just realized? I've got this light on. Nice. Now I'm fully immersed. This ought to scare the pants off me now. I will say though, this is the second horror game that actually like startled me with a jump scare. That doesn't usually happen. I also think it's because I've made the game significantly louder than I usually have them for the sake of these videos. So now it's like blasting my eardrums. I see it, I'm coming. Show yourself for the paranormal channel. We need a good thumbnail. Marbles. I hear the pitter-patter. Zoinks. Still locked. There's been a sound behind me this whole time. Yeah, no, I checked. There's nothing there. The sound's behind me again. Is she here this time? Yeah. I'm gonna flick onto her. Yeah. Thank you. Marbles again. Well, I appreciate it. That was kind. A gift. Can't make out the writing. Okay. Why would he do that? I'm a resident of this apartment, same as him. Oh, jeez. What was that noise? There's a burglar! Quick! Give me this. I'll gather the evidence. He's in the kitchen making food for me. It's a generous burglar. It's a chef. Oh. Time to sleep. I'm probably gonna have another dream. This guy's done nothing but fucking sleep though, really. Kind of a lame paranormal channel if you ask me. Alright, let's go to 305. That was loud. What was that? Jeez. She's knocking over entire cabinets? My god. She's more powerful than I would have ever thought. Ah, this was the clock from earlier. Reach the camera in, see what's happening. No, she's gonna take our camera and start vlogging! The door's stuck. That door just opened on its own. Oh, that was nice. She knocked over the wood. This bitch is knocking over everything, my god. Why is the light on? Whoa! Because she has strong aura. Brace for impact. Toilet hasn't seen this level of action in years, I'll tell you that much. This exhaustion's back. The stomach pain and fatigue. Could I be coming down with something? Yeah, a serious case of the heebie-jeebies. Maybe sleep till dawn, then go to town for a day's rest. If we make it there. Oh! Wait, do I have my flashlight? No. Jeez, this sound. Don't come in. I'm pooping. That doesn't sound like rats. It sounds like perverts. There we are, sleeping peacefully like a princess. Very nice. Oh! She was in the closet there? But I checked. Oh, I vanished. Oh, no, never mind. She was just blocking me. Why did she do that? She really likes to just be under the bed. Hello. Maybe she just wants to feel closer to us. That's why she wants to play like marbles and like hide under our bed. I still hear her breathing heavy. I need to get out of here now. Why? Let's say hi to her. I can't crouch. Oh, she's not there. I'm gonna tell you something, man. You're not gonna want to hear it, but she seems friendly. Damn, she's blocking the exit. I'm assuming I don't want to get touched by her, right? That'll probably be game over. Hide in the bathroom. She respects privacy. She's also very slow. I feel confident I could run by her. It's blood. That's why they're giggling. The blood is making them laugh. Oh no. Why? Ah. Am I being dragged away? No, she's vanishing me. This footage is gonna go fucking crazy, though. Our paranormal channel's about to go ballistic. He should have been live streaming this, so that way even if he does get killed here, he'll have like an incredible legacy with this footage. I saw it with my own eyes. The monster devoured a guy who then reappeared somewhere else. Jesus, why am I like struggling to read? Who then reappeared elsewhere. When I found him, his body was already twisting. From what I've observed, the monster is blind. Hiding behind cover and holding breath seems to work temporarily. I'm in her dimension now. Okay, looks like I blew it. Well, I didn't sprint or anything. Don't make a peep. Nice. She's been outsmarted. Now, luckily, we brought a gun. What does she want? Why don't we ask her? She knows about cameras. She's familiar with technology. All is lost. Huh? So the chairs move back when she gets closer. So... I see. I summon the chairs. They block me. And then I need to wait for her to get over there. Oh, she's addicted to television. Oh, shit. To be fair, that is a good program. I gotta go back, I gotta back. No! Oh, what? Okay. We take those. Alright, alright. We got lucky there. I'm just gonna wait until she goes all the way across. Why'd she come back in here? This feels like a different route she's running. Got the key. Close. Nice. Got the key. Oh, fuck. Slendermen. Run! They've all got scoliosis. We gotta punch it. Go, go, go! Hit it! Nice, quick reflexes. I see the exit. She's gonna be there though. I knew it. She's gonna be here though, I know it. I knew it. She's pushing me into a trap. She's flushing me out. I won't let her stop me from escaping. You best start believing in ghost stories, Miss Swan. I'm in one. Nice, I made it back. Other common traits among them: hearing marble sounds, starting to feel something staring from the corner, frequent nightmares, beginning to notice, the eerie old woman only visible to themselves. The more they focus, the closer it gets. Fear manifests it. Destroy all records. How to purge his existence from my mind. Tried every method. Nothing worked. Surgery? Yes, surgery. The last resort. Gonna give ourselves a lobotomy. Alright. Well, now's the time. It's the only way. Luckily, the old lady gave us all the tools we required. Jesus. Did it work? It feels like I had another nightmare, but I can't remember what it was about. My head hurts. I think I have a fever. Let's get out of here first. How many times am I gonna do that? Jesus. We're gonna hear the marbles on our way out. Alright. Yeah, the paranormal's a bunch of fucking baloney. Nothing happened. As expected. Just another boring, overnight paranormal experience. Oh, the old lady's gonna be jogging next to us. Oh, there she is. Bye-bye. After a hospital examination, the doctor confirmed it's just a common cold, but I feel there's more to this. I keep feeling like I've experienced something, but whenever I try to recall, I get a headache, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of dread. It seems my subconscious is blocking me from remembering something. I've decided to destroy the camera's memory card. The deposit will also be refunded to the fans. I'm never going back to that apartment again. Yeah, so that fan was the one leaving those letters about like the surgery and shit. That's why they can't remember. And we did it to ourselves as well, the only way to save us from it. Unless... Uh-oh. She's still under the bed. That was fun. That was good. I've been really into these horror games. That was a nice one. Review bomb battles aren't rare, but they are embarrassing. And right now there is a bloody showdown going on between Breaking Bad fans and Game of Thrones fans.
The most recent episode, In the Name of the Mother, was originally sitting at a 10 out of 10, which is quite common when a really good episode of a show releases because fans will flood the ratings with 10 out of 10s before it eventually settles a little bit lower when the less hardcore fans give it a rating, but there wasn't really a chance for this to happen. Soon after release, the episode started getting review bombed, as you can see by this perfectly natural voting distribution. I guess the show is either a 1 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10.
This shit is always so cringe. I've said it a million times. I think Breaking Bad is a perfect television series, and this episode in particular, I think 1000% deserves a 10 out of 10. Till the cows come home. If the universe lasts another 10 billion years before the heat death, I hope at that moment Ozymandias will still have a 10 out of 10 rating, because that's what it's earned. I think it is an incredible masterpiece. But that doesn't mean that nothing else can ever be a 10 out of 10. There can only be one. Shit, even the Sith in the fucking Star Wars universe had the rule of 2 at the very least. It's ridiculous how there's like this gatekeeping of 10 out of 10 from the Breaking Bad fans. So anytime something even starts to like encroach on that sacred ground, on the Ozymandias sacred ground, they start review bombing it without ever having seen it at all, just to fuck it. It's so embarrassing. Like, there's a group of people in every fandom that for some reason take it so seriously that they put the achievements and the accolades of the property they're a fan of on their own soul. So in this case, there are people whose entire identity and personality revolves around being a defender of Breaking Bad and ensuring that this 10 out of 10 remain unsullied by anything else coming close, and they'll fight tooth and nail for it. It's just so embarrassing because, like, they feel personally attacked because another show has an extremely good episode, like in this case, A Night of the Seven Kingdoms with In the Name of the Mother. I am a huge fan of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I already made a video recently glazing it, which thankfully has not aged poorly or anything because this show is only getting better. The finale airs tonight. I'm extremely pumped for it. And I think that this was an incredible episode of the television show. Do I think it would have stayed a 10 out of 10 without the review bombing? No, I don't think so, because it's not a 10 out of 10 episode. Very few things are. It probably would have settled in like the 9-7-ish range if I had to spitball, but the fact that it got review bombed in there and just fucking dragged to hell for the crime of just being an extremely good episode of a television series is so fucking silly.
Well, due to having a 10 out of 10, and the only other episode of a show with a 10 out of 10 being Ozymandias from Breaking Bad, when the review bombing started, people were quick to blame Breaking Bad fans. And I'm sure a lot of the review bombers were, but also some people just like causing chaos. Well, anyway, the news that Breaking Bad fans were review bombing the show went viral, and in turn, Game of Thrones fans decided to retaliate, review bombing Ozymandias, which held a rating of 10 out of 10 for basically 13 years. But after the recent review bombing is now sitting at a 9.7 with a massive 71,000 1-star reviews.
That is a very good point. There's no 100% confirmed evidence to suggest every single 1-star review bomb that came out of nowhere was from Breaking Bad fans or anything. There definitely are people that just want to poo-poo on anyone's fun and do what they can to shove a little misery wherever they are able to. So it's definitely possible it's just people that did it for the sake of, fuck you guys and that's it. But there were some very vocal Breaking Bad fans going through the marching orders of review bombing this and getting a lot of people on their side to do it, at least from what I saw. And what is clear is after that story went viral, as Dolan Darkus said, then Game of Thrones fans responded by review bombing Ozymandias, and now it is no longer at the 10 out of 10, which is that's an affront to God. Because I do think it is a 10 out of 10 episode. There's a reason why it's held a 10 out of 10 for 13 years. And now it's gone. Fizzled. Over what? Why? Why spill this blood? Why can't multiple shows be extremely good? Why can't there be 10 out of 10 episodes in more shows? I would rather that world as opposed to just one 10 out of 10 ever made. Like, I don't see why Breaking Bad fans get upset if there's another show that gets, teetering on a 10 out of 10 or extremely close, whatever, that they feel they need to start review bombing to keep it in line so that way there's only ever one. I would much rather a world where many shows are having 10 out of 10 masterpiece performances because that's much more entertaining than just getting served dog shit.
Similar things have also happened in the past with Attack on Titan fans and Breaking Bad fans review bombing each other. You can tell it's bad because the next episode of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, which actually hasn't even released yet, has also been review bombed. The entire thing is basically just next level unemployed activities.
True. Dolan's right. So yeah, even the episode that's airing in a couple of hours from now is already been review bombed here because of this pointless loser fight.
Here's some of the more pathetic reviews from either side. We've got this Breaking Bad fan giving it a 1 out of 10 and saying, Game of Thrones can never be a % of Breaking Bad. Bunch of cornball fighting over this medieval slop, just stories of kings and kingdoms. I have seen better in that genre too, but this is too overrated and review bombings won't even change the fact that Breaking Bad has been 10 out of 10 for more than a decade. And Game of Thrones, even in hundreds of years with hundreds of sloppy spin-offs, can never do it for once.
Jesus Christ, Junior, from the sound of your message here, it doesn't even sound like you were alive when Breaking Bad was airing. Holy fuck, did he write that review on construction paper with a box of crayons? My God. I think that is the perfect epitome for these review bombing soldiers here, the champions on the front lines of these review bomb battles between fandoms. That right there is the perfect summation of their mentality. Actual baby brain.
And we've got this one from a Game of Thrones fan. The last thing you're ever going to see is a Game of Thrones fan smiling down at you as you loose your rating. When people ask what happened here, tell them the North remembers. Tell them winter came for Breaking Bad. Not every story is about a chemistry teacher with ego issues. Some episodes are about character depth, atmosphere, tension before the storm, subtle storytelling.
Holy Redditor. I can actually hear the grease and fedora slipping off of his cranium as he typed that one up. To be fair, you have to have a high IQ to understand review bombing, am I right? Oh my goodness gracious.
It's just embarrassing, man. I mean, I guess Breaking Bad fans were the ones who started it. The best outcome I can think of is that IMDb just wipes all the fake ratings from both shows over the last few days, and the people involved go out and apply for a job or something. You're allowed to like both shows, guys. It's not a competition. Thanks for slopping by.
I don't know if that's something IMDb often does with getting rid of baloney, bogus reviews that are very clearly like this, a review bombing back and forth buttfuck fest. I don't know if they do that, but if they don't, probably should. I think it is such a crime that because of all of this hoopla, Ozymandias is no longer a 10 out of 10. And as Dolan said, it does seem like Breaking Bad fans were the ones that started this just completely unnecessary nonsense review bombing war, all because A Night of the Seven Kingdoms had a banger episode that was doing really well on IMDb. And now look where we are. All this bloodshed for what? Nothing to show for it. War. War never changes. Yeah, review bombs are cringe. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Other than the clapping of butt cheeks, what is the most powerful sound a human being is capable of making? Boo. There is something so strong and impactful about tactical booing. And I just saw it used to great effect against one of these zombies that does this nationwide humiliation tour, cock gobbling on AI. Eric Schmidt, former CEO of Google, he just did a speech at the University of Arizona for their graduation, and he faced so many boos. I don't know why he kept going, but this is some hopeful shit, because people are seeing through this ridiculous AI messaging that these corporate fucking ghouls are trying to spout. The lies are now falling flat. So these graduates aren't having it. And it's not just college graduates, but just people in general are tired of it, especially like with AI data centers in particular, which I've been really blabbering about a lot recently.
Architects of artificial intelligence. Interesting. The question is whether you will help shape artificial intelligence. We do not know. We do not know the precise contours of what this...
I haven't seen Eric Schmidt in a while, but it looks like he's fully transformed into Joe Biden, like he's doing a cosplay. If all of this AI investment that he's done goes tits up and he loses all his money, he could have a side hustle being a Joe Biden impersonator for those YouTubers that invite them over for a private session. So at least he has a backup plan. So here's him delivering his motivational speech here at the graduation, but he's treating it like it's E3 for AI investing vultures. Like, all he's doing is like pitching AI to them. Terribly, by the way. The messaging here is abysmal, and he just keeps being met with boos, but he keeps pressing forward. I think it is the perfect representation that sums up how all of this is going, especially with data centers. How data centers are being brute forced through in these small communities, even though the communities are doing everything they can, fighting back, very vocally opposing them. Booing, shouting, screaming, begging their representatives, their elected officials, to shut it down. Don't do it. But they plug their ears to it and they keep going anyway, even in light of all those boos. Like, again, I brought this up a lot. Like in Utah. There's not a single soul in Utah that is pumping their fist enthusiastic for a 40,000 acre data center to come in there and butt fuck them. It is spearheaded by Canadian billionaire Kevin O'Leary, who just can't help but keep LARPing as an American. And nobody, no sentient person in Utah is happy about it. And they have been fighting the best they can to stop it. But Fox Elder County officials, they don't care. They're going to make a pretty penny, I imagine, from it. So they actually just berate the citizens and do it anyway. And the point I'm making is this speech has that same DNA. The demons that stand to make millions and billions of dollars from AI are constantly singing its praises and trying to shit down your throat and call it a delicacy and piss on your head and call it rain. And no matter what you do, they just keep going forward. They hear your boos. They hear that you hate it. They just don't care. So they keep going, much like this speech. He goes on for so long, even though it's nothing but boos over and over and over again. I don't know why he didn't just pack it up and walk away. Just be like, hey guys, I see you're not fucking with me. I'll just go home, I guess.
If you'd let me make this point, please. Choose a diversity of perspectives, including the perspective of the immigrant, who has so often been the person who came to this country and made it better.
What? Eric, put down the crack pipe, snap back to reality. What? Pardon? What the fuck? Comparing AI to immigrants, huh? An interesting tactic. I don't think I saw this play in John Madden's handbook. I don't even know where to begin, Eric. I'm gonna be honest. You kind of took my breath away with this one. Like these can't even be real people. He has to be some kind of like cringe android or something, right? Like there's no way.
We thought that we were adding stones to a cathedral of knowledge that humanity had been constructing for centuries. But the world we built artificial intelligence that reflects those values, the world will be unimaginably better for it.
Now, in this video here that was covering the lowlights of his speech with all of the boos, they also started sharing the additional tiddlywinks of information there that I actually didn't know about Eric Schmidt. I did know his name appeared in the Epstein files. It was a dinner invitation, if I remember correctly, or even a couple of dinner invitations. I don't know if he went or not. But I didn't know he was recently in a lawsuit with his ex-girlfriend where she's alleging heinous things like sexual assault, which recently has been ordered by a judge to be settled through arbitration. There are other accusations as well in there, but I actually hadn't heard of that lawsuit before. So even before he went on stage, students weren't extremely excited to have him there, just in light of those things. And then he goes there and immediately starts yapping about AI, yeah, let's get it, that kind of stuff, and just met with a tremendous amount of boos.
You are surrendering your agency. We have only seen maybe 1% of what is to come. I'm very proud of this. If you don't care about science, that's okay, because AI is going to touch everything else as well. Whatever path you choose, AI will become part of how work is done.
No, Goober, it'll become part of how work is not done by human beings. That is the big thing that we are seeing. Again, I don't want to just keep harping on the data centers, but I will. Data centers give temp jobs during their construction. Once they are completed, even the biggest data center in this country only employs about 150 full-time employees. So they come into these communities, they raise the price of living in the area for the people there because the energy bills go up. Also, again, I don't want to just regurgitate everything, but the water, everyone already knows this. And then most data centers that aren't the biggest in the country only have like 20 to 25 employees. They're not giving jobs. They are not. They are making living more expensive being around them. And when it comes to AI in businesses outside of that, it is being used as a replacement tool for many jobs that humans have. So it's not giving any new jobs right now, Eric. And even Kevin O'Leary, the galaxy brain intellect that he is, when pressed on it, can't name a single job that it gives. He can only just vaguely talk about this nebulous concept of AI bringing imaginary jobs in wet dreams. Nobody in this industry can explain what jobs AI is going to bring to people, because right now all we are seeing is the jobs it is taking from them. So there, and even in his speech, it's not like he's giving any examples of how this is going to actually help people. He's just saying, yep, even if you don't care about science, it's touching everything. Everything is going to be contaminated with AI. So get ready and put a big old smile on that face, because you can rest assured that we're making a lot of money from it. Us, the billionaires, not you guys, don't get it misconstrued. Us. The club that you're not in, by the way. And I feel like I need to mention on the back of what he's spouting here that there is a very real application for AI where it is beneficial to people. And this is one I've yapped about quite a bit, specifically when it comes to the medical field. There is a lot of really good use cases of AI being integrated into medicine and science where it's not replacing anyone. It is a really helpful tool to help when it comes to things like data collection and looking at all of these things quickly. And we even saw that recent story about a guy who made a personalized medicine, a personalized treatment for his dog. Like, there is a lot of really cool things that AI can be used for that are helpful to people. But what we're mainly seeing is the ham-fisting of AI into everything to justify the unfathomable amounts of money that have been poured into this industry so quickly. So you're seeing AI in things like fucking fast food, with Patty, the AI helper, trying to remind fast food employees to say thank you, and like monitoring employee behavior to ensure they're saying enough thank yous. Like, this is fucking garbage. It is right now in this state where they're just trying to find any ways of squeezing a little bit of clams out of this investment they've made into AI, so they're putting it into everything, and it is inshitifying all of it that it is touching. But that doesn't mean that it always has to be that way. Like I said, I do see a lot of positive things that can come from AI in medicine in particular, but that just doesn't even really seem to be the focus of most of these AI corporations right now. it really does seem like it is being used to try and find ways to save money for these businesses at the expense of human workers, replacing them for cheaper AI alternatives. And that sucks. That's why so many people hate this and hate when people like Eric Schmidt start preaching about it and start publicly dick-sucking it. Like he is actually on his hands and knees with AI, one cock in each hand and one in his mouth, going crazy, slurping on AI wiener. And people are tired of it.
If you want to learn something entirely new and you want to have a personal tutor in any language for the cost of an internet connection, you can have it. You can now assemble a team of AI agents to help you with the parts that you could never accomplish on your own. When someone offers you a seat on the rocket ship, you do not ask which seat. You just get on. The rocket ship is here. Let me give you some advice.
Just leave the stage! God, this went on for so long, I'm surprised they weren't throwing tomatoes and banana peels at this guy to get him the fuck out of there, man. No one wants to hear your advice when you're up here just pitching AI. He's not making any, good points. It's not a positive message to any of the graduates here at all. This shit just turbo sucks. Eric, leave.
First, find a way to say yes. Listen. You bring the judgment. You bring the conscience. You bring the perspective. I'll give you one final reflection. Happiness, I have come to believe, is not the same as joy. Happiness is derived from meaning. Meaning in your work, meaning in your relationships. Thank you very much and good night.
Holy Toledo, his side profile is indistinguishable from Joe Biden. I really cannot believe how much he looks like him. This could be his fucking body double. But he finally gets some applause when he's leaving, which is what everyone wanted him to do many minutes ago, man. This was awful. Terrible speech. This might be the most amount of boos I've ever seen someone just sit there and face tank. Honestly, he would have had less boos if he had fucking ragdolled himself over the podium like that criminal did to the judge one time with, the cross-body block, that kind of thing. I just don't know why he didn't just call it quits, just say, all right, thank you and good night, minutes ago. The boos were unrelenting, and he never once said anything inspirational. He tries to close it out with something about happiness versus joy, but this is coming from a joyless cyborg. So it falls flat, especially when your whole speech was about the opposite of humans in general, about AI counterparts coming for everything and why they need to be positively receptive to it, and 2 thumbs way up about it. So that messaging doesn't work, Eric. Not from you. Not on the back of everything you were yapping about. Just actually a terrible speech. And good on the students for just making it known. I think these kind of vampires deserve to be publicly shamed, met with boos out the wazoo every time they open their fucking mouth about this garbage. Just the public shaming of it, I think, is actually a valuable service. So, anyway, just wanted to talk about this a bit. That's it. So, yeah. What note was that? These pipes can hit the most rare of musical notes. And speaking of music, I got some music for your ears right now. I got a wonderful melody. You ever heard of AI? Because, man, do we have some great news on that front. AMC's getting experimental. They're putting their grubby little paws into the AI short films cookie jar, and they are going to be screening AI short films at select theaters before trailers, with potential plans to expand nationwide. Which is exactly what everyone's been begging for. Anyone who's been to the cinema over the last 2 years has probably heard this time and time again, man, I wish I could watch some AI-generated shorts before watching my movie. And finally they're delivering. Better late than never, I always say. Now, if I may be so bold, and far be it from me to question the galaxy brain smarties over there at the old AMC think tank, but what the fuck are you smoking? This has got to be an actual, mythical crack pipe that they're passing around over there to think that this is a good idea. If you really wanted to ham fist shorts into the cinema experience before a movie plays, why would you take the plunge with AI shorts to begin with? something that is universally hated. The only people that like AI animated shorts are like actual single-digit smooth brain worms that clap like seals at anything that makes noise. Like, this is so fucking stupid. If you're really hell-bent on bringing shorts into the theater before the movie plays, why not just play actual shorts created by real people and real talent? Like, it's not like shorts are a new thing. These have existed for as long as cameras have. So this isn't some brand new, unheard of thing only made possible thanks to the power of AI. They could have done this whenever they wanted to in the past. And they did dip their toes in occasionally with shorts that play before movies. But I just don't understand why now they want to make this big push for it. My speculation is they're probably getting paid oodles of clams for it, and every single industry is trying desperately to suckle from the titty of AI and anything even AI adjacent. That's my speculation. But I'd like to take this a step further and say that I think the idea of putting even more bloat before your movie plays is terrible. I feel like the people at AMC don't actually watch movies. They don't actually go to the theater and watch movies. I have timed every single experience I have had at the cinema for the last 2 years. So when I sit down, I time from the moment the trailers start to the moment the movie I paid for starts. And the average wait, the average duration of trailers is 21 minutes, but it sometimes gets as high as 30 minutes. So you can wait up to 30 minutes after the posted time for your movie to finally see the movie. It turns what should be only like, 2.5 hour experience into an all-day fucking affair because you're just held hostage watching shit that you don't really care about seeing. And now they want to add even more to that. That blows my mind. That is so tone deaf and so out of touch. Now, to give you a little more information here, it looks like the AI short that's going to be playing at select theaters is called Thanksgiving Day, an intergalactic tale about a bear and a platypus. And it just won Frame Forward AI Animated Film Festival. Very prestigious. That is coveted. People go their whole lives striving to achieve that accomplishment, being the best AI animated short at Frame Forward. And one of the prizes for winning here is a 2-week national theatrical run for it. And looking at what the experts have to say, this one is a must-watch. This short might be better than the movie that I'm paying tickets for. Thanksgiving Day is a masterclass in original storytelling, a wildly inventive journey that balances sharp satire with unexpected emotional payoff, proving that bold imagination with the tools of AI complement the future of animated filmmaking. That's according to Joel Rudman, president and head of studio for Moose. And then, of course, jurist Neil Paris from Google's 100 Zeros, whatever the fuck that is, what the hell? I feel like I just read an Xbox Live gamer tag. Said, Thanksgiving Day is an imaginative... Jesus, it made me dyslexic. Thanksgiving Day is an imaginative and funny short showcasing AI's ability to unlock imagination for animated storytelling. Thank God, it's fully unlocked now. Before, it was forbidden. You couldn't tell stories without AI. But thankfully, those are prehistoric times now. That's ancient. Obsolete. Now, I decided to take a peek at Frame Forward's little trailer here, and I got to be blessed with a little bit of footage of Thanksgiving Day, and wow, I gotta tell you, they're underselling how good it looks.
The future of filmmaking is unfolding now. Welcome to the Frame Forward AI Film Contest.
That's the future right there that you're staring down the pipe of, and the future is looking bright. I always find it fucking adorable that they say directed by or credited as a director for typing in the sentences to the AI generation tools. That is super cute. That's me calling myself a chef every time I make myself a bowl of cereal. Anyway though, I'll stop yapping on the AMC stuff for now because there's one other thing I want to talk about, and it's something Matt sent me. Apparently there is a big video going around about AI camera tools that are being used at like a coffee shop to track the efficiency of their workers as well as monitor behavior of the customers, which is finally some good news here and a positive implementation of AI, because people are always demanding more Big Brother breathing down our necks. So this is great, so that way customers know that they are secure, being constantly monitored by the eye in the sky, and employees can be happy knowing that the corporation is watching them every second of every day to ensure their productivity is high enough so that way they can train AI to replace them in the future. Now here's the clip that's apparently been going around. You can see Anna's got 20 cups over there, Elena 10 cups, and you also have the time that the customers have been there, I suppose, on their computers, fiddling around, sitting around. And the idea here is, from a corporation perspective, they can look at what employees are working real hard and no doubt reward them. You know, companies do love to do that. But on the flip side of that, unfortunately, you know, Olga over there's only got 3 cups. So maybe they're thinking about letting her go. Maybe they'll fire her because her cup efficiency isn't what it should be compared to someone like Anna, who's really putting her best foot forward here. Now, buckle your seatbelt because things get a little weird and wacky here. So it's referred to as NeuroSpot Barista Staff Control and Customer Monitoring Module, something like that. And when you look up NeuroSpot to try and get information on this technology, you find this, a speech therapy platform called NeuroSpot. And if you dig a little bit deeper, you find this exact same video posted onto Reddit 2 years ago with people speculating that it's not real and it's actually just a bunch of baloney and it's more of like a conceptual piece, not like an actual tool that's being implemented or anything like that. But then, when you go a step further, it was like the 3rd page of Google for me, I found this website. It's sparksnet.com/blog, NeuroSpot CCTV AI video analytics, turning surveillance into smart strategy. And this site it's peculiar. Something fishy is afoot here. So, when you read it, it's very clear that a lot of this feels ChatGPT generated, not legitimate. But then when you go down here for like how NeuroSpot works, brains behind the lens. At the center of NeuroSpot is video intelligence powered by AI. Here's what it can do. Facial recognition, not who came into the building, but real-time monitoring of attendance, VIP customer identification, or access control. Object and behavior detection, spot a weapon, detect suspicious loitering, alert on a fall, or identify someone entering a restricted area. Audio analytics, hearing a breaking glass or raised voice, NeuroSpot listens and alerts you. Predictive analysis, it doesn't just show you what's happening, it tells you what might happen next based on historical trends, actually doing like a fucking Minority Report thing there. Natural language interaction, want to ask, show me all incidents from last Tuesday between 2 to 4 p.m., NeuroSpot understands and responds. This is not a watch and wait tool, it's a proactive partner in your day-to-day operations. So basically, you get a fucking Tony Stark Jarvis. And then down here is where things, I think, go real cattywampus real quick. NeuroSpot is not just for big tech firms or high-security buildings, it's smart analytics catered to a wide range of industries. Hospitals. Track table occupancy in real time. Track table occupancy in real time? Like, what, in the cafeteria of a hospital? Okay, maybe. Monitor plate presentation and cleanliness. Again, that feels like it's not the most pressing concern when it comes to hospitals. I don't think you'd care that much to be checking the cameras looking for plate cleanliness in the hospital cafeteria. Analyze customer mood and football. Is that important in hospitals? The customer's mood and football? Also, let's assume that this is a big misunderstanding, a big typo. They meant to put this in the sports bar section for why people would want the NeuroSpot CCTV AI tool. How is it analyzing football? What is it analyzing? Is it going to give you like probability in order for you to help make educated polymarket gambling? Like, what do you mean it's analyzing football? I'm very confused on that. I truly can't understand what that could possibly be. And then, of course, they're pitching it in schools so you can track all of the kids. You can even detect bullying and unusual student behavior. Wow. And then back into healthcare, separate from hospitals. This is for patient activity, fall detection, PPE compliance, wait times. ensuring staff are following hygiene. You can use it in warehousing, banking, and retailing. So why are businesses devoted to NeuroSpot? Are they devoted to NeuroSpot? Because again, I was struggling to find any evidence of it even existing. I couldn't find anything to confirm that it was real. And this website is odd to begin with, from SparkNets. This whole thing just already doesn't even feel legit. This feels so shady. I don't understand. And I haven't fully navigated it, but products, when you click products, it doesn't work. When you go to blogs, it just takes you to these generic garbage things about, helping people understand health better without replacing doctors, like how AI is, working in tandem with doctors. The whole thing just is so weird. About Us also doesn't work, which bodes really well. And then Home, which takes you to an innovative AI agency spiel that they dump on you here. I'm really skeptical if the NeuroSpot is actually a real thing, because I just don't really trust this, so I don't even think that what is in that video, what's presented in that video, is a real tool. Feels like it's just a fake piece, especially when you really stop to look at it. Why? Here, let me go full cam. Why would the tool have the squiggly lines to track customer and employee movement? That's fucking worthless, because if you're running this 24/7, at the end of the day, every day, the screen is going to be nothing but squiggly lines from all the people that have been moving around. You're not going to get any valuable data out of that in the first place. I just don't think it's real. But what I do know is real, and what I can find evidence on is, and this dates back like a decade from some of the stuff I was reading, some bigger corporations at their warehouse spaces and such do have tools that they use to monitor employee productivity, I guess for the sake of trying to find who's, being productive enough and who needs to be fired for slacking, that kind of thing. We measure their productivity so that way we can always be firing the ones that don't live up to our standards. Doesn't everyone want to help corporation by being productive? This is for your own good, so now we have to track every single thing you do. Couldn't help but notice through our tools that your heart rate never exceeded 120 BPM. That demonstrates a lack of enthusiasm and excitement. It seems like this job's not stimulating enough for you. Take a hike. You fucking scram. Get out of here. So, I do find evidence that some companies have tools to monitor employee behavior. I haven't found evidence that it's these tools, the NeuroSpot and what we see there. But I also am 100% certain that companies will be looking to integrate AI into their monitoring to collect data on customers and to track their employees and to train AI off of their employees so that way they can replace them with AI to save them money on their bottom line long term. That I know is coming if it's not here already. I just am not convinced that it's the NeuroSpot. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about that a little bit as well since Matt put it on my radar. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. Been a little while since my last Jeffrey Epstein update, so I figured I'd tag in here and give you the latest scoop. The Jeffrey Epstein birthday book has been released. There is a little bit of information redacted in there, but not all that much. It's, for the most part, the entire kit and caboodle, filled with all kinds of new photos. And basically, if you don't know what the birthday book is, it's something that Ghislaine Maxwell put together for Jeffrey Epstein's birthday, which is a bunch of notes that were written by his closest pals. I'm not going to dive too deep on this one here because CoffeeZilla just tackled this on his Voidzilla channel and did an amazing dive into it, as well as analyzing the credibility of the contents of the book, because naturally the administration is claiming it's all horseradish, it is fake, baloney, fiddlesticks, that kind of thing. And I think CoffeeZilla does a good job of analyzing the facts that are presented here. This is a actual book that has been compiled here, and if it is all fake and a forgery, it is one of the most elaborate forgeries I've ever seen. Because again, there's a lot of new information and new photos, actual legitimate photos of Epstein and friends in this book that have never been presented elsewhere before. And from what I can tell, pretty much everyone else that is in that book that has wrote letters isn't denying the authenticity of the letters they wrote. It's just Donald Trump crying foul on it. If the whole thing is fake, why is it only him pointing that out? Or maybe they're claiming that only his section is fake. And in that case, that's a really difficult thing to have slid into an actual bound book in a way that is this watertight. It would be, like I said, one of the most elaborate forgeries I've ever been aware of. Anyway, I highly recommend you check out Voidzilla's coverage of it. I'm not here to talk too deeply on that. The one I want to focus on is by far the wackiest claim I have seen yet from this administration in regards to Donald Trump's ties to Jeffrey Epstein, where they're trying to claim, or at least they were briefly trying to claim, that he was actually an FBI informant working to take down Jeffrey Epstein. I shit you not, they actually tried the classic, 5-dimensional chess move of, well, actually, simpletons, this was a bold strategy from Trump here, being the brave, courageous man that he is. He only got close to Jeffrey Epstein and flew on his plane numerous times because he was compiling evidence against him so that way the FBI could bring him down. His actual quote was, when he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down. What a preposterous, absurd claim. More like Mr. Gargling Johnson, because he's got Donald Trump's dick so far down his throat that now he's farting out these fairy tales. What? So he tried to say that once Trump became privy to the evil of Jeffrey Epstein, he excommunicado from Mar-a-Lago, kicked him out. Really, it was all an elaborate ruse. He was a super spy working for the FBI to try and put the kibosh on the Jeffrey Epstein operation. Wow, they think you are that stupid that you will buy this B-movie plotline here. Just picture this for a moment. If Trump was an FBI informant, do you think that wouldn't have been the first thing he would have said when Jeffrey Epstein did eventually get busted? By the way, it wasn't Donald Trump's deep cover that led to that or anything of the sort. But just imagine this. If that was the case, that would be literally the first thing Trump would have said, and he would have crowned himself like the next James Bond. You wouldn't have heard the end of it. Donald Trump would not have ever let you fucking stop hearing about how he was one of the most successful spies, up there with some of the greats like fucking Ethan Hunt from Mission Impossible. He was able to stop Jeffrey Epstein. He was an FBI informant for all these years. What an outlandish narrative to try and pull out of your asshole here to explain his proximity to Jeffrey Epstein for so fucking long and the amount of times he flew on his plane. To say that it was all because he was an FBI informant is just unhinged. Just imagine those phone calls if this was real. FBI, listen, Jeffrey Epstein, he's not buying it. I'm gonna have to fly on the plane and there's gonna be some bad stuff that happens, but just know it's all in the name of keeping my cover intact. I gotta make sure he trusts me. No, really, I swear, that's exactly what it's for. Okay, I'm going in. This was received so poorly, laughed at by so many people, even in the most devout of MAGA cults, that Johnson had to walk it back 2 days later. He tries to explain what I was referring to in that long conversation was what the Epstein victim's attorney said. More than a decade ago, President Trump kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, and he was one of the only prominent people, as everyone has reported, that he was willing to help law enforcement go after this guy who was a disgusting child abuser, sex trafficker, all the allegations. That's what they heard, so the president was helpful in that. I don't know if I used the right terminology, but that's common knowledge, and everybody knows that. So this is much ado about nothing. Also, fun fact, Trump recently debunked that theory that the reason he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out was because he found out about all of the disgusting shit he was involved with. According to Trump, the reason they had a falling out is because people were taken out of the spa, hired by him, in other words, gone, and other people would come and complain. This guy's taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told him, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want them taking people, and he was fine. And then not too long after that, he did it again, and I said, out of here. So he is literally just throwing that into the shitter himself, saying, no, I actually kicked him out because he was stealing my workers. He was taking my girls over here. And I said, nope. I had to put my foot down right then and there, and I said, this is a load of fish paste. this is no more. This is the end of that. Get out of town, Buster. So what Johnson is even referring to here is something that it seems Trump himself shot down the idea of. So it is just crazy across the board. To me, what this feels like is that the political puppets in power here are dipping their tootsies, testing lines to see how far they can push absolute fantasies. How stupid are people and how much shit will they eat? And he tried this FBI informant angle just to, test the waters a little bit. Will people buy it? Can we get away with something like this? But in this case, Stove was too hot, so he took his hand off it and said, no, it was a misunderstanding. This is what I was referring to. Because the backlash was a little much. It was too stupid. So they're trying to find that perfect line of insanity that people will buy. That's what it seems like to me. There is just no way this was some mix-up here in terminology. What sensible human being would possibly get confused on what an FBI informant means? You called him an FBI snitch. That's an actual thing. And you're just oh no, I might have used the wrong words there. That's not exactly what he was. In fact, he never really worked for the FBI or anything like that in any official capacity. And really, he didn't actually provide a whole ton of evidence that led to the arrest of Jeffrey Epstein. Now, it's kind of a completely different investigation that Trump wasn't involved in. But yeah, he was an FBI informant, I think. At least I thought he was. No, that's not the right word. What's the word I'm looking for? Friend. He was a friend of Jeffrey. No, not a friend. No. Man, there's a word for it. I just can't find it somewhere. It's so weird. But yeah, everyone's making a mountain out of a molehill here. I just said the wrong terminology. You knew he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, right? No, that's the most important part. What a bumbling oaf. Just like a true textbook imbecile. It's crazy though, because I do know people bought that. I know there were people that heard that and breathed a huge sigh of relief, wiping sweat from their forehead. Whew. I knew it all along. I never had any doubts. I knew Trump was actually 5 steps ahead of everyone else. He was an FBI informant. I always had a hunch. I always knew that. It's so fucking sad. It's so pathetic. Anyway, I just wanted to give you the little Epstein update here. Again, I highly recommend checking out the Voidzilla video covering the most recent Epstein development here in regards to the birthday book. And anyway, that's about it. See ya. I love cryptids. I think most of you know that. I've made a lot of content covering cryptids. I even went on a full-blown cryptid hunt using the latest and greatest in cryptid catching technology in North Carolina when we hunted the, what was it called? The local cryptid there, the Jim Google or something like that. The Boojum. That's what it was called. We were hot on the tracks of the Boojum out in the dense forests of North Carolina, really trying to find that disgusting bastard, but unfortunately slipped through our fingertips out there and then summoned coyotes to scare us out of the forest, and we ended up leaving. We didn't even camp out there. Point is, I like cryptids. Now, do I believe they actually exist? Dropping the sarcasm, no. Absolutely not. But I really appreciate the people that do believe in them. It is so fun to watch content from true cryptid believers. Unfortunately, now the community's been hijacked from people just fucking farting out AI cryptid videos all over the place, unfortunately. Heavens to Betsy, that poor person was hunted by a bulimic cubone. Fuck, the way it climbed the tree like that. Horrifying stuff. All AI. Point is, right now it's kind of a hot trend to just dump these cryptid AI videos out there to fool people into thinking that it's real, and right now the Wendigo's the big one they keep targeting. So I've been inundated with that because on stream we did a little cryptid deep dive onto some that I'd never heard of, which is rare because I love cryptids and I've familiarized myself with most of them, even like the really obscure ones that no one gives a fuck about or has ever even heard of, like hairy hands. For those that don't know, hairy hands is a disembodied pair of hands with a lot of hair on them, real fucking fuzzy hands, that on a certain stretch of road, I don't even remember where, it's in some rural area where some drivers report seeing a pair of paws come out and yanked the wheel of their car off to the side, causing them to crash in the nearby ditch. Now, using basic logic, you can probably surmise that the actual explanation for why so many cars crash into the ditch on that stretch of road is probably because the drivers are tired. It seems to happen at night exclusively, so they perhaps got tired and imagined it. Plenty of reasonable explanations, but the fun one is hairy hands. And there's just so many wacky cryptids that I just find a lot of joy in learning about. It's a lot of fun. So, unfortunately, it's being fisted by AI right now, but I don't want that to overshadow the whimsy that cryptids can offer. So I want to show you some of those stream highlights going over some of these cryptids that you probably haven't heard of either. Cryptid sightings disappeared when 4K cameras came about for some reason. Are you insane, brother? There's cryptid sightings every day. Don't you remember the whole giant thing? Where people on TikTok were convinced that giants were real because they saw the top of a fucking antenna on a mountain? Flatwood Monster is cooler. Who's the Flatwood Monster? I do not recognize this at all. The terrifying true story of the Flatwoods Monster. Give me the Cliff Notes. West Virginia's Flatwood Monster.
Flatwoods Monster. One of West Virginia's most popular legends is from the small village of Flatwoods. The story is that back in 1952, 3 boys all went up to check it out. What they found not only terrified them, but shocked the entire village for decades. They found a monster, described as having a bloody red body and a green face that glowed. It was huge, about 10 feet tall, and had a head shaped like a spade. Its hands were clawed, and had a very distinct hissing sound. News of the story spread far and wide, and because of the panic it caused, the US Air Force had to do an inquiry, specifically a UFO inquiry, which they called Project Blue Book. The project came to an end.
No shot, that's where that comes from.
Flatwoods Monster lives on.
No shot, that's where the Project Blue Book comes from. Is that actually the origin? No, yeah, I was surprised you've never heard of this one. Nah, it just doesn't ring any bells. I've certainly never seen that image of the Flatwoods Monster. Looks like an Adventure Time character. The Sandown Clown is the most terrifying cryptid. It's another one I don't know. Hit me with the Cliff Notes.
Did you know about the alien clown? The Sandown Clown is a humanoid entity that was seen by 2 children near Lake Common, England.
No, that shit's the amazing digital circus.
The children heard an ambulance-like sound and came across this being, which was described as a mix of a clown, robot, and alien. Standing over 2 meters tall, the Sandown Clown was thin with a large head, blue triangle eyes, a flat brown nose, and yellow lips. It had a tall pointed hat, a red and green clown suit, and wooden antenna extending from its body. Despite its appearance, the Sandown Clown was friendly and spoke to the children for almost 30 minutes. It spoke through some kind of microphone or speaker system. It identified as Sam and claimed to be all colors and non-human, providing cryptic responses to questions about its nature. When asked if it were a ghost, it is reported to have answered, "Well, not really, but I am in an odd sort of way." After this encounter, the Sandown Clown vanished and has never been seen again. Whether it's true or not, the tale of the Sandown Clown is another odd mystery of our world.
No, it's not. How is that an odd mystery? Some kids lied. The end. How is that an odd mystery? I'm always interested in the real cryptid stuff. The goat mans. The hairy hands. That kind of thing. Not the fucking Sandown Clown where the only thing is these 2 kids said they met a weirdo. That's not real cryptid shit. That's fraudulent. That's stolen valor. These I spit on. This is a bunch of hooey. Black Knight Satellite is no stolen valor. What the fuck is Black Knight Satellite? That sounds like a character from My Hero Academia.
Lots of people believe in the abstract theory of alien life, but some people believe aliens have not only visited Earth, they actually placed a mysterious device into orbit above our planet thousands of years ago that they used to communicate with humanity. Sounds crazy? Here's a look at the mystery of the Black Knight Satellite. In 1954, the New York Times ran an article saying that Dr. Lincoln La Paz had discovered 2 satellites orbiting the Earth. The reason this was news? In 1954, no country had managed to launch any satellites yet. Whatever La Paz saw, it was enough to worry the Pentagon for a while that the Russians might have beaten America into space. La Paz later said he made it all up, while the Army said no such satellites existed.
Okay.
Still, many people believe the satellites were there, but Time magazine announced it was just an innocent piece of space junk. However, thanks to declassified
Black Knight
documents,
satellite.
we now know that it was a cover-up, as it was actually an American spy satellite doing reconnaissance on Russia. But is that just another layer to the deeper cover-up of the Black Knight satellite?
Probably. This isn't even a cryptid, by the way. You have provided me with something that's not even a cryptid. Unless the Black Knight satellite then came down to fucking Florida, grew legs, and now haunts the forests of Apopka or something. Puckwudgies are my favorite. They're pretty creepy and believable. Know of them? Puckwudgies. Are we making up words? We're fully in fucking Poppy Playtime Society now? Puckwudgies? Holy fake cryptid fan. Is this something that's blowing up right now? Puckwudgies? 2 to 3 foot tall, gray-skinned, magical woodlands creatures. These are pretty believable, you say?
A Pukwudgie is a fascinating mythical creature deeply rooted in the folklore of Native American tribes, particularly the Wampanoag and Algonquian peoples of the northeastern.
Man, that is an unfortunate looking little guy. Yikes. Oh man. That's gotta be awful.
They are also associated with a range of mystical powers, including the ability to create fire, shapeshift.
This is just Dungeons and Dragons shit. Where's the evidence of the Punkwudgies? Oh, it's this guy again. This is the guy that keeps finding fairies.
He's just there. Ah, you see? That was a quick glimpse there.
What? Bring his little ass out here and make him dance for me.
No, he's not there. Oh, sorry about that. He was doing. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Where? Oh, fuck! That dirty pervert was twerking. Oh my god. Alright, well, maybe Punkwudgies are real. They exist. I'm a believer now. Can't argue with the facts. Next he's gonna say he hasn't heard of the Fresno Nightcrawler. That one actually somewhat sounds familiar. At least that one rings a bell. Can't say I've seen the Fresno Nightcrawler. The name sounded familiar though, but I do not recognize this SCP. Wow. That does give me a lot to ponder. Just when I thought I had seen it all. I know all about Mothman. See, Mothman's a real cryptid. That's an interesting cryptid. Alright, here we go again. It looks like Charles has a bit of a hot take on a beloved new film that just came out. 31-year-old man still has to go against the grain the old-fashioned way. But I can't help it. I'm a little sea turtle fighting the tide here, going the other direction on it a little bit. Weapons. Debuted at 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. People hyping and glazing it out the wazoo about it being like the best horror movie ever. Which I think is more of a curse than a blessing. It reminds me of Long Legs, how like a core component of its marketing was, hope you brought your diaper, cause you're pissing in it with how scary this one is. You're gonna be sucking on your thumb till you pop that bitch right off your hand. It's too scary. What are we doing? We shouldn't even release movies this scary. And then I saw Long Legs and it was just fine. And with Weapons, the hype is not quite to that level, but, 100% Rotten Tomatoes, people, of course, going ballistic for it with how incredible it is. I've never seen a horror movie like this. I've just seen it. Kind of feel the same way I did about Long Legs. Like, it's fine. Like, I enjoyed it. I had a good time. But, man, oh man, is it not nearly to the level that a lot of people are portraying it as, at least not in my eyes. Not that I let the hype really skew my thoughts on things. I just thought it was worth mentioning that, to me, this film isn't what people are gassing it up as. It's a horror movie, sure, but I would actually argue it's more of a comedy. And I don't think people are aware of that. We're gonna get into spoilers, of course. I do spoilers now when reviewing things, so this is your warning there. I would say there's actually more comedic elements to this film than there are horror elements. Like, the actual plot and a lot of the things that happen, very clearly supposed to give you the heebie-jeebies, but all of it is undercut with comedy and humor, even in the most tense situations. It's like the MCU of horror. So, like, you'll have something that is clearly like, wow, this is going to be, like, scary. Oh my god, we have built up to this huge tense moment. And then they play it off as a joke, especially at the end of the movie. I'm going to get to that here in a little bit. And it was fine. Like, I don't hate that, but it's not really a horror when it's not taking itself seriously. You know what I mean? Anyway, I really like this director, Zach Kreger. He, of course, I liked his work in The Whitest Kid You Know, but he really surprised me with Barbarian. Barbarian is a film I saw on a whim, and I was blown away by with how interesting it was and just how much I ended up really enjoying it. So, like, I was very hyped to see this as well, and I do like it. I just didn't love it like I was hoping I would, and I think a lot of people are expecting this to be one thing when it's really not that thing. Like, I think they're going to get something completely different than what they're expecting, and for some people that might be nice, for others it might be a bit of a letdown. In my theater in particular, this isn't just me being like, big tough macho man, no movie scare Charlie, he too strong for a movie to make him scared. I mean, like, this is actually, like, I'm pretty sure, by design, supposed to make you laugh. Everyone in my theater was laughing a lot in this movie. More so than there were, like, any kind of, like, on-edge frights from people. Nobody, like, gasped or anything. Like, it really felt like most people were there having a hoot and a holler at it. And I think it's not laughing at the film, it's with it. Like I said, it feels like it's supposed to be more of like this unserious take on a horror movie when everyone else seems to be talking about it as just like a full-blown horror film. So I want to kind of set the record straight on that. Anyway, the film has a really interesting premise. Everyone's talked about that a lot. It's about this town where, for some reason, mysteriously at 2:17 a.m., an entire classroom of kids all gets up in the middle of the night, goes downstairs, walks out the front door, and disappears into the night. They run away, and they run away with their arms at their side, and it's really weird. They're running like the Titans from Attack on Titan. A month goes by, they still have no leads, can't figure it out. Of course, the parents are distraught. The town's still trying to, recover from this because everyone's on edge about it. And now we follow the core characters, one being the teacher of that classroom where all the students except for one disappeared. We then follow some other characters like one of the parents, and it's a really interesting way of telling the story because you go through some scenes multiple times from other characters' perspectives, which fill in a lot of the blanks. And I thought it was really creative. I thought it was very fun. It actually reminded me of something like out of a video game, like almost Until Dawn-esque to a certain extent. Like, I thought that was a really cool idea to visit these things from a different character's eyes, like chapters in this movie. I thought that worked extraordinarily well because you get so many different pieces of this puzzle through so many different lenses that all, of course, meet at the end. Everything comes together. And I just thought that was really smart. I also really like the way the movie's filmed. I've seen a lot of people praising the cinematography going into this film, and I think it definitely deserves that. It is like a really well shot movie. They have some really creative scenes that are shot in a really interesting manner. It's not all just like the standard by the book formula that horror movies follow, or I guess comedies by that extension. I thought they got very creative with their shots. It's clear they were having a lot of fun. The performances across the board I thought were super strong as well, especially with Justine. She's the teacher of that classroom where all the students vanished at 2:17 a.m. where they all ran away. And the whole town hates her. They torment her. She's ostracized. They think she had something to do with it, is withholding information, maybe even just she, masterminded the whole thing. And then you start getting these questions in your head about, well, where is this going to go? And then you'll go to the next chapter and you'll see a character that initially you don't really see how that ties in anywhere. And then all of a sudden, bang, eureka, this is where it's leading. But this is one of my big holdups with the film. The questions that you have, the answers the movie gives you, aren't all that interesting. Like, the questions themselves and the premise of the film are so strong. Like, the mystery of it, the thrill of trying to solve it, trying to see where it all leads, and then when you get to where it leads, it's a little unfulfilling. Like, I feel like it's just a little underwhelming, especially because the final act, as I mentioned earlier, is played off as a joke. That kind of takes a lot of wind out of the sails. You spend the whole movie with this mystery and these questions, only to then meet the big scary entity, which is just an old sick lady with a magic tree. and she has badly put on makeup with this wacky, zany wig. It's like a Ronald McDonald wig. It looks like Chucky Finster if he went to the worst barber on the East Coast. And she, like, jump scares you occasionally throughout the film. And that's, like, the main horror, is they rely on her being, like, the jump scare moment. So, like, Josh Brolin, when he's looking for his kid, he goes into, like, the dream space. Like, he's in a nightmare chasing his son, Matthew. And as he's telling his son, Matthew, I know I never said I love you enough, but I really do love you, son. Then all of a sudden, he looks at his son's face, and it's that old lady. Her name's Gladys, and she's like, ah. And, like, she does that a couple times. She's, like, the thing bringing horror to the movie, because without her doing that, sometimes it's just not really present. Like I said, it really is more of like a dark comedy kind of film as opposed to like a horror film, not to like split hairs. But then, as you have all these questions that you spend like an hour and a half, you know, stewing on, trying to piece it together, and you go through a bunch of different characters' perspectives, then one character meets Gladys, and then all the answers start coming in. Gladys is the big bad, and it's just kind of underwhelming, because from that point forward, a lot of what Gladys does gets played off comedically, unfortunately. But it's not just her. Every time there is like a horror sequence playing out, they undercut it with humor. So, for example, Justine is spying on a house where she believes there might be something fishy afoot. And then she falls asleep in her car, and while she's passed out, the door opens, and a lady comes out, and she's holding scissors, and she's walking weird. She's walking real weird, and she's literally walking like Doodle Bob, actually. And she gets to the car, she's right by the window, and then she just like kind of walks away, like Crab walks away. The theater laughed really hard when that happened. And then the back seat opens, or the back door opens, and you can hear her get into the car, and then it's like tense. It's like, oh, okay, this is like a good tense moment. And then she leans over and cuts some hair, and then the theater laughed again. So, like, they took a horror moment, made it silly, then brought some kind of, like, horror life into it, where it's like, oh, this is about to be, like, kind of intense, like, what's about to happen? And then played a joke again on it. So you know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm trying to say? It's like, it does have horror, and when it's there, it's executed pretty well. Like, I think there's, like, some solid scenes, but they always take the wind out of the sails of the horror aspect in order to play a joke into it. Now, granted, the joke is solid too, like it was clearly landing with the audience, but I feel like a lot of people might find that to be annoying or not what they signed up for. For me, I didn't care that much. I thought it was fine, definitely different for sure, and I was still entertained. Especially because in the last act, they don't even try to make it scary. They literally play it as like almost a slapstick comedy skit. In the end, they piece together the mystery, which, by the way they figured out where the kids were, to me, felt like they kind of wrote themselves into a corner and then couldn't figure out like a good way of getting there. Basically, they were able to connect the dots, like the pose that they were running in, and after another guy goes crazy while doing that pose, they then, Josh Brolin's character, tracked the trajectory, and then Justine was like, oh, that's the house of like that one lone survivor kid, like the one kid that didn't run away. Probably something about that house, and it's a house she previously visited, like with the scissors and shit. So they figured it out because of the pose, but the authorities like scrubbed over this footage a lot, and there's even this montage sequence they showed where all the kids were running in a group together in front of houses, literally triggering motion sensor lights and everything. They were running in groups to this house. I feel like the Ring doorbells would have absolutely caught them running in groups, and they probably would have been able to find them far, far sooner. I don't know how they would have missed that. Like, they made a mention like the Ring doorbells only caught them like running into the night, but they passed so many houses in groups. Like, I feel like that footage would have absolutely existed. They could have easily tracked that trajectory. Like, I don't think it would just be Josh Brolin that would somehow figure out, like, it's kind of weird that they're all doing the same pose. Maybe they were running somewhere. Especially when you would couple that with these groups of kids that no doubt would have been caught on all these cameras from all of these houses that they're running in front of and triggering all the motion detection. Like, I don't know. But anyway, they find the house, they go to the house. And they're like in the house, and she can control people with her magic tree, so she has like bodyguards of people that she's controlled. That's how she got the kids, because she mind controlled them to, go hang out in the basement. And while they're there, trying to save these kids, two people that she's controlled, one of them being a junkie, start attacking Justine and Josh Brolin. I don't know why I'm calling Julia Gardner's character by her character name and Josh Brolin instead of his character name, calling him Josh Brolin, but whatever. They're there, and they get, of course, ganked by her bodyguards that she's controlling. And I shit you not, one of the bodyguards, Josh Brolin punches, and he gets knocked out. And then he gets up again, he punches him, and he goes, geez, what the hell? He gets knocked out. The guy gets up again, punches him again, knocks him out. And by this point, the theater is like actually erupting into laughter. And then as Josh Brolin's running away, guy gets up again, charges him, and he picks him up and actually ragdolls him. And then he's like, God, he's so persistent. And then he's walking away, and the guy gets up again, screaming and shouting, running at him, and he ragdolls him again. Literally like WWE, like fucking suplexing him and then throwing him around. And in theater is literally laughing at all this when this is like the entire build-up that we have built up to this moment. And it's like actually just a slapstick routine. It just feels underwhelming. Like I still think it's fun. Like, I mean, laughing at a movie is great. But if you're going there expecting horror, like a really good horror movie, I don't think that's what you're in store for. And it's not just that scene, it's this entire sequence, the finale of all of this tension, this build-up, all of your questions being answered, but the answer just not really all that amazing. So, like, the Gladys, she's about to have Justine killed, and Alex, the one kid who did not get mind-controlled by Gladys and the magic tree, he was watching Gladys, understands how to, like, control the magic tree and use its branches, so he frees the kids, well, not frees the kids, he uses the reason the movie's called Weapons is because Gladys weaponizes people. She's able to control them and have them do whatever she wants. So Alex then uses the kids as weapons against Gladys, where they then chase her down, hunt her, and kill her. And this is I shit you not, like maybe 8 to 9 minute chase sequence of Gladys going, oh no. She literally says, oh no, when the branch breaks, when he breaks the spell and like directs the kids at her. She literally says, oh no. And then starts doing this, opens the door, running away as all the kids are chasing her, going, and she's going, So she's running away, getting chased by the kids, and then she starts, like, breaking into strangers' houses, and they play it off as a joke. So, like, there's a family, like, watching TV, and then, Gladys comes through, and they're like, oh my goodness. And she's like, and she runs through the kitchen, runs out the front door, and they're like, that was weird. And then all the kids bust through the windows and bust through the door, like, oh, Jesus Christ. And they do that for like 3 separate houses. There's one where a guy's mowing his lawn, sees Gladys running away going, He's like, huh. And then a horde of kids starts chasing him, and he's like, huh. Like, they play it as a joke, you know what I mean? Like, I think it's an effective comedy movie, but overall, I just felt like it was a fun movie. It was good. It wasn't, like, amazing. I definitely don't think it's the horror movie of the decade or anything. I don't even think it's the horror movie of the year. I still think Bring Her Back is a significantly better, like, horror film, but I think this was solid with the horror that was here, sprinkled throughout occasionally, and I think the comedy was solid, which is here in a bigger capacity than the horror. Like, it's to me, it's more of, like, almost a dark comedy, kind of, and I think maybe that was the goal. I didn't know that going into it based on the trailers and what people are saying about it, but after seeing it, I would definitely classify this more as like a dark comedy as opposed to some kind of like horror film. But I do think you will walk away entertained. I know I was. But yeah, I just have to disagree with the hype a little bit on this one here, sports fans. Sorry to tell you. But it's not like I was super disappointed or anything. It was still a fun time. That's really about it. So yeah. Since I was a child, I always said 2 things. I want to be tall, and if I could choose any superpower for myself, I would choose teleportation to be blessed with. I failed on both fronts, but teleportation, I believe, is probably like the most useful superpower. The possibilities are endless. And can you imagine my surprise today when I found out that it's not just fiction and make-believe where you gotta play pretend and it only exists in comic books and anime? There is a real, living, breathing, sentient, flesh and blood human being in this country with the ability to teleport. His name is Greg Phillips, and he is a top official at FEMA.
The very first time you were teleported,
it was scary in a way. I mean, you don't really know, okay, is this evil? Is this good? What is this?
Let me stop you right there. Teleportation could never be evil. That is a divine gift right there. So this is Greg Phillips, He is a very high-level, powerful figure at FEMA who is on a podcast talking about his experience with teleportation. It's happened to him on more than one occasion. I'm unsure who the host is, but she looks like a reptilian doing her best to pretend like she's interested in the conversation. Now, Greg Phillips, though, has got some really strong claims here that give me a lot of hope for the future of our species. If he can teleport, why not me?
You know, what do I do with this? How do I deal with it? I was on the phone. Oh my God, what's happening? And I was landed, and landed about 40 miles away in a ditch outside of a Baptist church in a little tiny town just where you cross over the border. And it was an incredibly frightening moment.
So this is his origin story. To me, this sounds like when the superhero first starts to awaken their abilities and they're unsure how to utilize it. Kind of like Invincible, you know, when he throws the bag of trash into fucking orbit by accident. This is Greg Phillips starting to master his gifts here of teleportation. So he's talking about how he was driving, then his car got lifted and teleported into a ditch 40 miles away, and it was frightening him. As it would for anyone. The way he's describing it makes it sound like he's lagging in fucking Grand Theft Auto Online. He didn't know what was happening, but he knew he was teleporting around. However, he says that it's no fun. That's crazy to me, Greg. You're fucking teleporting, bro. That's like the most fun thing that can happen.
To experience yourself in your car, flying through the air. Teleporting is no fun. It's no fun because you don't really know what you're doing. You don't really understand it. I was with my boys one time and I was telling I was going to go to Waffle House and get Waffle House. And I ended up at a Waffle House. This is in Georgia. And I ended up at a Waffle House like 50 miles away from where I was. They said, "Where are you?" I said, "A Waffle House." They said, "Waffle House where?" I said, "That's not possible. You just left here like a moment ago." But it was possible. It was real.
He's teleporting to Waffle Houses now. This man is unstoppable. Now, far be it from me to try and poke holes in the experience here of Greg Phillips. His story is exhilarating. His evidence is watertight, about as good as it gets. But if I may toss out a little bit of a game theory here, what are the odds that he was with his boys and he was blackout drunk and was driven to a Waffle House and then couldn't remember how he got there and just ended up with the conclusion he must have teleported? Or I guess he said that he was in his car going to a Waffle House and then teleported there. I guess maybe it's possible he was blackout drunk and then fucking drunk drove himself to a Waffle House. I was like, oh my God, I've done it! Teleportation! Which would be extremely degenerate behavior. I just feel like the fast travel he unlocked to Waffle House is just a little suspicious because Waffle House is the spot drunk people go to. Like, it's moths to a flame. So the fact that he's teleporting to a Waffle House, feel like there was a lot of alcohol involved and he's just forgetting how the journey went. But I'm not the fun police, and I don't know for sure. Maybe Buddy really has been teleporting all over the map. Going to a Waffle House, ending up in a ditch, in your mother's bedroom for a little reverse cowgirl action. Perhaps he truly has achieved the gift of teleportation. And I think him being a director at FEMA now, with these kind of abilities in his back pocket, is a grand slam for America. Because imagine him being able to weave his teleportation into the FEMA protocol like he's fucking Nightcrawler going around saving all of us. You know, as natural disasters striking somewhere in this country, he can just say, all right, let's teleport them out. I'm going in. And then he'll go in, teleport us to a fucking Waffle House to safety. Or maybe it goes a little differently and he's like, okay, we don't need to send a lot of resources there. I'll just instruct everyone to teleport to a safer location. Because maybe he believes that this is something everyone else can do, not realizing that only he is the chosen one. Now, unsurprisingly, FEMA officials are trying to throw us all off the trail of the world's first X-Man, trying to put the toothpaste back in the tube. This is so silly, it's barely worth acknowledging. DHS, FEMA, and Mr. Phillips are focused on the critical mission of emergency management and ensuring the safety of the American people. Many of the comments cited are taken out of context or represent personal, informal, jovial, or somewhat spiritual discussions made in the context of barely surviving cancer in a private capacity prior to his current role. I'm a little confused on this statement here as it pertains to his teleportation conversation. Now, there were other things that he's been facing hot water for like other claims and stuff that they're probably referring to for like context and all that. But some of them are directly about teleportation, which he was just, from what I can tell, talking about on its own as like an experience that he's had on multiple occasions of teleporting. From what I've seen from the podcast, it wasn't even like a spiritual discussion when it came to that topic. It's not that he was saying, you know, like the Lord was teleporting me to a Waffle House because he knew I needed some dense nutrients from those burnt hash browns or anything like that. And also, I don't think it was about like his cancer battle or anything either, which, you know, I think is a terrible thing. So happy to hear that he's cancer free these days, but I don't think it played any role in this conversation about teleportation. So I think that that's them just trying to rely on people not watching the segment for themselves. I also agree that it is very silly, but I think it should be worth discussing because this guy has a very powerful role at FEMA, which is an organization whose work is life or death for a lot of people in this country. And now you have this guy going on about teleporting. Like, who's to say, you know, as disaster strikes, he doesn't just get whisked away to a fucking Waffle House again. And he starts stomping his feet. Oh, dagnabbit, not again. Back at Waffle House. I keep getting fucking spirited away over here. I think it's a very important conversation to have because he has admitted to not mastering these abilities. He can't control them. So when we need him most, he might just teleport again. And who's to say he stops at only 50 miles away? Maybe next time he teleports 100 miles away, or even 200 miles away. Maybe he goes off-world, interstellar teleportation. I think it is something that we need to really start considering. And honestly, I think studying as well. I wish he wouldn't just keep the secrets of teleportation to himself. He's teased us about how it's happened to him and how frightening it is, but I want to fucking teleport, Greg. Why don't you just let the government study your abilities so that way we can all learn to teleport and be better for it? Think about how many lives can be positively impacted through the ability to teleport. Even if it is restricted to just being able to teleport to a Waffle House, that can do a lot of good. There are so many Waffle Houses in this country. If we can teleport to them willy-nilly, that'd be like fucking Mass Effect relays for us. That'd be so huge for travel and just so many good, positive things that could come from that. So Greg, please, stop being selfish. Please, divulge the secrets of teleportation to the rest of us. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Yeah, I had no idea this existed. Call me naive, I suppose. I don't typically go on TikTok, but I was going to take the plunge this afternoon because I was reading and watching so many videos about, like, Swiftie meltdowns and, like, parties being thrown, tears being shed, like, the happiest moment of their lives all over Taylor Swift getting engaged to Travis Kelce. And I just wanted to take a peek at some of it to see what all the hoopla was about. And before I even had a chance to type in words to the search bar, this video started auto-playing.
I'm free bleeding in the grass right now, and it's occurred to me that a large collective of women are bleeding right now, and whatever this cycle is, whatever we're moving through our blood together feels like one of the most potent bleeds, and I sense more women are synced up now more than ever, so drop a rose if you're bleeding too.
Not gonna lie, that was a crazy hook. I'm free bleeding in the grass right now. It reminds me of Ty Lopez's infamous ad, I'm in my garage right now. There's a lot to unpack here. So she is on her period right now and letting the blood leak out from her and soak into the grass around her, returning the blood to Mother Earth. Now, shocker, I don't have periods, and I'm not going to pretend to be the preeminent expert on how they function, so this is a legitimate question. Is there really that much blood that comes out all at once? Because the way she's describing it makes it sound like the blood is pooling around her. Like in Grand Theft Auto when you kill someone and the blood just like starts to fan out deeply from them. I would have imagined that if you sat here spread eagle for like an hour, you'd have some blood getting into the grass and like on your thighs and stuff, but not like the quantity that she's expressing here, making it sound like a fucking crime scene or something.
And a reminder that your blood is not an inconvenience. It's actually one of the most magical gifts in the entire world. Whatever you experience before your bleed, in luteal, when you feel like you're moving through different emotions, different challenges, gets to come out through your blood. You get to die every month and be reborn through your blood. And the earth takes it, if you give it to her, and alchemizes it. So the sooner that you can give your blood back to the earth, the more alive that you become.
This must be a pretty common thought process in the modern day about like how period blood is magical and has like divine properties. You remember a few months ago I was making fun of that goober, that goofball who's like, I actually love to eat pussy that's on its period, or like have sex with girls on their period because it's divinity that I'm touching with my wiener. I get in there and there's like that period blood. Ugh. And then his sidekick loser who's like, yeah, you know, I'd have sex with a girl on her period. You know, if I'm afraid to get my sword a little bloody, then I'm not a good knight. And it's not like exclusive to just those douchebags' perspectives. Apparently, like, it's somewhat of a common thing on TikTok about like period blood being magical with arcane energies. So she is in that camp about like, this is magic, and by free bleeding on the grass, you are quenching the thirst of Mother Earth to make yourself more powerful. Not only that, you get reborn. So every month when your period starts, you die. You flatline. You go straight to Valhalla. But through your period blood, you are born anew. As long as you're bleeding on the grass, I guess. I went to her page, and this is her entire channel. It's so fascinating.
You have a bleed, the most powerful and potent thing that you could be doing right now during this eclipse portal, during this last half of 2025, during forever your time on Earth, is to offer your blood back to the Earth. Why? Because your blood has the ability to end war. It has codes and instructions for the Earth to reprogram the collective grid. And I know that sounds powerful, and I know that sounds like a lot, because it is.
What kind of fucking anime plotline is that? Your period blood can end wars by feeding it to the Earth? That... who knew the secret was right under our nose the whole time? Now, far be it from me to poke holes in the theory here, but let's go back in time. Let's rewind the clocks. Before tampons existed, periods aren't something that just got, you know, introduced in new patch notes over the last 100 years and came packaged with tampons. There was a time where periods were here with no tampons. That period blood was hitting the soil back then. And there were still a lot of wars back then. I gotta tell ya, I'm not exactly convinced that period blood getting on the grass is enough to stop wars. And what in tarnation is the collective grid? That sounds like a secret society like the Illuminati, the fucking New World Order or something. It sounds like a villainous group out of a James Bond film. How is that reprogramming the collective grid, and how does that stop humans from starting wars against each other? I have so many questions. Also, what codes are in the period blood that are absent from every other blood? So, like, if I go out right now and I cut my hand, like a ritualistic cut with a ceremonial dagger on my hand, and drip some of that blood on the soil, what codes am I giving it? The Konami code? Like, what am I hitting it with? I don't know how there's a huge distinct difference there. Why does that have different energy and instructions and code? Also, why would the period blood even have instructions for stopping war in the first place? I just don't see how free bleeding on the grass is somehow going to drop a tutorial to the Earth on how to stop wars. Like, I feel like if there is instructions buried deep in the period blood, it probably wouldn't be instructions that pertain to war. It'd probably be about, like, babies or something, would be my guess, if there are instructions in there somewhere that you'd have to, you know, find the WikiHow guide on in the blood. I can't quite understand how she's drawing this connection of, like, dropping your period blood on the Earth to stop wars and trying to preach it like, listen everyone, we need to come together and we need to pool our blood on the grass. It's the only way to stop war.
Because you are that powerful. And I know that we've been taught, hide your tampons, inconvenience, PMS. It's all bullshit, okay? It's all bullshit. Your blood is a key, it's a code, it has living, alive instructions to regenerate the planet. and to reprogram the entire collective grid from your womb space. And as we all do this collectively together, we reprogram the collective, and what is not in resonance with this vibration, with this new programming, has to fall away. It can't survive.
What language is that programming in? Java? C Sharp? Like, how are you deciding what that programming is? How do you have control over that? And also, what won't survive the new programming? Is this like an extinction event or something? Like, I can't wrap my head around it. My third eye is not opening here. She is just spamming buzzwords, vibrations being the classic. Vibrate this, vibrate that, fucking everything is vibrations, which means literally nothing most of the time. And now she's using a new one here, a new buzzword, collective. No explanation, no clue what that's even supposed to mean, but collective! You know, jump scare you with that. We have to fight the collective, reprogram the collective, bleed the collective, free bleed! That kind of thing, I don't know. All of this is just actual mumbo-jumbo nonsense here. And let's just go ahead and suspend disbelief for a moment. Let's say this is all very true, that by dripping your period blood on the grass, you are reprogramming the collective. Let's assume the collective refers to Earth and everything that inhabits it. How the fuck does every single womb space have the same instructions? Everybody is different. There is no way that her womb space instructions would match those of, Taylor Swift. Like, there's gonna be very different protocol embedded in that period blood they're dripping and feeding to the Earth. Like, maybe hers is trying to teach the Earth and reprogram it to not have wars, but then you'll have a womb space from somewhere else that's like really about war, like we need more battles. So wouldn't these womb spaces conflict in these instructions, overload the collective, and then there's no one's in agreement anymore? It falls apart. There's just nothing about this that is even remotely sensible. And that's what makes it so fucking amazing.
As I have never lost weight so fast in my entire life with this elixir. Now that I have your attention, because we're in a system that preys upon your insecurities as a woman, this is my moon blood. This is my period blood mixed with a shit ton of water. It's not concentrated. And because 14 million people did in fact watch me free bleed on the earth, I thought, why not shock the system just a little bit more. Just be like, hi, there's a revolution happening of feminine wisdom, feminine magic, our feminine moon blood that has so much magic. I'm just feeling a little spicy, a little revolutionary, and God forbid a woman doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah. Mixing your period blood with some water for the sake of a TikTok video to slam dunk on the haters definitely sounds like something someone would do if they didn't give a fuck about it. Now, if you thought she was going to drink this panacea, you're wrong. I'm pretty sure she's doing this just to get people, hooked on it, morbid curiosity. She doesn't actually consume this beverage, at least not on camera. Maybe she does in her, spare time. But for this, she's using it more as, a talking tool. I also imagine it's not her blood with water in there. It wouldn't come out this red. This is very clearly some kind of, juice that she is pretending is blood with water. How eye-catching. And she's using it to talk about this revolution she's leading about free bleeding on the earth to regenerate and stop war.
And this is about the feminine reclamation. This is about feminine freedom. This is about remembrance. So I'm going to take this to my red rose bush outside. And you might be entirely annoyed and pissed off by this. And I might be too if I was stuck in the system. But anyways, I'm going to go offer this to the earth. And she's going to take it and alchemize and transmute whatever I've released through this blood, through this cycle. And then she's going to repattern and upgrade my energetic and physical field. So that's the gift, and that's on being a daughter of the earth.
Pissed off or annoyed is definitely not the right way to describe the feelings after watching this. It's more just confused, and it's very laughable. It's more silly than it is infuriating. Also, the way that she presents this here sounds far more selfish. How she's going to go dump her blood onto the earth so that way she can reap the benefits of basically leveling up. She's treating this like it's a Call of Duty lobby, and she's prestiging by dumping this period blood into her rose bush. So what, is it no longer about, reprogramming the collective to benefit Mother Earth so that way we can stop wars? Is it now just about your personal gain from doing this? I don't know. That no longer seems like this, altruistic act of free bleeding on the grass to improve and regenerate Earth. To me, it just sounds far more sinister. I think she let the mask slip a little too much. You might be feeding her power by free bleeding on the grass, because now she's only talking about what she's gaining from it. She's getting her energetic pattern, reorganized and, reflaffitated. Also, her physical field is being upgraded, so she is now reaching like a cosmic level that she wasn't at previously. She's getting up to like Thanos galactic threat now. It doesn't really seem like it's about improving the Earth anymore. It seems more about what she gets to gain from it.
This is my current microdosing routine in under 30 seconds. I microdose with Flodos. They are my favorites. I've been microdosing with Flodos since June. They use a shamanic strain. It's very wise, very loving, very gentle. I typically microdose 100 milligrams or 200 milligrams. 100 milligrams is a really beautiful sweet spot for a starting point. So it's been over a year since I moved to Peru in the Sacred Valley. This is my home. From Los Angeles. I'm working with ayahuasca.
Yeah, it sounds about right. That checks out. So she was in LA and then had her spiritual awakening with, some microdosing, which I think, I have a sneaking suspicion may have turned into some megadosing. And then she moved and started with ayahuasca. So a tale as old as time and only being more common these days. Albeit most people don't usually end up talking about like free bleeding on the grass to save the Earth from war and whatever, but even still, very interesting. Wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. See ya. So my dad's got friends and all of them have unique talents and superpowers. It's like the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Like one of my dad's buddies was a pilot and then he was at, I think it was an airport bar or something, on the job, and then the bar stool just exploded because they, never fully screwed it in or something, and it really destroyed his back. And that was like Peter Parker being bit by the radioactive spider, but instead of getting the ability to crawl on walls, he got the ability of money. Huge payday from that, and he's just got like this group of friends that all have like very unique stories and abilities. And one of them is named Dave. And he has a hobby of making flintlocks, like from scratch in a lot of cases. And yesterday we brought him out and we got to shoot a couple of them and it was a lot of fun. So I wanted to show you it because I just think it's really interesting and I think it's very cool.
Now here's what we're dealing with today. This is an actual copy of Davy Crockett's first rifle. Now the original rifle is located in the East Tennessee State Museum in Knoxville, Tennessee. So I went out and took a look at it. I've seen pictures of it, got measurements, and I wanted to recreate what the original was like. Now other guys have done the same thing. But this is made out of what we call curly maple or tiger maple. And if you look real close, you can see there's a lot of those stripes in here. So it's an expensive wood to do that with, but it really makes a pretty rifle out of it. So I got brass on it here, brass patch box down here.
Real quick, I want to come in here and do a bit of glazing because Dave doesn't really brag about his craftsmanship, even though it's genuinely incredible work, so I'm going to brag for him. Everything you see on his flintlocks, we only shot 2 in this video, spoiler, little spoilers there, but everything you see on his flintlocks, he makes himself freehand. That includes all the brass work. It includes every ornate engraving he does in silver. He does gold trimmings. All of it he does freehand himself. I think it is amazing.
And of course all brass trigger guard. This is what we call a double set trigger. And I'll talk about that when we get ready to shoot it, what it does. But basically what you do is you cock it and you can fire it by pulling this trigger, or you can pull this back and set it, and then you have a hair trigger here. So when you touch that, it really will fire, so you better be ready. This is called a flintlock. This is was used for a long period of time in the history of rifles and guns. And it's got a flint here. It hits what we call the striker. And when you pull this back, you fire it, this rock or flint will strike on that, set off the powder in here, and the gun fires. Later on it went to what they call a cap lock, and it had a little cap that went on here and got rid of the flint, and then it finally ended up going to cartridges, which is what we have today. But this is a flintlock. Takes a little while to load these things. This has got about a 42-inch barrel. It's a 50 caliber, and it's a rifled barrel. So these were fairly accurate back in the day. But anyway, enough of the talk. Let's see what it's going to be. Oh, by the way, I want to show you this. This is something that's not common. But what I did is when I built this, right here on the side plate, I put Davy Crockett's name on there. And that's his actual signature on there. I was able to make a copy of that and copy that on there. So that's what his signature looked like.
That is so cool.
He also does all the woodwork too. He's selling it short on just how nice it looks.
Well, we also did a lot of carving on this. This was common on this thing. This rifle originally was probably made in Pennsylvania, in York or Reading, somewhere around in that area, which was common at that time. That was where all the rifle makers were. And we did all the carving here, which is exactly like what they had back in the day. So if you go to Knoxville, go to the museum, you can see the actual rifle there. So let's see what it's going to sound like.
What were you going to say?
I was going to say we need you in every video.
I know, wasn't that good?
It's almost like you're a professional or something at this.
You should also see his whole collection. He's like the fucking Kakashi of flintlocks. He's able to he's able to copy like every rifle ever. He's working on George Washington's pistol as well.
The thing I have is I got black powder. I have it in here. This is a 2F powder, which is a heavier grain. And to be safe, I always measure it out like this. And the rule is always remember powder patch ball. And the reason for that is if you get it confused, then you got a problem. So you put in your powder. Okay. Now you take your patch, put it up here like so. And then you take your ball. This is a 50 caliber ball, lead ball. You lay it right on top like so. Try to get it as centered as you can. And then we have what we call a starter here. This will help you get it down in here. And I've never fired this thing, so it's going to be all new. Well, that went in pretty good. Just push her down. Make your ramrod. Okay. And you want to do that, make sure it bounces, that way you know you got it on the bottom. Put it back in. Now we got to prime it. So put some primer, this is gunpowder again, in the pan. Put that down. All right.
Well, you hit the target because it moved.
Yeah.
Didn't blow the tree in half. That's a good start.
Yeah, that's great.
You straighten that target.
So at the time, we thought that Dave's shot was that like super clean, precise hole at the top, and just assumed, man, that fucking ball must have traveled at the speed of light there to have a perfect hole like that go through it without like the normal things you see when you shoot a paper target, where of course it like blows it up a little bit. So we just assumed that was that, but clearly watching it back on the footage, that hole was already there. What it actually hit was the metal stand and ricocheted off. So in the slow-mo I played there, you can see it hit the stand, I'm pretty sure, and bounce. Obviously, we couldn't track that at the time in the thick of it there in the fucking Thunderdome.
So that was the first shot ever out of that gun.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I've never, I just rough set the sights, so I mean, I have to take it to the to a range and set it up, and then adjust the sights on it. But
Charlie will zero it in for you.
Yeah. Hey, I was lucky to even hit the friggin' targets.
That was good. And this is how much powder? 50?
This is 50 grams.
Perfect.
A little pause. I thought he was going to be like, this is 140.
This is 5,000 grams.
Gonna knock Charlie backwards.
Well, you could put 120 in that thing.
No, we don't need to do that. This is my first flintlock. I don't need to fall over.
It's going to be like the R2-D2 scene on the screen as he shoots backwards.
Pioneers used to ride these babies for miles.
Okay.
Now just pull back on the front trigger, because
the front run?
Yeah.
Right here? Okay.
Yeah. Now you have to pull back a ways on it. Wait a minute, let me get out of your way. I don't want to stand there, but the side.
All right, here we go. Did I hit it?
Hit something.
Holy.
Oh, that smell.
That was cool.
You like the smell? I feel like this is like a gas smell kind of thing where you probably either like it or hate it.
Nothing like the smell of gunpowder in the morning, right?
That smells kind of good.
How was the kick on it? There was no kick. No kick at all.
You can one-hand it, come on.
Oh, yeah. You missed. I missed.
Oh,
missed.
No.
Totally missed. I felt like I was right. Oh, wait.
Wait.
Oh, yeah, you got it right there.
Oh,
You're
bullseye.
Yeah,
on the little target.
I never missed. That's what I was aiming for.
He was trying to scare him, go over his shoulder, you know?
Right there, look, Danny. Right there.
Yeah.
Hello! Right there. You got a bullseye on the little target right there.
Yeah, I zeroed it for you.
What were you aiming at?
Literally anything in this direction.
The tree.
Is that really where you were aiming for?
Absolutely not.
Where were you aiming?
Genuinely anywhere in that vicinity.
Have you not heard of aim small, miss small? All right, I'm going to shoot in that 30 square feet.
If I can get somewhere in this direction.
I just want to...
Sailor's log, just want to make a note. That is exactly where I was aiming.
All right, you have to tell us before where you're aiming.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will. I'll tell you exactly where I'm
Don't
at.
get the Charlie specialty.
I can't believe you hit the bullseye in that little target.
Well, you best start believing it.
Yeah, well, sorry, bud.
Guy's incredible.
Yeah. That had no kick at all. I think at the last minute I jerked up and I probably went to the top of that tree.
I think I see something on the right one.
Were you anticipating a little more kick than it gave you?
Yeah, actually I was.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Nice shot.
Oh, you did hit it.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Hey, hey.
That's a great shot.
Check that out.
All right, here we go.
Where are you going to aim, Kelsey?
The red?
The red on the right target or the left target?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I don't think I hit the red.
I don't think you did either.
My God, you hit the bullseye.
That's fun.
Anything?
And it's a miss.
Well, damn.
Okay, who
Can't
else wants
hit
to
'em
try
all.
this? Okay, we'll do the same thing here.
That is insane that you built that by hand.
It's incredible.
It is so nice.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's see what we can do here. We'll just use the same powder.
And is this a replica of a specific one?
It's just a Kentucky pistol.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not a replica of any particular one.
I think maybe you clipped the right side of the red one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Right side. Right there.
All right.
Good job.
What are we looking? Oh yeah.
Oh, that rattlesnake.
Oh, yeah, that's a scary snake.
That is a scary snake.
Right there.
That's not
Oh,
a...
that's, don't go near that.
Yeah,
that's
that's
a
a-
water moccasin or
Yep.
a copperhead or something.
I was going to say copperhead.
Well, that scared me.
There you go.
Probably heard the noise of a flintlock and was like, I don't really want to be around here. I'm going
Let us know in the comments what kind of
Yeah,
snake
you tell
that
us
was.
what we just saw.
I think it's a rattlesnake.
And scale 1 to 10, how dangerous?
It'll stop.
Okay.
That was a miss. I think I saw the leaf go flying off.
I saw the.
Really?
It looked cool though.
I thought
really cool.
I thought I was right on the money, to be honest.
I saw the patch fly out.
Keep an eye out over there.
Yeah, be careful of the snake.
It's insulting to think that I'd ever missed the target. Never happened, never will. You could see it on the camera there. The precision was magnificent. It was a little off target, but I gotta hone in a little bit. I haven't used flintlocks before. They're unusual instruments in my hands right now, so I gotta get more reps in there. But not a bad shot. It's about where I was looking. That's about where I was aiming. You know, that Dark Tower shit. He who aims with his hand. You know, that kind of vibe.
Hey, look right there.
Isn't it weird
Yeah.
how every time the camera turns away, Charlie magically just...
Yeah, how about
it's
that?
oddly like finger hole
Yeah,
shaped.
look like. Big thanks to Dave.
Yeah, I really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for bringing
Hey.
him out. This was fun. This
It
a lot
was
of fun.
great. I'm glad to see you guys take advantage of it. Now you see what it was like about 200 years ago.
Yeah.
But guys, how guys had to fight. Can you believe that? Because each one of them had to do the same thing. So
It was so fun, man. His work really is just so impressive with these homemade flintlocks, his home brew here. So yeah, anyway, thanks to Dave again. If you're watching this, Dave. Anyway, that's really about it. Yeah. Well, it finally happened. We're here, baby. This day was inevitable. You didn't need to be Nostradamus nor Baba Vanga to predict that eventually someone was going to get shot over Pokemon cards. With the way the hobby has devolved and been completely destroyed, infested with greedy, insatiable worms that are seeking to just squeeze every bit of joy out of the hobby in the sake of financial gain, like tiddlywinks of financial gain in most cases, these pathetic scalpers are unhinged, unloved, unwashed losers, and it was always going to happen that one of them would snap and start shooting, and that's exactly what happened at a Kroger.
Meanwhile, a dispute over Pokemon cards may have led to a shooting outside of a Kroger on the Near East Side. One person was injured. Police say both people involved are adults. The victim is in surgery. It happened in the parking lot of the grocery store on Twin Air Drive just before 7 o'clock this evening. That's near the Community Justice Campus. Again, IMPD says their preliminary investigation revealed the suspect and victim had a disagreement over Pokemon cards, which then turned violent.
According to an eyewitness, it started because one of the men accused the other of cutting him in line at the Pokemon vending machine, which, I've said this a lot, Pokemon vending machines are basically PvP-enabled zones. That's where people go to just fucking scrap. That is where all thoughts leave the human brain, and it just devolves into Neanderthal mode. I have made so many videos clowning on and talking about the degeneracy in the TCG community, not exclusive to just Pokemon, but Pokemon is by far the biggest and scummiest of all of it. And these degenerate fucking vermin love to go to Pokemon card vending machines and just fight each other and fuck each other. It is just out of control. Like, I imagine not too far into the future, Pokemon card vending machines will just be banned because it is constantly just a source of problems. People like glitching the machines and then starting fights with each other, causing a big ruckus and a commotion for all the normal people in the store and the staff. I bet stores will start electing not to put those in their establishment because it's dangerous.
I mean, quite frankly, if it does turn out to be an argument over the Pokemon cards, yes, I think it's totally ridiculous. I'm not a collector of them. I understand that, there are some that are very expensive, but this, like I said, we were told an argument.
The suspect is in custody, and IMPD says that there is no ongoing risk to the public. No one else in that parking lot was injured.
I don't know. I'd say sleep with one eye open just in case. You never really know when it comes to these scalpers. They are demons. They are the lowest of the low, and there is nothing they won't do to get their grubby, unwashed paws on some Pokemon product to try and flip it for a $5 profit. Don't be like these guys. Don't be unwashed. Don't be these irredeemable losers. You need to start washing. You need to take your hygiene seriously, so go to usechigi.com and get some of the best soap in the universe. I really do mean this though, by the way. The Pokemon scalpers are genuine maniacs, literal lunatics. So this shooting, I don't think is going to be an isolated incident. The violence is only escalating over Pokemon cards. And actually, just today, just like this shooting, I learned that there is now a trend where these scalpers are going to trade shows and putting trackers on some of the vendors and some of the customers in order to follow their movements, presumably to try and like gank them later to steal their products, like rob them of their Pokemon cards. Because at these trade shows, it's very high dollar cards that are being exchanged, tens of thousands of dollars worth of cards. So now people are reporting that they found trackers on their cars.
Guys, I'm just getting ready to leave the expo, and we always check under our trucks and trailer, and it's a good thing we did. Somebody put a tracking device on us tonight. So somebody's trying to track our stuff, follow us home. You know, you get the point. It's pretty crazy. Be safe out there. And that goes for customers and vendor alone, any show you're at. Tracking device put on our truck.
Now, when I first saw this video with the claim that Team Rocket's going around putting trackers at this expo, I thought maybe it was like fear-mongering or like just trying to make a viral story out of it, like this giant bulky tracker that looks like some kind of gadget or gizmo out of Ocean's 11. I thought like, okay, maybe this is fake for the sake of cashing in on like the hysteria around Pokemon cards. But I have seen multiple vendors now claiming that no, they are actually finding trackers on their vehicles, like across the expo. There were a couple other vendors that reported that, yeah, they had found something similar on their vehicles too. And then I decided to do a little more digging, like, is this something that's new or has this happened in the past? In the past, there have been instances where vendors, not so much at expos, but like actual delivery drivers that have Pokemon product, have been tracked by scalpers in order to follow them to wherever they're delivering the product, and they put tracking devices on the vehicles. So all signs point to this being real, like legitimate. It is something I can find evidence on in the past too, way before all of this started bubbling over to this degree. So it stands to reason that because of the state it's in, they might be doing it even more to a larger scale now, where they're putting it on vendors at the expo and shit. That is terrifying. Transporting Pokemon cards is more dangerous than transporting drugs. You might just get hit by a fucking bazooka while driving down the interstate because these scalpers caught a whiff of you having like $500 worth of Pokemon cards in your back seat. It's actually outrageous. I cannot believe the state of the Pokemon card community right now. And it's not showing any signs of getting better, only getting worse. Like also, just today, the Costco Prismatic Evolutions restock happened, and let's take a peek at that line with all the people that were lining up around 1 a.m. waiting tons and tons of hours for opening for the chance, not even the guaranteed, the chance of getting their hands on some Prismatic Evolutions Pokemon product. Look at this diabolical line. This shit is going over to the next county. The line for GTA 5 midnight release wasn't this long. This shit's longer than Disney World lines. Fucking Taylor Swift concerts probably don't even have lines this long. And this is Costco at like 1 a.m. or something with all of these goobers lining up waiting for it to open to maybe see Prismatic Evolutions. It blows my mind. It's so pathetic. And not a single child in sight there, unsurprisingly, because what kid is going to be getting up at 1 a.m. to go wait in line for 8 hours before open to go maybe get some Pokemon cards? This is a hobby that has completely kicked out the main demographic it was made for. Children. It is all these assholes, these losers, and I bet there's not a single collector there amongst them. It is all scalpers desperately trying to get their hands on Prismatic Evolutions, which was a very popular set, and they covet it, and they believe if they can get some here, they'll make a little bit of money by flipping it on the secondary market. That is the entire clientele of Pokemon now, and this is just the perfect demonstration of that. It's just gross, man. I don't know how you can have so little shame. I don't get it. Anyway, had to yap about it again. That's really about it. So yeah. I saw a video today of a fedora tipping gentle sir freaking out, going ballistic, and I thought for sure it was just a skit. It was a staged video. It was fake for the sake of like rage baiting and engagement farming. But now I've seen that same video being picked up by actual journalists, like actual outlets. So maybe it's real. I just find it hard to believe that this is legitimate because everything about it is too perfect. This guy is wearing a Demon Slayer shirt with a pseudo trench coat and calling himself the name of a fictional character who is known for being in a trench coat. And he just actually looks like the quintessential Discord moderator.
Hello?
Hi there, can you open this door, please?
For what?
I just want to make sure that everything's okay. There seems to be something going on.
What do you mean?
I don't know, I just figured I'd check on something.
This saint was just in the neighborhood making sure that there was no ne'er-do-wells up to no good. He has just finished his training with the katana. He often studies the blade, and he thought he would just kindly pay you a visit just to make sure everything's all right over there. He is a master of cringe breathing, and this guy is a force to be reckoned with, so if there was any trouble, he could just slay them on the spot. This fucking guy is like a mystical cryptid. He's like Santa Claus, but for Redditors. How Santa Claus knows who's been naughty or nice, this guy knows who's got too low of karma, and he pays them a visit, but instead of wiggling his big ass down their chimney, he just knocks on their front door and then blows a fucking gasket.
I don't know what you want, man. Get out of my house.
Open this fucking door! Where's your daughter, man? Where's your daughter, man?
What are you talking about?
Where's your daughter? Who's in there with you?
Bro.
I can't believe the door didn't just explode. He should have deatomized that bitch. This is a very strong advertisement for that door. It must be like an adamantium core in there because I don't know how it withstood the power of this man's kicks. Granted, he was nerfed. He was wearing flip-flops, so he couldn't really get the oomph, the elbow grease that he usually would get there, but this is a superhuman we're dealing with. It was so powerful it almost sent him tumbling backwards. He had to regain his balance while, falling back down the stairs there. It was a devastating blow right there. That shit would make Omni-Man tremble. And then he starts asking where his daughter is. Perfectly normal question to be asking a complete stranger. Maybe he'd been talking to some kids on Roblox or something, and now he's trying to track them down. I have no idea, but it immediately gets unhinged. And speaking of unhinged, you're crazy if you don't check out the new Starforge sale going on right now. There's a huge sale on Voyager, Navigator, and Collab PCs, so click the link in the description, best PCs in the universe.
Bro, if you don't
open this fucking door. Open this door, I'm breaking it fucking down. You understand me?
Leave my house. You don't...
Are you okay? Is everyone in this house okay?
What? Everyone's okay. What do you want?
It's hard to tell because of the quality on the Ring doorbell, but he's actually activating his Sharingan right now. It's about to get serious. They're in a standoff right now, and he is subtly powering up because it's looking like it's gonna be a scrap. And trust me, I know a warrior when I see one. This guy fucks. Like, this is not someone you want to be taking lightly here. His body is a weapon of mass destruction. He looks like if someone wished Millhouse was real.
Can you leave my house, please?
Can you open the door, please?
You have nothing to do with my house. Can you leave my house?
You know what my name is?
I don't know who you are. You don't belong to this neighborhood. That's for sure.
This is my neighborhood, though.
Yeah, I live there. I don't know you.
My name is Harry Dresden, motherfucker. Open the door. This is my neighborhood. Open the fucking door.
Yeah, that's the thing I mentioned at the start. He calls himself Harry Dresden, which is a fictional character from something called the Dresden Files. He's a professional wizard who solves supernatural crime. This is why I'm saying, I find it so hard to believe that this is real. Like, he's the one that just offers that up out of nowhere. It feels like they were trying to really dial up, the amount of cringe, so now he's trying to pretend that he's a professional wizard and investigator and that this is his neighborhood. You're on the property of Harry Dresden. You're breathing my air, Buster, so you better open this door. I gotta go in there and check. Where's your daughter at, huh? Where's she at? And then, throwing these, puny kicks and stuff. and now he's about to get a lot more wild about it. Like, to me, it just feels fake. Like, it feels like this is all staged. Everything about it is just too perfectly embarrassing and, like, shameful. This guy is what you picture when you think of Reddit mod. Like, hey, I saw that your comment got down-duded a lot. I've decided to ban you for the sake of the r/defending AI art community. To get out of here. That kind of thing.
No, or I will fucking end you. Do you understand me?
Now you better start sweating. He put on the big boy voice. He got low into the baritone, the sultry tones there. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Playtime's over. Scary. Aura so powerful I was trembling through the computer screen and it wasn't even my Ring doorbell. Just seeing the way he monk palm strikes it, the way he's grabbing at it, like, oh man. I don't know the aftermath here. I don't know if the homeowner called the police, but if he did, I don't know if the police are strong enough to stop this man on a rampage. That probably was just more bodies left in his warpath. It's terrifying. Having the virgin Viltrumite come up to this guy's door and start asking where his daughter is and whatever. It's what a wild set of circumstances here, and what an interesting freakout. Like I said, I still am not convinced this is real. Everything about it is too perfect to showcase a loser, like a pathetic, unhinged loser. And like, I feel like this guy had to be in on it for the sake of engagement farming. Like, I feel like he was typecast to play this character in this video. I don't know. I still just have a hard time buying into the authenticity of this. But who knows? Maybe it is completely real. Either way, wanted to yap about it. That's about it. See ya. The new Demon Slayer movie has finally been viewed by me, Charles. I know I'm a little tardy to the party here. It came out a few days ago, but it's never too late to get this farty sharded, and let me tell ya, wow. I think it is a banger. Now, initially, I was a little skeptical on this decision here to take the final arc of Demon Slayer, and instead of just doing seasons, like anime traditionally does, they decided to break it up into movies. This is a pretty different approach to it, and I wasn't sure how I'd feel about it because I thought this would lead to like short movies where they just kind of speed run all of the content, so it'd be feeling like very underwhelming or half-baked, whereas a season gives you tons of episodes to build and then feels very satisfying when it gets to the end. I didn't know how this would pan out, but man, they cooked. I really liked Mugen Train, but Infinity Castle blows it out of the water. Not only that, it blows it out of the water and then smacks its little butt cheeks around it. This movie is incredible. Like, I know there's a big meme about Ufotable having, unlimited budget works, that kind of thing, but man, there is like some actual truth to that. I do not know how they are able to deliver this kind of quality for this long. I expected this to be a pretty short film. I knew nothing about the runtime going in. This movie is over 2 hours long, of pretty much non-stop action. The only time you have moments to breathe are when they're doing flashbacks to flesh out the character's motivation and backstory, which I can already tell some people will definitely have an issue with. I know flashbacks often get a bad rap, especially when they're used, like, egregiously. In this movie, though, I wasn't bothered by it at all. I actually really appreciated the flashbacks. It didn't feel rushed, And it was like a really, needed break in between action. You got to learn about the characters, what they've gone through, what this fight means to them, like in particular Shinobu versus the Upper Two, Doma. Or you get Akaza's backstory, which Akaza's backstory is the longest by far, and it is the best. It is probably the best backstory Demon Slayer has shown thus far. I was really surprised by it. I loved it. I thought it was great. But I know some people kind of roll their eyes at it because there is quite a bit of it, but I really enjoyed it, and I was very pleasantly surprised that they gave this much tender love and care to the characters. Because again, going the movie route, they reduce the amount of time they have to work with to build up these characters and get everything out that they need to make these fights meaningful. Because having just flashy fights with no, stakes and no, care about either character is lame. It's underwhelming, and it's a big matter of who gives a fuck. So the fact that they did spend this amount of time crafting that and putting that in here is really nice. And it makes me very optimistic for the next couple of films to wrap up the story. I think this was just a fucking home run. I think this was a grand salami. I think most of you know I wasn't the biggest fan of the Hashira training arc that they most recently had before this film. But now, after seeing this film, it's clear they just wanted to basically take their time to get you ready for the movie. Doesn't make the season any better in my eyes, but I can now see what they were in the lab concocting, and it really does slap. Obviously, this isn't a movie you can just go into blind without seeing any of the previous Demon Slayer seasons or Mugen Train. This is the final arc. They don't really do anything to bring you up to speed. They pick up right where the last episode left off. I appreciate that. You shouldn't go into a movie like this and expect them to give you, a lore recap, a refresher. So it's good that they dove right in and used all 2.5 hours to just go fucking nuts to butts on it. 2.5 hours of content. I really do feel like I got an entire season's worth out of this one movie. I actually really kind of like this model now of instead of doing, seasons, maybe there is a lot of potential to just doing, movies to adapt the source material. They are proving that the method can work. I really did enjoy the way that this was delivered. Anyway, though, the visuals are beautiful. I think if you've watched Demon Slayer, you probably expect top-notch animation. You get it here. They did not cut any corners. Now, of course, Demon Slayer has always used a bit of CG in its animation, but never the wonky dog shit Berserk 2016 level CG that people absolutely unanimously spit upon. This integrates it seamlessly, and it looks really good. Infinity Castle does definitely have some CG moments that don't stick out. They look great still. I'm gonna tell you something, sports fans, something I didn't expect to ever say. I actually think their usage of CG here blended in actually elevated some of the scenes that it was present. One of the most beautiful shots in this film is when platforms are rising, when it's Akaza versus Giyu versus Tanjiro. As the platforms rise with Akaza aura farming, additional platforms rise that pour water out, and it's very clearly CG usage here with 2D. And it looked incredible. There are so many sequences that use CG that I actually think help bring it to another level. They definitively prove that any anime that uses CG and it sucks ass, like the CG in it, it's their fault. It's not the medium. It's a tool that can be used really well here in anime. And by golly, I tell you, Demon Slayer does it the best at the moment. Now, another thing I want to point out is a superstar here is the music. Holy shit, the music was so good. Every battle has an absolute boner jam backing it. The intro especially stood out to me with its music. It almost felt like I was watching an AMV or something. No, I guess not really an AMV. It's not edited like that or anything, but if you've seen the movie, you probably know what I mean. Now, the story. The story is where a lot of people criticize Demon Slayer for being just very generic and formulaic. And admittedly, yeah, it's not trying to reinvent the wheel here by any means, but it plays by the tropes well. Yes, there are moments that are definitely cheesy, but it doesn't detract from the overall experience. And like I said, it executes on the tropes very well. So, yes, when it's going through the flashbacks, every character is somehow connected, my big sister was killed by this demon, thus I need to kill this demon. I hate you, demon, for this. And then you'll learn about the demon. It's the demon had a troubled past as well. Like, yes, it does play out like that, like 100% of the time, but it doesn't matter. It's still like enjoyable. It's still a fun story. Even if it's nothing new per se, I still think it is done well enough that it makes you care. Especially Akaza's backstory. I would argue that was done extremely well. They spent a lot of time on Akaza's backstory in here, which I will say took a lot of balls. To dedicate that amount of screen time to a flashback backstory for the bad guy in a movie, like you can do it in a show because, you know, maybe it takes 2 or even 3 episodes in a show, but you'll still have another like 10 episodes outside of that, so that way viewers don't feel like it drags or anything in there. To do that in a movie where you have significantly less time to work with and it takes up a larger percentage, it takes a lot of courage to commit to that. And I think it pays off. Like, I do think it added a lot to this to get all of that information about Akaza. It made everything feel more weighty. So I do like that direction, and I'm hoping they do more of that in the next 2 movies. I imagine they will. I don't see why they wouldn't. Now, I haven't read the manga, so I don't know, like, how much content was covered in this film, like how much they adapted here. But it felt like I got a ton of content, and it doesn't feel like it was really rushed through all that much. There's a couple instances where a few things were glossed over, I feel, in the interest of saving some time. But they did get, like, the point across, so it was still fine. But yeah, in the early parts, there were a few moments, like, in a couple flashbacks where it was, like, really quick. Like with Doma. But I don't think that's the biggest deal in the world. I think overall, it really felt like everything did actually take its time, and they weren't afraid to let things sit and linger like in Akaza's backstory. I really liked the movie. I'm sure you could tell I'm fucking gushing grannies over it right now. I thought Infinity Castle was great. If you like Demon Slayer, I think you're going to be very happy with this film, and I'm really looking forward to the next ones. That's about it. See ya. I'm not someone who typically believes in the supernatural. You all know that. I am an active ghost hunter. I battle the unknown. I've been on 5 expeditions into paranormal territory with some of the most haunted locations in this country, and all 5 times have turned up without a single shred of evidence to anything unexplainable. No hauntings or anything like that. Which means one of 2 things. There's only 2 possible explanations here, 2 conclusions to draw. 1, I am an extremely powerful psychic and I just don't know my own strength, so when I walk into a haunted facility, I immediately exorcise all the spirits there. Or 2, there is no such thing as the paranormal. I'm inclined to believe the latter, but I continue to ghost hunt, and hopefully one day we'll find some actual evidence to the existence of spirits and ghouls and goblins and gnomes and all of that. But for now, still a big goose egg there. Though I don't believe in that kind of paranormal activity, there is something science can't explain that I do believe in. Curses. As I always say, a curse is just science that we haven't been able to comprehend yet. And I, unfortunately, was the victim of a very potent curse. Almost up there with, like, Avada Kedavra, except instead of killing me, it's killing my dreams of winning big trophies and big tournaments. The curse I'm referring to is my esports team's drought of major wins. What do I mean by this? Well, I've been in esports now for about 5 years. As all of you know, we have recently merged with Shopify Rebellion, so Moist Esports and Shopify Rebellion, we've rolled into one team. I've already talked at length about this merger, but I'll go ahead and give you the biggest cliff note here, one that people keep asking about. Why did we change the name? Well, one of the big reasons we did this merge in the first place is because our previous name, Moist Esports, well, that name was mud. They actually treated that like it was a slur at U.S. immigration, so we were no longer able to get our players, our international players, into this country for tournaments, and we speculate that it might be because of the name. Someone had a huge hate boner for it. So, obviously, keeping the name would still keep that problem. With Shopify Rebellion, that issue has been completely resolved, and it's been extremely exciting, it's been a lot of fun, but unfortunately, the curse has persisted, or at least it did, past tense. The curse latched onto my very soul. We were still in a major drought for the last, 6 months, but I'm happy to say, this week, we finally broke it. And not only did we win a major, we won a super major as well. And then we won another big tournament that qualified us for the World Championship in another game. So in 1 week, the curse was lifted, and then we blew its ass wide open. Now, Some of you may have noticed I wasn't watch partying any of the tournaments over the last week, and it's by design. I've become very superstitious over the years. I think a lot of you have noticed that. So I wanted to try not watch partying these huge tournaments to see what would happen. And lo and behold, we won every tournament. And so I think there was some kind of voodoo magic placed on my watch parties to ensure that we only ever got second place. And now that I didn't watch party it, we got first place in multiple tournaments. Huge tournaments. I'm hoping the breaking of the seal here means I can safely watch party our teams and watch us win these tournaments again. So I just wanted to make a mention of that, and I also want to just show you some highlights from this last week of wins because it has just been so incredible. Our teams have been amazing. I want to start with the most recent one. This one happened only a couple hours ago. Zane took first place at Supernova, the largest Super Smash Bros. Melee tournament of all time in terms of participation, like in terms of attendance. It was the largest ever held, and Zane absolutely slapped. He Gangnam Styled all the way to Grand Finals and won Grand Finals through winner's side. He looked untouchable.
Yes. Big thing. Okay. Cody has to stay confident on his edge guard routes, even though he has one stock left.
Got to be careful there, too, because I thought Zane was going to tech that. Nice shine grab, okay. That might be it.
This might be it.
The weak hit.
But he's got it. He's got it. He doesn't want to commit. He has it this time. Surely. Okay. It is enough to do it. And Zane Nagmi, your Supernova 2025 champion. He's got 2 in a row.
That's right. Zane's got it all.
Let's go.
He's got it all. Winning the world's biggest tournament in history.
The biggest tournament of all time, and now you can see the emotion has come from this man, Zane Nagmi, number 2 in the world as of this summer, making a statement with the gold medal
Number 1 today, though.
Number 1 today.
Let's go.
Yo.
Let's go.
Doing it on the home turf
the home turf, bro.
This is a huge dub here from Zane. This isn't just a major. This is a major set to Wumbo. It's a super major. You fucking love to see that. That right there could make a grown man cry. And you know what else could make a grown man cry? Just sob? Doing this, a huge win here, after we had also won big time at a Halo major. Our Halo squad took home first place at the most recent HCS major over Optic Gaming in a fucking nail biter. This one was a real ass greaser. Shopify even made a whole documentary about this one. The documentary slaps, by the way. I'm gonna show you a little piece of this from the grand finals because holy, this series was a roller coaster. Game 1 got me real nervous. They put the stink on us in Game 1, unfortunately.
First battle against Formal. They knew exactly where Formal was, and they have continued to rack up the kills since.
Cycle now will be last alive. Optic Gaming, fresh forward dead from Shopify. Formal will hold the ball. He will watch his teammates do the heavy lifting. And Optic Gaming will take game number 1 here at our grand finals.
3 dead for Shopify. Optic Gaming heating up here.
Shopify focusing on the spawners, but Frosty just felt there was something up. Optic needs to put runs together now. Trading will only mean Shopify closing this game out quicker. Switches to the Bandit, should be able to clean up this kill onto Bound. It's a killing spree for him.
After trailing, they now are 2 kills away from closing out the game. Here comes the push.
Formal might be the 49th, 50th! Shopify tie things up, it's 1-1.
That game 2 was a different story right there. They came in there and farted in them. It was beautiful. The boys started coming alive and they were starting to feel it.
There he kills Renegade, who had that sniper rifle. Doesn't go for it. Does the damage onto Legend and now pushes forward to find himself a double kill. Shopify will take this first hill unless something magical happens. Optic are going to stop Shopify Rebellion from scoring. Ooh, that's Royal 2. And Frosty is buying time, gets the trade in that position somehow or other. All of the players are falling. Frosty last alive. I don't think he's going to be able to get near that hill. He's cut down, and it looks like Optic might have done enough. And they will go ahead in the series. They're up 2-1.
Just when you thought Shopify was finding some footing, finding momentum after that second hill.
Spots out Bound. Oh! Deletes Bound with a backspace. Shopify cap.
That's a big trade for Formal, however, still a man advantage. It's a 2v1 on the map right now as the flag will continue running through Rat.
I don't know if Optic can stop this one. I don't know if there's anyone in position. I think this is going to be it. Renegade the last hope, and the G-Slide is there, but it's not going to be capped just yet.
Does not get it. Here comes Cycle, though. He will be there, and yes, Shopify Rebellion will get the flag and tie up the series 2-2. Royal 2 tries to make something happen for Blue Pipes, but cannot, and now he just needs to stay alive.
He's out. Nades fly into tower from Shopify Rebellion. They get the pick, and most importantly, it's the pick on the shock rifle player. Last shot with a double, last shot with the shock rifle.
2 dead, but Optic still in the lead here. It's all about this camo bottom middle.
Oh, he's sending it. Last shot with the slide.
Now 48-46, 2 kills away.
Last shot gets the pick. Royal 2, there's one. Shopify close out. Shopify 1 map away.
Best of 7 keeps me sweating. Squad is looking so strong here. Lot of momentum, but then game 6 gets rocky.
All right then, Salt Lake City, this could be the final game of our grand finals. The final game of the event. Frosty wins that battle. 2 dead on either side at the moment, although Shopify have that spawner just coming up in time. 4 dead. The fuse is lit again. They're up by 2. Spots out. Legend.
Not over.
And Frosty connects. Gets popped up. Frosty starts to march that bomb towards the base. Royal 2 also in position with his sniper rifle, but Renegade picks up one on last shot. Like you say, Cycle also falls in this push.
Cycle and last shot fall. This is falling apart for Shopify Rebellion, and what a counter from Optic Gaming.
Frosty in a 1v1 with Legend. Legend gonna win it. Cycle collects his sniper rifle though and keeps the pressure on. 10 seconds left in this game. Bomb rule is set around 5 seconds left in the game. Shopify can't do anything about it. And ladies and gentlemen, Optic will win it!
Before showing you the exhilarating Game 7, I do want to say, I know how a lot of people feel about Halo in the current era, about it not being the juggernaut that it once was. I understand. But I need you to trust me when I say the esports side of Halo is a totally different beast. Halo professionally hasn't been this good since the OG MLG days. I'm talking back in the straight Rippin era, the Walshy era. I think the Halo we're seeing over the last 6 to 8 months is up there with some of the greats from back in the day. It has been so fucking fun to watch. Even before we merged with Shopify and had this Halo team, I was still watching these tournaments because they are just so good.
We're tied up at 3-3. Renegade has that green gun. There's a player behind him in the chimney. Did he get the stick? The shield's broken again.
Wasting ammo and playing it, just taking absolutely 0 risks. Also has the QT. He can QT right out if he needs to, but the shots are so good that he doesn't need to just yet. Gets some extra damage as well, but looks like should be flushed out. No! He's all over the map.
Let's put the QT to use. And he spotted out the camo here. He knows it's here somewhere. Legend has no idea. Last shot picks off camo. QT's back.
24-28. They're down by 4. Last shot with camo.
2 dead. For Optic Gaming, Royal 2's chasing down members of Optic at the back of the tower. It's 4 dead. It's 4 dead for Optic. It's a 1-kill game.
Last shot plays it perfectly. Doesn't try to get too crafty. Doesn't try to get too aggressive with the camo. Instead, just plays the advantage, gets the damage that he needs, and also catches Renegade off guard.
1 bullet for Frosty. Success for Shopify a lot of the time is in this man's hands. He can't win the fight against Renegade though. Shopify making a play though. They're swarming on the big door. Cycle managed to get 1 kill. Renegade! Renegade! If he goes down there, this game looks so different. It is tied up at 40-40.
Frosty can't peek. They keep Frosty off of dummy door. Very nicely done. They take the lead on Shopify.
Royal 2 has a flank. Sniper rifle coming up as well. Still the 1 kill between the 2 teams. Legend versus Royal 2. And Legend was last alive. It's 45-43.
Where's that snipe go? Where does that snipe go? It's in the hands of Frosty. Will he hit the shots to take this team home and their first ever Halo Infinite win?
Royal 2 picks off Bound. Shopify inching closer. 2 kills to go with 2 members of Optic in the death screen. The sniper rifle in the hands of a man who has lifted so many trophies throughout his career.
Bound his way out at green. Let's see if they can splat him out.
Cycle finds 1. 1 kill to go. Frosty with this snipe. Optic with barely any hope at this point.
No room for error on Optic. Knows it. That's gonna be it.
It's Cycle. And what a story has got its conclusion. Cycle, the youngster, the new blood, gets the final kill to push Shopify Rebellion through a grueler of a grand finals.
I'm so happy for this squad, man. They super deserve it. Last Shot, Cycle, Royal 2, Frosty, and Nick Bestman, they have worked so hard for this, and it is such a joy to see them finally hoist that trophy. They are the best team in the world in my eyes. I am so fucking proud of them, and I can't wait to get a replica of that trophy. They get to keep the real ones, of course, but down here in the swamp, we get the bootleg version. We make the replicas, we fucking moonshine it, and I can't wait to add it to our trophy wall, put it in the collection. And this also wasn't the last tournament we won this week. We also won the Rocket League North American Last Chance Qualifier, which means our Rocket League team is now in the World Championship.
Relax, let's relax. Watch the 50s. Oh, hell no. Wavy, this has to be you. What a save. 2-piece with 0 boost. Wavy has to be you again. Reynolds, great cut off the demo of the respawn. 4 seconds. Let's end this 3-1. Come on now.
The game 1 victory here for Shopify Rebellion.
And that one hitting the ground. Rebellion with a statement. It still got that dog in him, right? Even though he's got the mech.
What a bump from Reynolds.
Chase you down.
What a shot as well. What placement. Look at Hoxer backwards on the crossbar. Look at the pop.
Trademark game for Reynolds.
Next up.
Great pop. Wavy, slot it. Great pass back, free for 2-piece. This has been the best game I've ever seen us play without scoring. Keep it up. Keep it in. He's got 35. We've all got the boost. Oh, no.
Hoxer, the shot. He scores. The boys win game 3.
No, Wavy. This is still a shot. That's okay. Good patience.
But now has to rotate
well done,
back.
2-peak.
He's trying to get it up and over the defense.
Reynolds has boost. 2-peak, you cross and go crazy. Anyone there? Anyone there?
Far back. They don't want to take any chances.
Shoot! Shoot! Yes, Wavy! Come on!
The overtime winner!
These clips are from CJ's watch party of the event. His watch parties are so fucking hype, but he was playing some copyrighted music, so I can't let the audio play here during the clips, which is why now I'm yapping over it, just giving you a heads up.
We've seen crazy things happen. I saw crazy things happen in Raleigh, and the fake kickoff! It blows up and to be able to make a major, but then get
stuff the majors. We're at Worlds, ladies and gentlemen.
As Gen G or Wavy, who was brought in.
We're at Worlds
to get this job done. Wavy, who has been
Wavy, Reynolds, and 2-piece pulled it off. A lot of people did not expect Shopify Rebellion to make this run. It was a fucking gauntlet getting here. And they came through and stomped in grand finals. It was beautiful, and now they get to go to the World Championship stage and hopefully make magic happen all over again, baby, and hoist the biggest trophy in Rocket League. That would be exhilarating. It really has just been an incredible week here for our teams, and I'm so proud of them and super happy about it. I hope we continue to flood the esports space with W's from our teams. It's been amazing, and I just wanted to showcase some of these big wins here since I didn't watch party them. I'm going to watch party the next ones, and hopefully all of these W's have fully undone the curse. Fingers crossed. I'm hoping the curse is broken. That's really about it. See ya. Have you ever wanted to be sued? Perhaps. Have you ever wanted to be sued by multiple entities at the same time, filling every orifice with a lawsuit? I would imagine no. That's an awfully hot copied spot. We're talking about Pikmin copying the homework of multiple big titles to like an almost comical degree. Like this would be something that I feel like would be almost satirical from like a game development student in college making this as like a, I don't know, a project piece for class. Never actually anticipating selling it or anything because they know that they would get fucking biblically smacked down by the companies that they are heavily borrowing from. And borrowing is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. That is loosey-goosey because it is almost one-to-one carbon copy a clone. That's right, I'm talking about Pikmin. Pikmin is a game that came out of nowhere with a trailer that kind of got a lot of eyebrows raised because it is strikingly similar to Pal World, Pokemon, Zelda, and even a sprinkle, a hint of Overwatch. So Pikmin is being developed by a studio named Pocket Pair, who has a remarkable track record of their first game. Now, the name Pocket Pair might have, made you feel like you'd heard it before, and it's because you're probably getting it confused with the developer of Pal World. Their name is Pocket Game. It seems Pocket Pair was very inspired not only by Pow World itself, but even the studio's name they wanted to take inspiration from, almost one-to-one. Not only studio name, they also really liked the description that Pow World uses on their Steam page, because they lifted that bitch almost one-to-one as well. Dive into a vast, uncharted continent filled with ancient civilizations and mysterious creatures called Pikmin. In this multiplayer open-world survival crafter, you'll team up with your Pikmin to fight, farm, and build industrial empires while thwarting a shadowy organization's plot. Now let's take a peek at what Pow World describes its game as. Fight, farm, build, and work alongside mysterious creatures called pals in this completely new multiplayer open-world survival and crafting game. That's pretty close. To me, it sounds like Pikmin, the developers, said, "Hey Grok, can you take this description and add a few more words to it, maybe a little buzzwords about fight, farm, and fuck your way to the top or something with our Pikmin?" It's, pretty close. The DNA is still very much intact. Now, Pikmin is being published by a company called Network Go, whose name, to me, already feels fishy. That sounds like the name of the Wi-Fi at my local coffee shop. Like, everything about Pikmin is just so peculiar, and it's apparently a very real game that they're looking to release. And when you watch this trailer, we watched it on stream, when you look at this, you will immediately see that this isn't some kind of Pow World situation where it's very clearly existing in a very similar genre with similar designs to Pokemon, but completely changing the formula to something unique for its own identity. It is actually taking one-to-one elements from these games and then just fucking fisting it into this trailer here haphazardly. It is actually like borderline plagiarizing these properties. It's pretty ridiculous. Have you seen the game Pikmin that's copying Pokemon, Pow World, Breath of the Wild, and somehow Overwatch? I haven't watched the trailer, but I heard about it from a buddy of mine. Let me check it out. Am I on 2x speed? No, that just seemed like it was fucking schmoovin'. Pikmin! I feel like Nintendo's gonna send me a cease and desist just watching this trailer. That's pretty shameless. That is pretty shameless character design there. Who's making this? What studio's making this? Pocket Game. Let's see. They don't even have a website. This is literally just a random Steam dev. Is all they have. A studio with no fear, that's who. True! That's actually just Lucario, isn't it? Am I on the crack pipe? It's just Lucario wearing some work gloves. No, it's clearly not Pikachu. That didn't look like Pikachu at all. He had like a mullet. Wow. Yeah, they really stole directly from Pow World and Pokemon. Huh. That is shameless. And that's just Roadhog. That is just source filmmaker Roadhog. Wow. Wow. I guess the strategy is get sued for marketing, maybe, is the idea. Oh, didn't mean to click that. There's apparently an after credits scene here. It's probably gonna be Luigi or something. Steal from literally everything. Bro, that's literally Pikachu. I mean, yeah, they did just direct rip many things. Pretty interesting. It feels like a stupid idea. Because, like, Pow World, while it's clearly Pokemon inspired, it's totally different, night and day, to a Pokemon game. This is literally using Pokemon models and direct ripping Pal World game. Like, there's no argument. I still can't get over just how egregious it is. They didn't even bother trying to hide it at all. They literally have Roadhog. They have Roadhog. I wouldn't be surprised if they just took the assets from these games and just said, alright, now they're in Pikmin. Now it's not Roadhog, it's Pickhog, or it'd be Hogmon or something. It's out of control. And the Pikachu, that one, that is a giggle-worthy moment because it is actually Pikachu, but then they just put on like a faux hawk or something and said, no, that can't be Pikachu. Pikachu doesn't have a faux hawk, don't be ridiculous. That's clearly something very different. It's a Pikmin, not a Pokemon. I am so interested to see how this unfolds because it is taking a lot from quite a few huge games without even really attempting to pretend that it's unique to Pikmin. I have to imagine that there will be like cease and desist letters hitting their doorstep pretty quickly. I would wager a guess based on the trailer here. Now maybe this is all placeholder stuff and they plan on overhauling the designs by launch. I don't know. I couldn't tell you what the strategy is. It is mind-boggling. I had to yap about it a little bit. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Are you happy? If the answer to that question is yes, then stay far away from Pokemon tournaments. You turn the cheek, run the other direction as quickly as you can, Buster, because that is an environment where joy and whimsy goes to die. It has now been confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt that the biggest dweebs on this planet are Pokemon judges, and they are like Dementors. They will suck the happiness out and will punish you for even the slightest signs of happiness. If you celebrate, I hope you're ready to go to jail, because Pokemon competition is more joyless than an active war zone. It is cutthroat. 2 weeks ago, I made a video covering a situation where a Pokemon Go player won a tournament, but because he celebrated, they punished him by taking the win away, thus his opponent ended up winning the tournament because of it. It was an automatic loss, which gave his opponent the win. Because of excessive celebration, deeming it unsportsmanlike. Just as a reminder, this is the celebration they punished.
Now on his 11th one, he is the first-time champion for himself and your 2026 Orlando champion!
Incredible series from Firestar, pulling out all the stops, all the Pokemon, taking us to a decisive Game 5. Could not have asked for anything else.
Pokemon judges are literally the fun police. That is the entirety of his celebration after winning this tournament. He sets his headset down and gives one pump, then shakes his opponent's hand. I get more animated when my Uber Eats gets here. Like, that is about as tame a celebration as you can possibly fucking find. That is the epitome of sportsmanship. He's happy, he's emotionally won, but he doesn't become, over the top with it. He doesn't stand on the chair and slam 2 beers together like Stone Cold Steve Austin or start butt-chugging brewskis or something, saying fuck you to his opponent and say, get out of here, pussy, lean over, give him a wet willy and an atomic wedgie on the way out. Nothing. It is pathetic that these dorks, these greasy, stinky losers, punished him for that. But what's even more pathetic is that they're standing by it, and that's why I'm talking about it again today. They released an official statement where they've all come together in their fucking stink cloud, their fucking fart fumes, and decided that the Council of Judges was correct in this punishment here. And then they also reinforced another ruling where they punished another Pokemon player, this time in the TCG, who celebrated early, maintaining that they did deserve to lose that as well. These fucking Pokemon judges suck major ass. I think it is irrefutable. This evidence confirms that there are no bigger twerps on this planet than Pokemon judges. If you want to avoid a fate like that, you right now need to fix the stink, so go to usecheeky.com and get the best soap in the universe. The queso bar just launched as well, by the way. It's coconut. Like, we've got the best soap out there, and you need to take your hygiene seriously, or else you might just end up like a Pokemon judge. Here's the Pokemon Play Team's official toilet paper. At the recent Pokemon Orlando Regionals, 2 instances of penalties being issued during streamed matches have created questions within the community about celebrations. They're illegal. You're going to jail if you show any emotion at an official Play Pokemon event. I'll sum it up for you. Spoiler alert. Play Pokemon has reviewed each instance and would like to provide more information. In the first, during the Pokemon TCG Swiss Round 13 match, the tournament headphones were removed and were thrown onto the table on top of cards and damage counters, putting the TCG game state in disarray before additional game action could be taken to complete the game. A match loss was issued for the disruption to the game state and not playing out the final sequence to the game. I didn't cover that one, but I'll briefly show you what they're referring to there.
Wow! 2 cards! Rips it off the 6 cards! Are you kidding me here? Makani!
Basically what happened is he drew the win condition. It was checkmate at that moment, but he celebrated before finishing the game, so he put his headphones down and it moves the cards around. So they viewed that as throwing the game into disarray. It fucking annihilated the game state. It was all ruined. It's completely kaput. So they issued a game loss for it. This one was a bit more divisive. Some people think that this is an outrageous ruling. Others think it makes sense because he didn't actually finish the game before doing that. I personally think this one has the most wiggle room to be justified because he didn't finish it out. It would be like in chess, if you have the checkmate, but then you fucking slap the chessboard before you actually finish the checkmate. That would be improper. So I do understand that to a certain degree, but I think a match loss is a bit overkill. I feel like this could have been the first warning because it didn't ruin the game. The game literally is over from that moment. There is nothing that can be done, as I understand it, in the current meta there. So it was over. He just needed to finish out the sequence. So to me, I think a game loss is a little extreme. That could have been the first warning there. And according to the player, 2 separate head judges told him that he was given a match loss for throwing his headset down and being dangerous. Not a single judge told him that he was given the game loss for disrupting the board state, and then wasn't given the chance to appeal the ruling either. So to me, it does feel far more cutthroat than it should. And then the most egregious is obviously what happened with the Pokemon Go celebration, where the game was completely over, and then a very mild celebration, which I wouldn't even use the word celebration. To me, a celebration is like what you see in the end zone in the NFL or in the college football, where you get a touchdown, you spike the ball, you hit some of these maneuvers right here, like the where's my hug at or something like that. Bust out the fucking Gangnam Style, maybe. That's a celebration. What he did was the most, like, normal, like, oh, I'm happy moment doing this. Like, even Pokemon characters do that. They do more than that, mind you, but that's like literally the bare minimum of being like, oh, whoopee, I won. And they're calling it excessive and unsportsmanlike. And they're standing by that decision. So going back to their official statement, in the second instance, during Pokemon Go Grand Finals, we would like to share some information which may not be known to the broader community. Prior to the final game incident, during Game 1 of the Bracket Reset series, a player was issued a warning for the action of hitting and shaking the table during gameplay. Actions such as these can have a negative impact on the experience of participants and disturb the match in progress. Then, during Game 5, this same player's behavior continued to be disruptive, including shaking the table to the point that there was a disruption to the broadcast experience. These repeated infractions resulted in a penalty that was escalated to game loss. If that isn't the biggest load of hooey I've ever heard, you can watch the footage yourself. There was nothing disruptive happening, not from what I went through and re-watched. And plus, the game loss came after the celebration. unsportsmanlike, I believe, is what was being tossed around. But now they're saying it was actually because he was shaking the table. It was a fucking earthquake he was having go on over there. We couldn't even get the broadcast going. It was so all over the place. It was a natural disaster, a fucking calamity. We will uphold the decisions made by the judges at this event. Pokemon judges are committed to bringing the best possible experience to our players by preserving the competitive integrity of our events. Yeah, it's in the shitter. It has completely been flushed down the tubes with this, by the way, because you could win grand finals, but you best be completely fucking stoic and silent. Even the slightest iota of a smirk will have that title stripped from your fucking cold, dead paws. They will rip that W from your hands if they see you happy. What do you mean preserving the competitive integrity? You took away the winner's win and gave it to someone who lost. All over them celebrating slightly. Without them and their commitment to play Pokemon, we would not be able to hold events, and it is our expectation that they are treated with the same respect as all people in the community. In the moment of a win, emotions are high, and we recognize that these emotions can lead to energetic reactions celebrating a win, which, by the way, didn't really happen here. It wasn't that energetic. My fucking grandfather, I saw him get more animated when the mailman would show up than I saw from this guy winning the fucking grand finals of this tournament. It wasn't that energetic, mind you. We want to support this authentic positive reaction and not discourage this excitement. Celebrations are not an issue, but actions that disrupt or negatively impact competitive integrity can be. We will continue to listen to the community of players and our judges on how best to evolve our tournament system rules and how penalties are enforced. The Play Pokemon team, they sign it off. Now, Firestar73, the player who had his title ripped from him for his celebration, did make a statement after this official Play Pokemon piece and said, "The incident you are now for the first time claiming was the basis of the decision did not affect the gameplay at all, yet decided the whole tournament. That is 100% correct. It had no impact on the game at all, even if he was shaking the table, which I don't see any strong evidence of him being over there like, the waves of the ocean, moving the table back and forth all wobbly. I don't see anything like that. But none of it affected the gameplay, no matter how you spin it. Section 2.1 requires a clear explanation of any infraction and its penalty, and I was never given this as the basis at all." That is also true. Apparently that was never relayed. There's even a community note that talks about this. Firestar wasn't given an initial warning for shaking the table. This is a major infraction under Section 5.1 of the penalty guidelines, and then it also has something about Makani, who received a game loss for a headset throw and wasn't able to appeal, and Section 433 of the Tournament Rule Handbook allows for an appeal. So they're not following their own guidelines, basically. Which doesn't come as a surprise to me, because it feels like these are complete losers that are power tripping and looking for any excuse to exert their authority here. Did I just catch you showing emotion? You lost now, Buster. Ha! Give that back. Don't you ever show me a smile again. And I mean it. I'm a Pokemon professor, by the way. So cringe, man. Actually so cringe. So they're standing by the decision. Firestar73 does not get the win that he earned. Also in the TCG space, Makani does not get that win either. They're standing by both decisions there. I think the most egregious is the case with Firestar73. I think there are no grounds for that. I think that is a complete sham. And I think the community should be very alarmed that this is who controls the events. You best be on your most emotionless behavior in the future of this competitive scene here. The competitive environment of Play Pokemon events from this point forward better be quieter than a fucking library. It's going to be like a funeral in there, not an ounce of joy. So, I guess that's what they're looking for. That's what they're trying to cultivate. This shit's so stupid, man. It's so embarrassing. It's so shameful. Had to yap about it. I had to give you the follow-up. That's really about it. See ya. Title's not clickbait. For the first time ever, I have been served some hefty legal paperwork. And it's not, there wasn't anything ceremonious about it. It's not like any of the, crazy stories you might have heard about people being served where, like, someone will go incognito like a secret agent, like with the disguise where they have some kind of silicone mask of your mother's face on it, so you open the door and then bang, you get the paperwork served to you or anything. It was nothing like that. Just a normal, unassuming albeit very large, envelope in the mail. Now, it's not a full-blown lawsuit or anything at the moment. It is some demands because there are two YouTubers that believe I have stepped on their tootsies and infringed on their copyright. They are Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold. Now, I initially reached out to both of them because the language in this paperwork is very fishy. I'll get into that more in a moment, but I wanted to talk directly with them to see if this is like a scam or something. Like, I wanted to make sure this was like a legitimate thing before I got my lawyers on this. They haven't responded, so I'm guessing this is probably legitimate. Like, this is probably something they are actually trying to go through with. Though I do know that there are a lot of law firms now that are trying to encroach in the space to convince YouTubers to go through copyright law to try and make money. That is something that a bunch of firms have reached out to Matt about to do on my behalf, which is unhinged why any firm would think I would ever do something like that. But it is somewhat normal in the space right now. So I think there is a chance that maybe that's what's happening here and they don't know that, but since they didn't respond, I can't say for sure. So as of now, it feels legitimate, so I will be getting my lawyers on this, obviously, to be going through the next steps of this now, most likely very long procedure. But let's go ahead and talk about what the claim is. So last year, during Hurricane Milton, I did a stream in the middle of Hurricane Milton. I'm in Tampa, and Hurricane Milton came through to spread our cheeks. I was streaming during it. While streaming, I would check like weather updates or like some streams to see the progress of Milton and what's going on in the area. Now, I think all of you know this. I don't do React content anymore, so if there's ever any like content or footage on my stream, it's very brief, and the only things I usually watch are game trailers, movie trailers, or news footage, like news broadcast, publicly available news. So for the hurricane, I thought it would be A-okay to show very brief clips of what was happening with Milton so I could stay up to date, as well as, I guess, share with the audience who was asking, like, what's going on? Are you safe? What's happening? And one of the streams I pulled up was a Ryan Hall Y'all stream where he was showing a bunch of footage of Hurricane Milton, and one of the footage snippets, like one of the contributors, was Brad Arnold. You can see his footage there as one of the, on the scene, boots on the ground, reporters there. And I had that section there, that footage that included Brad Arnold's work there on my stream for less than 30 seconds. Unless I missed another instance of it somewhere, it was present for less than 30 seconds. Though I did pause at one point, so if you count the pausing with the image of the footage there, it's a little longer, but I can't imagine a still image counts. If it does, then no bussy is safe, because that would just be fully Pandora's box wide open here. Even this video would be in jeopardy then, because I did just show you a screenshot of that stream that had a still image from Brad Arnold's on the scene work. But it's just a picture, it's not moving or anything, and I have it here for 5 seconds. I guess we'll see. I think that would be really scary if that is now completely prohibitive and a potential copyright infringement. That would be very, very scary. Anyway, though, that's the extent of Brad Arnold's footage that entered into the Thunderdome of my hour-and-a-half long Hurricane Milton stream. So it was less than 30 seconds. I don't think that's an extensive period of time there, but I'll go ahead and let bygones be bygones on that and move on to Reed Timmer. Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold are both being represented by this firm, so it's a tag team here, a dynamic duo looking to double fist my butthole. Reed Timmer was on my stream for, I wrote these down because it was a couple times. 28 seconds the first time, where I showed some of Reed Timmer's, once again, on the scene footage. It was 28 seconds to see what was going on. And then once I showed that, Reed Timmer's fans came in my chat telling me that I should really check out his tank. He built like this really cool tank, and they really wanted me to see Reed Timmer's tank. So I went to his video that showed his tank, and I had that on screen in total for 1 minute and 10 seconds. I then skipped towards like more of the middle of the video to see the rockets, because everyone wanted me to see like the rockets he has on the tank. So I went there, and that was on screen for 25 seconds total. And then I just paused it, and I just had it as a still image there, so it was there for a bit longer as a still image, not the video playing or anything like that. So in total, less than 2 minutes was Reed Timmer's footage across 2 pieces of his content, one being a live stream and then the other being the tank that his fans really came in and wanted me to see. Maybe that was an elaborate ruse, a big bait from the Reed Timmer community to get me in hot water with him. And if this was a Galaxy Brain chess maneuver, impressive work. I hadn't seen that line before. The Scotch Open got me good there. Like, it worked. The bait was successful. Because now Reed Timmer is here in the squared circle with a copyright notice. And now let's talk about the actual paperwork here. As I said, the language feels very fishy to me. And the lawyer that I had glance over it to take a peek also found it to be really, really weird. One of the first things that jumped out was they claim that I've used it in multiple instances, in multiple locations. They say that I unlicensed distributed their work in the following locations, and then it gives 2 links to a YouTube video. I said a YouTube video because they only have one YouTube video there. They list it twice. They do the same link twice, but then imply that I'd done it multiple times in multiple locations. So that's already weird. It's the Hurricane Milton stream. I am not familiar with Brad Arnold's work, nor Reed Timmer's. That was the only time I'd ever even heard of their names, was during the Hurricane Milton stream I did from, well, Reed Timmer's community, and then also just from trying to stay knowledgeable on what the fuck is happening with the natural disaster that's hitting my home. Like, that's the only time I was ever even heard of their names before. And what I put on stream of theirs was there for such a small amount of time, I thought there'd be no issue there at all. The paperwork goes on to, I don't know if I'm allowed to say the exact amount, but it goes on to say that they are potentially entitled to many tens of thousands of dollars per infraction. It makes a mention of damages that could get up to 6 figures, about me potentially posting their content on all of my other socials and my other websites, which is obviously not anything that happened. It was only during that stream for like sub 2 minutes. At least from what I can tell on the stream. Maybe I missed a couple instances, but it's not a long period of time at all. But it's saying, or rather implying, that I may have been blasting it all over the place, thus they would be entitled to more money. And then it says things like, in order to comply, I would need to explain where and how I obtained their client's work to copy it. As if I had some kind of Ocean's 11 style heist where I broke into Fort Knox to steal their copyrighted footage for myself, like I took a fucking Dragon Ball or something. Which is really weird, because what do you mean, how did I find this? Those were 2 absolutely massive streams during Hurricane Milton that were there to try and keep people informed on what was happening with Hurricane Milton. They had like fucking 100,000 viewers, and like they were huge, huge streams. So I saw those streams, and I tuned in to see what was happening with Hurricane Milton for my own safety and to stay up to date on the progress of the hurricane. And the second part of that is absolutely mind-boggling about, like, where and how I found it and copied it. I didn't fucking copy it. I looked at it. I had my peepers on it very briefly. I didn't steal their work. I, like, fucking download it to a floppy disk. Don't copy that floppy type shit. Like, I didn't copy anything. I looked at their stream for a very, very, very brief period of time during a hurricane that was hitting my house just to see what was going on and stay knowledgeable. Also, to show chat, stream what was going on in the area. I'm not exactly equipped to show it myself by just taking this camera and going outside during it. I'd get blown away. I'm fucking 5'6". That shit would ragdoll me. I don't have all the gadgetry and doodads to show it. So I looked for a very small handful of seconds at the on-the-scene storm chasers and reporters just to stay up to date. I didn't copy their work, and I wasn't trying to steal their work and pretend like it was mine or make money off of their work. It is an 1.5-hour stream during Hurricane Milton, and their footage is present for less than 2 minutes at the end of the stream, by the way. Like, Reed Timmer's section there is literally right before I went offline, before my power got knocked out briefly. Or I can't even remember if my power got knocked out in that stream. It happened a couple times. I'm pretty sure it got knocked out in that one. I don't even remember now. But like, it's at the end of the stream. I feel like it is very odd if this is something Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold are legitimately pursuing, Or maybe this is all a huge misunderstanding, and they don't even know that I got served these papers. I'm hoping that's the case. I have no ill will towards Brad Arnold or Reed Timmer, one way or the other, I suppose. If they really feel like I have done something wrong with that, then they are fully within their right to serve me these precious little papers here that I'm patting real nicely. That it is what it is. I wanted to keep you all in the loop here because this, I'm not gonna lie, was extremely annoying. If you follow Moist Critical Gaming, you probably will have seen the league video I posted the other day where I was fuming. Well, it's because I got served those papers and I was talking to lawyers about it. So it was an extremely frustrating day. Anyway, wanted to just keep you all in the loop here on what's going on. That's really about it. So yeah. Marty Supreme. I feel like a lot of you have heard this name recently because Timothée Chalamet has done such an incredible job at generating hype for it. Most notably by shouting it out multiple times on a very popular song where he collabed with an artist who a lot of people had a tinfoil condom conspiracy cooked up that he was actually this UK rapper, and then in order to dispel the rumors, he collabed with the rapper and then dropped a verse where he shouted out Marty Supreme a few times. He was on the Las Vegas Sphere shouting out Marty Supreme. And I knew nothing about this movie before all of this from Timothée Chalamet, so I went into it pretty blind. The only thing I knew about it is that ping pong was there. Boy howdy, let me tell you what, I do love me some ping pong. I'm pretty nasty at it. I can clap cheeks on the table. So that was pretty exciting as like a core component of this movie, but it's where the extent of my knowledge of Marty Supreme stopped. I just bought into the hype train because I was really entertained by Timothée Chalamet's promotions for it. So I just got back from it. It was good. Like, very good, actually. So I was talking about it on stream, and I made a comparison saying I got similar vibes watching Marty Supreme as I did to Uncut Gems with Adam Sandler. And turns out they're from the same director, which makes sense. Safdie has truly mastered the art of capturing chaos and stress and carrying that momentum throughout an entire movie without ever letting up. It is unrelenting. So Marty Supreme follows Marty Mauser, who is a narcissist douchebag. He is an absolute scumbag who uses people till they have no more things to offer him in order to elevate himself to where he believes he needs to be, which is displaying his talents, capitalizing off of his God-given ability to bend people over on ping pong tables. He is an extremely talented table tennis player, and as such, he wants to be the face of the sport that he believes is going to take over the U.S. He is uniquely positioned, as he believes, to be the best possible candidate to make table tennis even bigger than it already is. And what a fucking journey it is. There's not a ton of ping pong played in here, though when it is played, I was pretty hyped, kind of wiggling in my seat excitedly. I love ping pong, so that was fun to watch. But that's not the most important part of this. It really is a exploration of one man's fucking unhinged journey. I could never expect where the movie goes next. So like, even from the very beginning, it immediately puts you in the middle of like stressful arguments. Not to the point where it becomes incomprehensible, where like they're just talking over each other and yelling so you don't even know what the fuck's being said anymore. It sounds like Charlie Brown's parents. They do such a good job at capturing this chaos of like a real argument where someone's trying to like convince someone of something while the other person's trying to stand their ground. So unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. And it works really well. And it usually ends with Marty Mauser getting what he wants out of that person, whether it's, you know, some kind of partnership or some kind of handout. He's very, very good at manipulating people, either for money or whatever, for his own personal gain. But he's also just so lost in his sauce, huffing his own farts, that he will also step over the line more often than not, where he will push the person away and ruin a good opportunity for himself. Like, you always expect him to have like this come to Jesus moment where he like simmers down, calms down, and he never does. It's always just over the top, extreme. He is just such an asshole. But the film isn't just Marty Mauser using people. Like I said, you go on a crazy fucking journey that takes twists and turns I never saw coming. Like, there's this whole subplot where he goes to a hotel, and Tyler, the Creator's here, which shocked the fuck out of me. Like I said, I knew nothing about this movie, so when Tyler, the Creator shows up, I probably would have been less surprised if I saw my own dad in this film. I didn't see that coming at all. Tyler, the Creator does like a really good job of playing with Marty Mauser here as like his cohort, where they scam together and they're good friends. And while Marty's in the middle of turmoil where he's facing a lot of unpaid debt and he needs to find a way to get to Japan to go to the World Championship, but after what happened at the last major tournament, it's not looking real good. And so they end up at a hotel. He rents a room. He's, of course, using Tyler, the Creator. He is very clearly exploiting him for his own personal gain because he needs money now and a place to stay. So while they're at this hotel, he takes a bath, which is something that the hotel owner said, do not do, don't use the bathroom. He does, and while doing so, the tub crashes through the fucking floor and blows up the dude's hand who was underneath him cleaning his dog, who we met in the lobby. The dog is fine, the dude's hand is fucked, he needs to go to the hospital, and it's just so much chaos erupting out of nowhere, and then it becomes a very big piece where he needs to take that dog to the vet because that guy whose hand just got absolutely annihilated, like it went through the goddamn wood chipper, is offering him money to take his dog to the vet because his dog is sick and needs some help. So the two of them then go take the dog, but they don't go to the vet. They use the money that he got paid for it to gamble it, not really gamble it. They go and scam others through hustling to make even more money, and when they get even more money, they get found out that they're hustlers, then they get tracked down by people who are about to beat the fuck out of them, just kill them right then and there. They escape, the dog escapes, and now the dog's lost, and now he's being hunted by the guy whose army broke because now his dog is missing. It is just so much that keeps happening, and every time I thought that they were giving him an out, he fucking blows it up. He ruins it. Not in like a way that doesn't make sense. It's a very Marty Mauser thing to do, to be handed an opportunity that could actually save him and actually get him out of the hole, and then just wipe his ass with it. It is just so well done. And I really think something that stood out to me a lot was the music. The music makes this so tense. It reminded me of Courage the Cowardly Dog music from time to time. They crushed it with the score. It's haunting. What will play when Marty Mauser's going through like, some kind of episode. And what makes all of this work is this 1-2 combo, this fucking two-piecing here of really strong writing. Like, I actually think they did a great job with writing these characters. Like I said, I think they have mastered the art of capturing stress and, like, bringing you into the stress. And also, an incredible performance from Timothée Chalamet. Not just Timothée Chalamet, everyone really does a good job. The weakest one, probably Kevin O'Leary, but even Kevin O'Leary delivers a fine performance because he fundamentally just plays himself. There were a couple scenes where I thought for sure he was going to say, you fucked my wife and for that reason I'm out. Like, it really is him just being Mr. Wonderful. So he didn't do like a poor job or anything, but everyone delivered like a top tier performance, especially Timothée Chalamet. Now, I've become somewhat of a fan of Timothée Chalamet over the last, year or so. I think he's been choosing, good projects, and he is very good in them. And I also really like how he is just very unapologetically being himself and being excited about what he's in. So, I saw in one of his speeches, he's like, I'm trying to be the greatest, I'm trying to be the best, and I really think I've been delivering some incredible performances. I actually really like that mentality. I feel like some people might get rubbed the wrong way, that it's arrogant or something, but I like that. It reminds me of an athlete or someone who is striving to be the best at what they do. And I think he really is trying to get up there with the fucking greats. And with performances like these, he shows he has the jaw for it. It shows he's got the talent. I really was very entertained by Marty Supreme. Again, I knew nothing about it going into it. I was fully open to the idea that this might just be trash, that they were desperately trying to make a break even on or something with having Timothée Chalamet shouted out all the time. That's not the case. I can see why he's so proud of it. It is a very good movie. It was extremely entertaining watching Marty Mauser basically solve a problem and then immediately fuck himself in his own face right after. So he is extremely good at getting people to do his bidding and putty in his hands, but he always keeps going. He doesn't know how to stop. it is just so hectic, so chaotic. So even like when he is in a position where problems would be behind him if he would just, call it quits right there, put the kibosh on the talking and the bravado and everything, he can't. Best example, and the one that really caught me off guard, is towards the end of the film. Spoiler warning. I've given little light spoilers. This is another light spoiler. It's not the biggest one in the world, but just warning. As he is on his hands and knees at his wit's end, he has to get to Japan because he needs to go to the world championship to prove he is the best in the world. But he still doesn't have the money. Everything else is crash and burned around him. Everyone has been hurt around him. His last-ditch Hail Mary was to try and manipulate Gwyneth Paltrow's character into somehow giving him the money through making him, through portraying himself as very sympathetic and all of that, where she'd feel inclined to help. It's not really working, but eventually he weasels his way to her basically giving him a necklace that her husband gives her every year that's worth a lot of money, but she hates her fucking husband. Guy's a dweeb, tired of him. She gives him the necklace because he can sell it, get the money, go to Japan, do what he needs to do to prove his greatness. And he then kisses her. And I thought that would be the end of it. They exchange a kiss, and he now has his problem solved. And he just keeps going. So a kiss turns into him eating her out in a public park in the middle of the night. And then cops are there and they see that and they stop them both. And then they end up having to give the cops the necklace to bribe them to stay out of jail. So now he's back to square fucking one. It didn't solve his problem. And I thought for sure that's where they were going. I thought that was going to be his out. It's not. So now he still has to solve this fucking problem in another way. It is so good that the ride never stops. Even when you think you see how it's going to go, it doesn't go in that direction. I was so entertained with this movie, man. I really did like Marty Supreme a lot. Is it a perfect film? No. I think this is definitely not going to be everyone's cup of tea either. I feel like if you watched Uncut Gems and didn't like how hectic and how stressful and even at times headache-inducing a lot of the conversations and scenarios were, this movie probably will not appeal to you. It has very similar DNA to that. He's fast-talking. It's very back and forth, or even, one person trying to overpower the other in a conversation. It is going to be a lot that maybe people will find to be more frustrating than entertaining. I get that. But for me, I really did like it. Had me giggling, had me entertained, and made me want to get back to practicing ping pong. It lived up to the hype. If you're watching this, Timothée Chalamet, let me know if you ever want to catch these hands at ping pong. I think I've got a real shot. I don't know if he actually plays ping pong in real life, or if this is all CGI, phony baloney, smoke and mirrors, which I doubt it. It seemed very real ping pong there for the most part. So I imagine he probably practiced a lot for the film, and I think he would be a worthy opponent. But anyway, I liked Marty Supreme. I thought it was very good. That's about it. See ya.